Hi everyone, this is What If Fan. There will be no upload tomorrow, as such here is another part of What If Harry became an artificer. Please find fanfic name and author name in the description and please support the author. If you enjoyed the video please like and subscribe. Let's start chapter Flight Basilisk Scale Mail. Harry looked into the forge as he used his mana to adjust the heat of the flames. Dragon carbon steel would be a first for him, but he was determined to make this work. The dragon wing bone fragment was already turning black as it sat on top of the billet of magical iron. He had to get the flames hot enough to turn the bone to ash before he pulled the billet out. Then with the billet covered in the carbon-rich ash of the bone fragment, he'd start the process of folding the metal and mixing the carbon into the iron. From there it was only a matter of folding and hammering until the carbon was evenly distributed throughout the metal and it became carbon steel. Penny was not surprised to find Harry in his smithy when she came to get him for lunch. While she'd been attending to her head girl responsibilities, Harry had retreated to his workshop to create and craft. Seeing her boyfriend working, his focus on the metal he was hammering into shape, was a reminder of the work ethic she found so attractive. She stood in the doorway for a minute before Harry seemed to notice her. "Penny, how are you this morning? I hope your head girl duties went well?" Harry smiled at her warmly. "They did." Penny nodded back with a smile. "But, it's a bit past noon now, Harry." "Already?" Harry blinked as he turned to look at the clock in the corner. Seeing the hour hand at 12 and the minute hand just a bit past 1, the artificer hummed. "How time flies when you're having fun. Come on, Harry, time for lunch." Penny giggled at him. Harry agreed and removed the leather apron he was wearing. He'd needed one, as he'd delved more into forging and such. It was already slightly blackened from fire, soot, and oil. Harry felt it gave the garment character. Penny thought he needed to clean it better. Differences of opinion. The duo made their way down to lunch together. Entering the great hall to the usual chatter, Penny and Harry took seats at the Ravenclaw table. Luna was quick to join them, and the small blonde sat on Penny's opposite side. "How have you been today, Luna?" Harry asked the spacey girl with a smile. "Very well, Harry." Luna grinned back. "My mana grew again. I'm up to 376 feet now." "That's good, Luna, you're growing all the time." Penny smiled at the younger blonde. "And not bad at all for a second year." Harry agreed with a grin. He was glad the test frames he donated back in his first year were still working. With how often they were used, Harry felt Hogwarts would need to purchase new ones by next year probably. While Harry could easily donate another set of 4 to the school, he'd rather make the sale since he was business partners with the dwarves. Once lunch was over, Harry returned to his workshop. Penny was going to help the dueling club again today. The two parted with a gentle kiss. Penny promised to drag him out of the workshop for dinner with a giggle. Harry playfully thanked her with a chuckle before they separated. Back in his smithy, Harry fired up the forge again and grabbed his basilisk steel tongs to place the dragon carbon steel back into the reignited flames. He needed it hot again to shape the metal plate to the specifications he wanted it. Grabbing his basilisk steel hammer he waited for the metal to get red hot again. The next few hours were spent in a cycle of heating and hammering. Using the rounded horn of the anvil to curve the metal as he hammered it, Harry formed his creation into shape. The metal responded remarkably well to his newly upgraded anvil and tools. He got more out of each strike of the hammer, the metal seemingly knowing how Harry wanted it to react and shape. When he'd gotten 2 plates shaped the way he wanted them, he dipped them in the quench tank to harden the steel. When they emerged, steam wafting off of the metal, Harry nodded at his work. He set them on the metal work table to finish cooling. Once they were cool enough, Harry could begin etching the runic array into them. Etching had long become a proficient skill for Harry, the teen artificer using his etching tools to imprint his runic sequences into his works. These 2 plates of dragon carbon steel were no different. Carefully and with precision, Harry etched the array into the steel. He would forego the strengthening and permanence of these runes with alchemic metal bases for now. He just wanted to make sure the array worked properly first. If it did, then he'd add Vitris Ari to the runes to strengthen them and make them last longer. Satisfied with his rune work, Harry attached regular leather to the inside curve of the plates. A few strips attached to the leather padding and Harry was able to tie his new prototypes to his shins. They looked a bit like shin guards that one might wear while playing sports. But that had been the basic idea. Now he just needed to test them. Applying his mana to the plates he felt the array activate. If it responded properly to his mana, then this would be similar to flying a broom. With gentle prodding via his intent, Harry slowly rose off the ground a few centimeters and just hovered in place. Step 1 is a success. Harry smiled at his new prototypes. The altitude sequence hadn't failed this time. Last time he'd attempted this, he'd just kept ascending until he was pressed up against the ceiling, so this was a major improvement already. Alright, now let's go forward a bit, slowly, Harry thought, pushing his intent to his prototypes. Harry, still hovering, started moving forward. He spread his arms out to maintain his balance as he moved, but other than that, he was in full control of the speed and direction of his hovering flight. Okay, so far so good, let's try going a little higher and increasing the speed a bit. Harry focused and he levitated higher. He stopped at about a meter off the floor and then walked through the air with his prototypes. Each step sank down a bit more than he thought, but the prototypes corrected the height a split second after the step was completed. Harry was, quite literally, walking on air. The only problem he'd found so far was balance. He had to be very careful not to upset his center of gravity lest he fall backwards or forwards. He really didn't want to find out how his prototype would respond to such jarring movement right now. This was how Penny found him when she entered the workshop to get Harry for dinner. Her boyfriend, arms spread wide to maintain his balance, was walking around the room. The fact that he was almost 3 meters off the ground was the interesting part of her discovery. With a giggle, she announced her presence to Harry. Penny. Harry beamed at his girlfriend. Pay got them working. It was the flight aspect that I was missing. See that? Penny smiled warmly at him. Can you get down or do I need to help you again? She teased with a raised eyebrow. No, I've got it. Harry waved her off with a grin. Penny watched as Harry walked down the air like he was on a set of invisible stairs. When he reached the floor, he walked over to his work desk. Leaning against the edge, he reached down and unstrapped the prototype from his right leg. Harry removed the left in short order and took both prototypes over to the shelf he kept his projects on. After setting them on a clear space, he made his way to Penny. Ready for dinner? Penny asked, and Harry offered her his arm. She wrapped her arm around his with a smile. Worked up a bit of an appetite, Harry admitted as they closed the hidden workshop's door behind them. Did you have fun at the dueling club? About the same as usual. Penny shrugged. Several of the members thought they could take me on at once. Sadly, their coordination wasn't that great. A bit of smoke and some banishers and the group fell apart. Then it was just a matter of stunning them one after another. By a bit of smoke, you mean you filled the entire area and they couldn't see or breathe very well, Harry remarked, knowing how his girlfriend liked to duel. But like I said, just a bit of smoke. Penny chuckled and Harry joined her. Oh, how he couldn't wait to get his own original spell up and running. He'd make all 3 of his girlfriend's jaws drop when they first saw it. He suppressed his chuckles for now. No need to give Penny any reason to question him. The couple spent dinner chatting about Harry's new prototype, Harry admitting it would need a bit more work to be viable. Penny mentioned he seemed a bit off balance while using it. Harry had agreed. He was wondering if he could perhaps add a connection that would help his balance. Penny had suggested something like a belt to support his center of gravity. Harry had pondered on the feasibility of her suggestion. It did make some sense after all. His center of gravity was what he had to focus on when using his prototype as it was. That could work, Harry mused as he thought about it. There may be a connection from the item, up the legs, to the belt, and perhaps add something to support my back too? I don't think it would hurt. Penny looked thoughtful as well, her eyes looking down while she cutely nibbled on the corner of her lower lip. Harry loved watching Penny think like this. It was quite charming in his opinion. And balance is heavily supported by the cooperation of the legs, center of gravity, and the spine. So supporting all 3 with the item should give you the control you're looking for. So I thought as well, Harry replied, after swallowing a mouthful of food. I'll have to find a proper runic sequence for the back support. I'm fairly sure I can use the ever-balanced talisman I made for Tonks as a base for the belt to support my center of gravity. Harry would make sure to write all of this down in his journal after dinner. It was always good to get his girlfriend's opinions and hear their thoughts on his prototypes and creations. They often came up with good suggestions like this, and the joy of just talking with them was always a plus. First week of May, thank you, Taylor. Harry smiled brightly at the house elf. It was being no problem, young Master Harry. Taylor bounced happily at the praise. She'd just brought Harry one of the wooden crates containing the basilisk scales. It was only a small fraction of the total amount, but Harry didn't need any more for this. So can return home, Taylor, you've done great. Harry praised, and Taylor looked like she might cry from happiness. The house elf popped away, and Harry opened the crate. Just as he'd asked, there was also a roll of the basilisk's hide on top of the scales. Looking over the materials and then turning to look at what he had produced beforehand, the teen artificer smiled at what he was about to attempt. According to the notes and instructions, this should work. Let's get to work. Harry thought to himself as he picked up his rune-enhanced basilisk steel tools. If he did this properly, well, he might just be breaking yet another record. Igniting the forge, he carefully stoked the flames and controlled them with his mana. Once the forge was the proper temperature, Harry placed 2 scales on top of a billet of basilisk steel. Sticking the billet into the forge, he watched and waited for the reactions. It took time, but Harry finally saw the scales deform under the heat and partially melt into the billet. Pulling the billet out, Harry took his hammer and chisel to the orange-hot metal, and proceeded to make a deep indent at the halfway point. When the metal was nearly split by the chisel, Harry placed the tool aside, and then took his hammer to the billet. With precise swings he hammered the billet until it folded over itself. With the fold complete, Harry hammered the billet and scales mix back into a uniform piece of metal. Back into the forge and we'll do it again, Harry thought as he kept the heat of the flames high. Once the billet was orange hot again, he pulled it out and took the chisel to it again. Folding the billet over itself, he then set about hammering it again. Every strike of the hammer imparted his mana directly into the metal. The conquered materials were responding to their owner's will and intent. The tools felt like extensions of him as he used them. It was almost as if Harry was working with the materials barehanded. As he worked, he thought back on the notes and research he'd done to get to this point. Creature craft, as it related to artifice, was much different than the traditional style used by regular enchanters. For creature materials to be used in an artifact, they had to be conquered. If they were not properly conquered, an artifact couldn't be made. The best you could hope for was a very strong enchanted object. The inevitable failure of such a thing could take months, years, or even decades, but it would happen. With properly conquered materials though, an artifact that embodied the aspect of the parts used could be made by one with the proper skill. The main difference of creaturecraft artifice, and the type of artifice Harry had already been doing, was twofold. Firstly, so long as you didn't want to impart any extra magical effect or ability into the artifact that the materials didn't cover, there was no need for any runework. No sequences or arrays were necessary. Secondly, was the symbolism of the materials and the creation process. Symbolism had a much greater degree of effect in creaturecraft than in rune-based artifice. Harry was making use of that symbology heavily in this first creation. He had used basilisk bones to make basilisk carbon steel. Then he'd made his tools from said steel, and enhanced them with runes. Then he'd made more basilisk carbon steel and added the basilisk's own scales into the metal. The symbology of reuniting the basilisk's bones with its scales would impart a far more powerful effect on his creation. Using the tools made with said bones also gave his mana an even greater sync with the item he was crafting. Okay, that's the first billet done, Harry thought to himself as he looked over the cooling metal. To his eyes he could see the magic coming off the billet. It was thick, heavy with intent and very strong. So long as he continued to follow that intent, it would easily mold for him as he was its master. With the first billet finished, Harry prepared the second. The creation of enough of these billets could take as long as necessary. He didn't have to do them all at once. He just needed them to form properly so that he had enough material to work with. "What in the world are you up to now, Harry?" Penny questioned from the doorway of the smithy. Watching a shirtless, sweaty Harry wearing nothing but a leather apron and pants swing his hammer onto metal was a visual treat. Her boyfriend was most certainly developing some rather nice musculature. She'd come to get Harry for lunch and found him deeply entranced in his current work. Penny could literally feel the magic in the air as Harry worked. Each swing of the hammer released a small, barely perceptible pulse to her senses. She imagined that pulse was much stronger for Harry, who was in direct contact with it. "And creaturecraft," Harry absently replied, his focus still almost entirely on his work. "Can you put it on pause for a bit? It's time for lunch," Penny reminded him. Harry nodded, though he didn't turn his head to look at her. A few more swings of the hammer and Harry finished up with the billet he was working on. "At this stage I can create in sections," Harry exhaled as he turned to Penny with a grin. "With the upgrades to my tools, I'll be able to do the long process in sections as well." "Or are you making this time? Boyfriend of mine?" Penny asked curiously, while Harry washed himself up a bit in the bathroom and put his shirt back on. "That's a secret girlfriend of mine," Harry responded with a chuckle. "Though if I complete it to the specifications I want it to be, I'm sure it'll be worth the wait." "Well, aren't you being secretive?" Penny teased as they left the workshop. "Kintis isn't going to end up with you near dead or anything, right?" The tone Penny used when she said this made a slight tremor go up Harry's spine. There was an easily decipherable warning in that tone, and Harry was keen to heed it. "Nope," Harry shook his head. "When I upgraded my tools, I made sure to add a very specific function into one of them. I won't be worrying you three like that again. I promise. Harry looked her straight in the eyes when he said this. Penny heard the sincerity in his words, and she saw the conviction behind his eyes. Her warm brown and his emerald green gazed into each other, and before either of them knew it, their lips had met. They kissed softly for a moment before pulling back with smiles on their lips. All right then. Penny rested her forehead against his. I believe you. Thank you for taking safety precautions. Of course. Harry grinned as they enjoyed their closeness. I didn't exactly enjoy that last incident myself, but I don't regret completing Ethereum. So I wouldn't expect you to. Penny giggled as they resumed their walk to the Great Hall for lunch. Harry would almost immediately return to the hidden workshop after the meal. Penny had a feeling her boyfriend was going to be very attached to his work for the foreseeable future. I'll just have to be distracting every now and then so he doesn't overwork himself again. The head girl thought to herself with a naughty little smile. Harry wiped his brow as he finished the last billet. It had taken him just over a week, almost entirely because of classes taking up his time, but he now had enough material to actually start the creation of his newest item. Honestly, without Penny here next year, he might just skive off classes like potions. It would be more time in the week to work on what he wanted. The fact that he wouldn't have to deal with Snape was just a bonus, really. Maybe I should look into early graduation, Harry mused, and not for the first time at that. He'd long since passed up anything that was taught in the Hogwarts runes or arithmancy classes. He was far ahead in charms and defense against the dark arts. His transfiguration was the best in his year, and probably within the top 10 of all the students. He couldn't care less about potions, at least not with a man-child like Snape teaching the subject. His herbology was also highly graded, and he was sure that he could, at minimum, pass the OWLs for it. He was sure he'd hear some complaints from his study buddies, but he really didn't want to hold himself back by taking classes if he didn't need to for the next 4 years. I'll stay for 1 more year, see how things go. If I do 4 out of 7 years, I'm sure Sirius will agree to me taking the OWLs early. Harry shook his thoughts away. Right now he had the next step to take in his project. He was going to forge all of these billets together into 2 solid pieces of metal. Then he'd start hammering them to stretch them out so they could be molded to form. End of May. Harry had kept his promise to Penny. While he'd spent a good deal of his free time in the hidden workshop, he'd also not hurt himself in the process of creation. The teen artificer had gone to his hidden workshop at least 3 times a day without fail over the last month. Sometimes he was there for hours working, other times he only stayed for a half hour or so. They'd happily had another Hogsmeade date. Penny and Harry ending it in much the same way they did their first one. Letters were exchanged between Harry, Tonks and Fleur regularly as well. The head girl had to admit when Harry promised them something he fully committed to it. Okay Harry, it's been almost a full month. Penny gave him a look as she followed him into the hidden workshop. What has you cooped up in here so often? You're nearly clockwork accurate in how often you come here this past month. Alright, I guess I can show you. Harry chuckled as he led her towards the smithy. It's actually done now, so I wanted to show it off to you anyway. Harry held the door to the smithy open for Penny. She gave him an appreciative smile as she walked into the smithy. She stopped dead as soon as her foot crossed the threshold and touched the floor. She could have sworn she'd heard a snake-like hiss in her ear, or maybe it was in her mind. Her perception of magic had only increased ever since she'd learned Harry's wandless method. She felt the magic in the air. There was some weight on her senses from it. It was cool but ready, a sense of being watched and assessed. What was this? Harry took her hand and made her take another step forward. The sensation disappeared like it had never been there. She blinked and turned to face Harry. What was that? Penny questioned, only now realizing her breathing was slightly heavy. What did you make? Tet. Harry pointed into the smithy and Penny turned her head. There, on what was obviously a transfigured mannequin, was a partial set of armor. The cuirass, pauldrons, falde, and tasses hung on the mannequin. It was sleeker than medieval armor, but clearly based on it. It was probably something that couldn't be forged without magic. All of the armor had a dark black and green hint to the metal. As she walked closer, the hint of color seemed to change as the light struck it differently, and she noticed a pattern to the metal. Even someone that knew little to nothing about magic would be able to tell that this armor wasn't normal. Armor? Penny mumbled as she looked at Harry's creation. Harry, I can feel this with my senses. What did you do? This is like Ethereum but heavier. Teentat, if it passes the full inspection, is going to be the first Skylian Rhine Nathair. Harry smiled at his work. Was that Gaelic? Penny questioned her boyfriend. She didn't know Harry knew Gaelic. He'd never mentioned it before. So I asked McGonagall for the translation. Harry grinned at her fondly. It means, Serpent King's Scales. As long as I'm pronouncing it correctly, I thought it was a fitting name. But why Scottish Gaelic for the name? Penny asked, not seeing the reason for it. Because this was Slytherin's basilisk, which lived under Hogwarts, which is a magical school in Scotland. I conquered it here. So I thought a Scottish Gaelic name would be fitting. I like the connection, basically. Harry shrugged at her. I didn't know you were the sentimental type, Harry. Penny fluttered her eyelashes at him. Only for you three and my creations. Harry fired back with a grin. Penny winked at him before asking her next question. How did you work that scale pattern into the metal? That seems a bit too artsy for you. Penny motioned to the scale pattern. Believe it or not, that formed naturally when I quenched it. Harry scratched at his hair. And I think the creature craft and the symbolism I used affected the magic of the armor heavily. It sort of reformed itself to emulate the basilisk that it used to be. Should be all but spellproof though, and tougher than any non-magical metal too. I'm calling it Basilisk Scale Mail, since you are such a teenage boy. Penny laughed, unable to contain her mirth. Oi, it's a cool name. Harry huffed at the blonde. Oh, Harry, sometimes I forget that we're not the same age with how mature you are. Penny chuckled as she slowly got her laughter under control. It's nice to know that you haven't thrown away your inner child. Why would I do that? Harry questioned as he pointed to the armor. My inner child is what comes up with cool ideas like this. He smirked at Penny and was pulled into a hug by the, once again, giggling girl. He returned the warm embrace and they pecked each other's lips gently before they pulled apart. Well, how long did this take to make though? Penny questioned as she walked around to get a look at the armor from all sides. Around 148 hours, maybe 150 total. Harry looked to be quickly doing the math in his head. So by comparison to Ethereum, which I did all at once, about twice the length of time in total, about 6 days as compared to 3. Penny nodded in understanding. Would that make it twice as strong as Ethereum too? Harry took on a thinking pose as he went over the numbers in his head. If I take my total mana for the month, factor in that I never went into magical exhaustion, then we add the total amount of time I worked on it. Penny raised her eyebrow as Harry seemed to be running through a combination of math and arithmancy in his head. If Ethereum was around 16,000, then Skylian Re Nathair would probably have an innate mana amount of about 30,000, maybe 31,000. That's crazy, Harry, Penny gasped at the amount of mana the armor had. This has to be another greater artifact. I doubt it. Harry shook his head. When he saw the confused look on Penny's face, he explained. And true artifacts are graded on 4 criteria, remember? Function, effect, durability, and power are what determine an artifact's grade. Skylian Re Nathair has function, durability, and power down and secured, but it has no effect beyond being a very good bit of armor. With a 0 on one of the 4 criteria, it automatically gets only 75% at best, meaning it probably only earns the median grade. You've really thought about this, haven't you? Penny asked with an amused grin. Yeah, I'm an artificer, I kinda need to know this stuff. Harry jokingly rolled his eyes. Do you think you'll be called in to be a judge for a panel yourself soon? Penny teased her boyfriend. Not while I'm still in school, probably. Harry pondered on the possibility. Though maybe in the summer they could reach out to me about it? Who knows? Won't this armor stop fitting you soon though? You're in your growth spurt years, Harry. Penny questioned as she noted the armor's size. Oh, you know how I can do magical sewing? Harry grinned proudly. Yes, the scarf and mittens you made for me still work after all. Penny nodded, wondering what her boyfriend looked so proud about. Would you believe that you can apply the Grow With You feature to armor if you change the application method during its creation? Harry's grin widened as Penny gaped at him. How? Penny moved into his personal space, her curiosity firing on all cylinders. For cloth, its shrinking charms woven into the fabric that fade away over time. How could you do that to spell-proof armor? I told you, it's a different application method. Harry chortled at Penny's expression, and I forged excess material into the armor as I made it. Compressing magical materials into themselves isn't as hard as you might think, so long as they're all the same material at least. You never cease to amaze, do you, Harry? Penny chuckled softly, moving her hair behind her ear. I try not to. Harry nodded faux sagely. But, if this is an artifact, how did you just stop working on it? I thought artifacts came undone if you didn't finish them all at once. Penny looked confused again. That's why you had to work on Ethereum so consistently that you hurt yourself, right? And that's the new function I told you about. Harry smiled softly at her. He picked up his rune-enhanced basilisk steel hammer and placed it on the anvil, head flat against the metal. Penny looked closer when she noticed the light bluish glow coming from both tools. When hammer and anvil are like this, whatever material that I'm working on that is kept between them maintains a state of stasis for up to 12 hours. It only activates when I let go of the hammer, and I have to charge the hammer and anvil with my mana for this effect to work. That's why I had to come back here like clockwork, as you put it. I had to work on the armor a bit, not only because I wanted to, but to reset the timer, so to speak. That's brilliant, Harry. Penny beamed at him before pressing a kiss to his cheek. I'm fairly certain you could apply a similar effect to a ward scheme and make a large area have the same property. But seeing as I have no current plans to make any giant artifacts, I figured this small-scale version would do. Harry grinned at his girlfriend. Knowing you, Harry, you'll need to look into wards like those in the future, I'm sure. Penny giggled, covering her mouth with her hand to try and prevent full-blown laughter. Maybe I will. Harry grossed his arms and stuck his nose into the air. Penny lost her fight and burst into uproarious laughter. Harry quickly joined her. Being snooty, even pretending, was so not for him. Current mana levels: Harry, Tonks, Penelope, Fleur, Chapter, Letters, and a busy summer. And I'm willing to trade some of my magic for some of yours. Harry finished writing the letter he was planning to send to the Owl post office in Diagon Alley. He couldn't use a school owl for this letter, as it would be leaving Britain, which the school owls were trained not to do. He also didn't want Hedwig gone for so long either, so the owl post it was. Folding up the letter and placing it in an envelope, Harry sealed it with a wax seal. Flipping the now sealed envelope over, Harry wrote the address, well, the name of where he wanted the letter to go at any rate. Witches and wizards weren't exactly into specific addresses for some of their locations. With his letter complete, the teen artificer headed up to the Hogwarts Owlery to send it. He stayed to watch the school owl fly off towards Diagon before heading down to finish packing. And you have everything, Harry? Penny questioned, seeing her boyfriend with only his normal trunk. I had Taylor come and take everything from the workshop here to my smithy at home. So this is all that's left, Harry answered as they made their way towards the carriages that would take them to Hogsmeade Station. How does it feel to graduate? Good, if a little sad. Penny smiled as she looked at Hogwarts while they got further from the castle. I spent 7 years here. It's like leaving a second home. And makes sense. Harry nodded as he took her hand. Next year is going to be boring without you. And sure, you'll be all right. Penny chuckled as she squeezed his hand gently. I better not hear about you missing meals and classes to do your own work, mister. She won't be head girl anymore, what do you care? Harry chortled and Penny sighed at him. I won't miss meals, but I can't promise not to skive off potions. Harry smirked at the thought of ditching Snape and his attempts to antagonize him. I'll allow it. Penny giggled as she leaned against him. Harry leaned against her too, and the couple enjoyed the ride to the Hogwarts Express. The train ride back to King's Cross in London was normal enough. Harry's study buddies came by to chat for a bit. Penny's friends and fellow graduates stole Penny for a bit to talk and wish each other well. The rest of the time was Harry and Penny simply relaxing and snuggling with each other. They refrained from getting handsy with each other, in case anyone else came knocking at their compartment. A small gathering to celebrate Penny's graduation had been planned by her family for the next weekend. Harry and Sirius had been invited to the party by Edward at platform 9 3/4. Tonks's and Fleur's invitations were being mailed out as soon as the Clearwater family got home. Both Harry and Sirius had happily agreed to come, and Penny had kissed his cheek before she and Edward left. In a quick flu trip, Sirius and Harry were back home at Wood End Cottage. The two would spend the rest of the afternoon and evening catching up. Taylor was overjoyed to have Harry back and went all out with dinner that night. Harry went to bed that night with a smile on his face. July 4th morning. Harry rolled his shoulders a bit as he waited for the swordsmanship instructor that Sirius had hired to teach Harry the basics of using a sword. He'd considered asking the dwarves, but realized that humans and dwarves were simply built differently. Dwarves were shorter, but built sturdy, with dense musculature, and therefore would have a different fighting style that would play to their strengths. So a human instructor would be better for Harry to learn from. Mr. Potter, good to meet you. A man Harry had never seen before approached with Sirius at his side. He was probably around 50 or so, maybe a bit older, but he certainly didn't look a day over 30. Magic was once again showing its ability to extend the longevity of wizards and witches. The man had dark brown hair, cut short, and a neatly trimmed mustache. His eyes were a sharp green, and his complexion was slightly darker than normal for British wizards. He was tan, Harry realized, as if this wizard spent time outside of Britain fairly often. in a warmer climate with more sun than was normal for the United Kingdom. The man was also wearing fairly casual clothing, a short-sleeved shirt in gray with black trousers and leather boots. "My name is Weldon Rivers, and I've been hired by Lord Black to instruct you in the use of the sword." "Nice to meet you, sir." Harry greeted his instructor with a short bow. "Well, if you're ready, we can get right into it?" Weldon asked, and Harry nodded. Sirius watched on with a grin as Weldon pulled a small bag from his pocket. The instructor flicked his wand at it, and it grew to its proper size. From within the bag, 2 wooden practice swords, in the shape of a broadsword, were removed. "Here you are, Mr. Potter." Weldon handed Harry one of the wooden swords, and Harry took it. "Show me how you would hold a sword like this." When Harry held the sword, Weldon looked at his grip unimpressed. With a swipe of his own wooden sword, Harry's was knocked from the teen's hands. "We'll need to start with the very basics." Harry learned quite a bit from his first lesson with Weldon. The man had taught him how to properly hold a sword first. Then he showed him a one-handed grip for the same sword, while explaining the different reasons for why a sword needed to be held a certain way. When Harry had left his unoccupied hand off to the side of his torso, Weldon had asked why he was keeping it there. "No reason, really," Harry replied to his instructor. "Isn't it fine? Wait, if you want to get your left hand cut off, it's great." Weldon responded with a shrug and a flat look at his student. Harry had sheepishly shaken his head, and Weldon chuckled. "Or if you're using a one-handed grip, the free hand should be kept at your waist, your elbow bent. This keeps your hand from being a target. It also keeps your form together, preventing your arm from flailing and becoming a target as well." Harry nodded as he took the stance to Weldon's specifications. From there, Harry was shown basic swings and blocks, along with footwork. Weldon had him practice these over and over again, until their lesson ended 2 hours after it had begun. "Thank you for the lesson, Mr. Rivers." Harry nodded to the wizard. "And I'll see you on Wednesday morning at the same time, Mr. Potter," Weldon informed Harry. "We'll meet every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for the duration of your summer break. I dare say we might have you at least competent in that time." Weldon chuckled before heading off with Sirius to use the flue. With a couple hours left of the morning, Harry went to his smithy and jotted down some new notes. He was still constructing the attachments to his flight item at the moment. If he was lucky, he should be able to get the articulated gauntlets made over the summer to finish his spell ward gauntlets and get them out of the prototype stage. Completing the next and semi-final project would see Regalia being completed. Well, the first incarnation of Regalia at any rate. "Harry!" Fleur's beautiful voice called out just after lunch. Harry felt a bright smile form as he turned to see his Vila girlfriend. She'd obviously come through the flue in the living room. Fleur, as always, looked amazing. She was wearing a dark beige button-up shirt and black 3/4 pants, with navy blue shoes with a low heel. Harry was in his bedroom jotting down notes on his semi-final project when she'd appeared in the doorway. "Fleur!" Harry stood from his desk and welcomed her with open arms. The two embraced and held each other close for a bit. "I missed you," Harry murmured into her ear. "And missed you too." Fleur tightened her hug and kissed his ear. Harry hugged her tighter in return. "And I still love my gift." She smiled beautifully as she pulled back and held up her right hand. On her wrist was the charm bracelet he'd made for her. "I'm glad." Harry smiled fondly at her. "It looks amazing on you, just like everything else." Fleur pecked his lips for the compliment. "Lay down with me," Fleur requested as she took his hand and pulled him towards his bed. Harry wasn't about to refuse, and the two were soon cuddling after Fleur kicked off her shoes. They lay there just holding each other, sharing the occasional kiss, while murmuring sweet things to each other. Harry had wandlessly closed and locked his door a few moments after they'd gotten into the bed. He didn't need Sirius thinking this would be the perfect time for a prank or something. Even with nothing heavy going on, Harry just wanted to lay here with Fleur in his arms without interruption. Fleur seemed to be of the same mind as she held him close. "Besides holding each other, did you also come for your first lesson today?" Harry asked softly as his hand slowly moved up and down Fleur's back. The silver blonde smiled into his neck and left a kiss there. When she pulled back to look at him, a warm smile was on her face. "Oui, I'm so glad you three have welcomed me so completely, mon amour." Fleur gently rested her forehead against Harry's. "Of course, Fleur, we love you." Harry replied, their gazes meeting as love and affection practically poured from each of them. Fleur always felt her heart flutter when Harry said that. Knowing it wasn't her allure causing those words made all the difference for Fleur. She leaned forward and kissed her boyfriend. Harry returned the kiss, and the two enjoyed their lip lock for several moments. "I'm ready to learn, Harry." Fleur beamed at him when she released his lips. One learn you shall love. Harry pecked her forehead gently and Fleur giggled. Her boyfriend was so doting, and she adored him all the more for it. They pulled away from each other and sat across from one another on his bed. Do you know any occlumency, Fleur? Only the beginnings, I haven't gotten very far yet, Fleur informed him. She was curious how this alternate occlumency was different than what she had started learning. Do you know how to meditate? Harry questioned, and Fleur nodded. It was the most common suggestion to reach the first step of clearing your mind in occlumency. Start with meditation, but instead of clearing your mind, focus on magic. What type of magic? Fleur tilted her head as she asked. Your magic. Harry grinned at her. All you should be focused upon is your magic. You want it, you're meditating for it, you're seeking it. Let that be your only drive. No other thoughts or distractions, no other goals, just your magic. All right. Fleur took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. She closed her eyes and inhaled. A soft exhale followed, and then a lighter inhale. Fleur's breathing evened out as she slowly centered herself. Seeing Fleur sinking into her meditation, Harry joined her. It had been a little bit since the last time he'd checked on his own occlumency. Yeah, about the same as last time, Harry mused as his mind's eye showed him his core surrounded by the thick, steel-like brambles completely. There were no gaps anymore. Taking a moment, Harry changed his perspective to the outside of his defense. The brambles were a complete sphere, as they had been for some time. The sphere was layer upon layer of the brambles, no gaps as the thorny vines entwined and coiled around each other, growing over each layer with more and more brambles. The initial roots that had branched off from his core to his body had grown much thicker. They were also joined by several dozen more such roots that extended out in all directions. This natural defense of his mind seemed to only be growing stronger as his mana increased. He'd bet that any legilimency used on him would have no effect nowadays. Honestly, I wonder if any mental spell would work on me, Tonks, or Penny anymore. With this much defense, would the spells even be able to get through to affect our minds and magic? Harry emerged from his introspection a short time later. Opening his eyes, he noticed Fleur still in her meditation. With a soft smile, he simply sat and waited for her to finish. Just gazing at his beautiful girlfriends was a favored pastime of his after all. Several minutes later, and Fleur's breathing changed. Her eyes opened a moment later and she blinked a few times. Welcome back. Harry smiled softly at her. How'd it go? Think I found my magic, maybe? Fleur seemed unsure and was looking to Harry for help and explanation. Did you see the little blue, white, and purple-black spheres of light? Harry inquired, knowing that both Tonks and Penny had discovered their own magic in much the same state as his. There may also have been some silvery gray ones that were slightly larger mixed in. Well, I don't know why, but all of the spheres of light I saw were the silvery gray ones, Fleur told him, and Harry's eyes widened while his eyebrows shot up as high as they would go. All of them? Harry gaped at his girlfriend slightly. Yes? Fleur was very confused about her discovery. Harry was puzzled and started thinking. He considered everything he knew from the small sample size he had to work with. He then compared what he knew with what he knew about Fleur. The most obvious answer, and quite possibly the right one, came to him in short order. Fleur, as a Vila, you have innate wandless abilities with fire magics, right? Harry questioned her as he pondered. We, all Vila do. Fleur confirmed, and Harry took this confirmation into consideration. After a moment of thought, Harry offered up his best hypothesis. That could very well be the reason. Harry spoke up and began to lay out his thoughts for her. Since Vila have that innate wandless ability, it could very well be that their mana is already more balanced than a witch or wizard's is. Where Tonks, Penny, and I had to merge the blue, white, and purple-black spheres together to form the silvery gray ones, it might be that a Vila's mana exists in that state naturally. If that's true, you can skip the first merging step and move on to the second merging to create your core. I'll try. Fleur nodded to Harry. He leaned forward and captured her lips for a gentle kiss. For luck. Harry smiled at Fleur. Merci, Harry. Fleur gave him that warm, beautiful smile he adored before she closed her eyes and began to even out her breathing again. Harry was content to sit and wait for Fleur to finish. There wasn't a single doubt in his mind that she'd form her core. He knew Fleur. She was brilliant, and she worked hard to understand magic. If anyone could complete core formation with this unknown variable thrown into the mix, Harry would put his money on Fleur. Harry sat, waited, and just gazed on Fleur's beauty for minute after minute. He didn't worry about the time, it didn't matter. All that mattered was being here for Fleur when she finished her core formation. He knew from experience that she'd be exhausted. She'd probably curl up on the bed and sleep almost immediately. He'd be there to hold her close as she rested and got her energy back from the arduous process. A sharp gasp drew Harry's attention to Fleur's eyes about an hour after she'd started meditating. His girlfriend's lovely blue eyes were open and she looked at him with amazement. Then she promptly gained a look of utter exhaustion. Harry pulled her into his arms and lay back on the bed. "Tired," Fleur mumbled, as she snuggled closer to Harry and quickly dozed off. "That's about right." Harry chuckled softly as he held Fleur. With a grin, Harry kissed Fleur's cheek and decided to doze off with her. It would be about 2 hours later when he was awoken by gentle kisses from his girlfriend. "Welcome back, love." He smiled at her. "Thank you, mon amour," Fleur purred as she claimed his lips again. The two enjoyed a deep kiss for a bit before separating. "And I feel different. I'm stronger, maybe?" She looked confused on how to describe having a core now. "Yeah, that's your magic syncing up with your body," Harry explained as Fleur straddled him. "And after some time you can check your occlumency and tell me what form it takes. Mine is brambles, Tonks's is water, and Penny's is metal. I think with your fire alignment your defense might be a literal hellscape of flames." "Possibly." Fleur giggled even as her hands reached up and began undoing the buttons of her shirt. "Why don't we celebrate our new betrothal, mon amour?" With that, Fleur opened her shirt to reveal a cute black bra that might have been a little too small on her large bosom. "We can do that." Harry smiled lovingly at her, and Fleur giggled as she unhooked her bra and tossed it aside with her shirt. Her large breasts bounced in freedom, and Harry quickly trailed his hands up her trim stomach to cup them both. Fleur mewled happily as Harry massaged her and played with her light pink nipples. She gasped and cooed as Harry took one of them into his mouth and began to pleasure it. She ground into his hips as they explored further into their physical intimacy. It would be another hour before they left Harry's room. Fleur headed home to rest for the rest of the day after their fun. Pants had stayed on, for both of them to stay in control and not go too far. But the skin-on-skin contact of their chests pressing together as they kissed and held, or just outright groped, each other had been amazing. Sirius had wiggled his eyebrows after Fleur had left, and Harry hit him with a stinging hex. Sirius had just started laughing while a red-faced Harry made his way out to his smithy until dinner was ready. It was the next day when an unknown owl landed at Wood End Cottage. Sirius cast almost a dozen different detection charms on it before he tried to retrieve it. The owl wouldn't let him take the letter and held out its leg to Harry. With a nod from Sirius, Harry took hold of the letter and flipped it over. He grinned when he saw the name in the upper left-hand corner of the envelope. The teen artificer opened the letter and set the envelope aside, along with what looked like a small, carved stone. He started reading while Sirius looked on curiously. Leaning forward, Sirius read the front of the envelope. "Harry, why did you get a letter from Ouagadougou?" Sirius questioned his godson curiously. "A Denemagus method of Europe is asinine, that's why," Harry quipped as he read the letter, and a bright grin came to his face. "Sirius, can we have a special guest come over in a week or so?" "Joe, right, mister. What's going on?" Sirius had a sterner tone than normal as he looked expectantly at Harry. While Sirius was usually the fun-loving godfather to Harry, he also knew when to be serious and adult with him. Harry willingly handed over the letter to Sirius to let him read it. "Letter from Ouagadougou, dear Artificer Potter. It came as quite a surprise for the entire faculty here at Ouagadougou to receive your letter. We were pleased to receive it, however, and thank you for your kind words about our school. Regarding your request to learn the Animagus transformation from one of our professors during your break from school, we have asked, and Professor Mukisa, one of our senior transfiguration professors, has agreed to your request to trade some of your magic for some of ours. As you stated in your letter to us, if you have capability with wandless magic as you indicated in your letter and are not solely reliant on your wand, as most of your European peers are, then you should have little trouble learning the transformation. On the second parchment, Professor Mukisa will outline his request of you in exchange for his instruction. If you accept his terms, simply write back to us. Place the messenger stone in the envelope and seal it. Simply speak the word Tuma, and the letter will reappear in Professor Mukisa's office here at Ouagadougou. Nakutaki Amema, Babajid Akingbate Headmaster, Ouagadougou. End letter. Harry was quick to read over the second parchment with Professor Mukisa's requested compensation. Harry exhaled, almost snorted, when he saw exactly what he expected on the parchment. It was a single short request for an artifact to be made for the professor. He would even provide the main material himself. Honestly, it wasn't a bad deal. If he had the material, Harry could forge out an artifact, minor grade most likely, over the course of a week or two. It was made easier by the type that the professor wanted. Ain't I need to get Skyly and Rye Nathair inspected anyway. I'm damn sure I'll shock any panel they send if I present 2 artifacts for inspection at the same time. Harry chuckled to himself as Sirius put down the letter. What's this about 2 artifacts? Sirius looked stunned at his godson. Ethereum nearly killed you. I won't have you risking your life like that, Harry. Sirius, I'm going to be honest with you. Harry spoke politely, his tone calm and almost professional. I believe my method of enchanting and artifice may be intrinsically better than what one can learn from books or the methods that are currently in use. Not only have I not come across any method exactly like it in any of my research, I believe it may be completely unknown to anyone else in the world. Not only that, but I've also upgraded my tools greatly. All of them are now enhanced with arrays I devised myself, strengthened by magical metals that I transmuted myself, and most of them are forged from basilisk carbon steel that I conquered myself. I'm almost 14, Sirius, yet I've developed my own style of enchanting and artifice already, and continue to experiment and improve. Harry, what are you trying to say? Sirius looked a mix of proud and confused. He reached out and gently placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. You can tell me anything, Harry, you know that. Sirius, if my armor and this artifact that Professor Mukisa wants me to make for him are both certified as true artifacts, that'll put me at 4 artifacts to my name, by age 14. Master Trevisan, the head of Italy's Enchanter Guild, is older than Dumbledore, has been an artificer for over 90 years, and only has 4 true artifacts to his name. I'm advancing and developing at a terrifying rate because of my method. Yet I feel like if I don't advance that something bad will happen. I don't know where this feeling comes from, but it's always there. It's been lingering in the back of my mind since April. I guess I'm worried about the future. Harry exhaled heavily as he shared a secret he'd kept from everyone for the last few months. Harry, Sirius pulled his godson into a hug. No matter what happens, I will always be here, on your side. No matter what may come, you have my support. Never forget that. Thank you, Sirius. Harry hugged his godfather back and felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders a bit. If you want to learn the Animagus transformation the Wagadu way, then I completely support you. Let me know when you'd like Professor Mukisa to come and I'll make sure we have the guest room ready. Sirius grinned at him. You're the best, Sirius. Harry smiled at his godfather. Indeed I am, Sirius chortled as he ruffled Harry's hair. Oi, Harry grimaced as he batted at Sirius' hand and tried to straighten his hair a bit. I'll call Tonks and Penny over for tomorrow, Sirius mentioned with a teasing grin. You obviously need some cheering up from this weird feeling. If your lovely ladies can't do it, then I fear we'll have to take you St. Mungo's for clinical paranoia. And not crazy, Sirius. Harry raised his hands, palms up, while giving Sirius a flat stare. Exactly what a crazy person would say. Sirius playfully accused. So you looking for a hexing, Sirius? Harry cocked an eyebrow at the older man. You think you can take on a marauder, godson of mine? Sirius pulled his wand and gave it a twirl. I know I can, Harry declared as he sent a tickling charm at Sirius. The marauder promptly batted it away and retaliated with a jellylegs jinx. Harry snuffed it out with a swipe of his hand. I'll never defeat Padfoot of the Marauders, Sirius called dramatically as he leapt away and dashed out of the kitchen. Bet! Harry yelled as he gave chase. Once more Wood End Cottage was filled with laughter and joy as godfather and godson playfully tussled. Anyone that didn't know the situation would instantly think that Sirius and Harry were father and son. It was a heartwarming scene that had Taylor, the only witness, crying happy tears. Current mana levels: Harry, 6,754 Tonks, 8,438 Penelope, 7,196 Fleur, 7,622. Chapter 32. Animagus and Artifact. Harry grinned, sitting in the living room. As he waited for Sirius to return from the leaky cauldron with Professor Mukisa, the man had sent an owl when he'd arrived, and just needed Sirius to come and bring him to Wood End Cottage. The teen artificer was looking forward to learning a much better and faster version of the Animagus transformation. Not to mention he was eager to see what material the professor was bringing him to make into an artifact. All he'd mentioned in the letter was that it was from a certain magical creature. At the moment, Harry was simply going over some of his notes and working out more of his first original spell. Adding effects to a spell, or blending effects together, was tricky business in spellcraft. Harry was still working out how to integrate the different spells that would make up the base of his own spell. So far he was making slow progress, but while magic was varied and versatile, a balance did have to be maintained or any spell would fall apart. Thinking about it in those terms, it wasn't all that different from enchanting and artifice. Unfortunately, Harry didn't possess his own unique method for spellcraft like he did for artificing. The flames in the fireplace flared green, and Sirius emerged from the flue. He moved aside while smiling at Harry, and another man came through. The green flames died down, and Harry stood up to meet the man. He was tall, probably around 183 centimeters. The man had short black hair, dark skin, and looked rather broad. As their guest waved his hand, the soot from the flue vanished from his clothes. The top of the outfit appeared to be a cross between a robe and tunic, with multicolored designs on them that Harry couldn't even begin to guess the meanings of. The man wore regular pants in a dark brown color as well. His feet were adorned in leather shoes, and he had sharp brown eyes. "Greetings, Artificer Potter, I am Professor Mukisa from Ouagadougou." Mukisa introduced himself with a slight bow. "It's good to meet you, Professor Mukisa. I'm Harry Potter." Harry introduced himself with his own slight bow. "Let's get you settled, Professor. Then you and Harry can work out your agreement." Sirius offered, and Mukisa agreed. The two men left the living room towards the guest room. Harry had a good feeling about these lessons. He'd be sure to share them with Tonks, Penny, and Fleur, but that did bring up the question of if Vila could become animagi. That was something else to look into during this busy summer. Less than an hour later found Harry and Mukisa speaking in the living room. It was time to finalize their agreement and start their respective work. The two had some tea from Taylor to drink as they chatted, and Sirius was sitting in a chair to watch over the deal. "You'll need to brew the required potion yourself, Mr. Potter." Mukisa explained the first portion of the Ouagadougou way of learning the animagus transformation. "I'll instruct you in the process, of course, and once it has been correctly brewed, we'll move on to the next step." "Is it a difficult potion to brew, Professor?" Harry questioned the man curiously. He didn't much care for potions after all. That was exacerbated further by Snape being the potions professor at Hogwarts. "A potion is not especially difficult, it merely requires ingredients that are harder to come by in Europe as opposed to Africa. You'll brew 2 doses and take 1 in the morning and 1 after nightfall. After that, it is merely a matter of letting your animal self appear to you in your dreams. From there comes the longest part of the process, taking control of the beast and thereby taking on its form at will. Some beasts are more docile, which take the student less time to bring to heel and control. Other beasts will fight you every step of the way and will take much longer to subdue." Mukisa explained the general process of the Ouagadougou animagus method, and still much better, and far simpler, than the European version. Harry chuckled as he briefly went over all the ridiculous steps and requirements of the European version in his head. "I guess I should see the materials you've brought for me to use and explain the process of artifice a bit. It is the payment you've asked for from me. Sent that would be much appreciated, Artificer Potter." Mukisa smiled as he pulled a moleskin pouch out of the inner pocket of his tunic-like robe. Reaching inside, the professor pulled out a long, straight wooden branch. It was rather thick as well, being so large that the professor could barely get his hand around it. Harry blinked at the large piece of wood. To his eyes, the branch had magic covering it like smoke or mist. Mukisa wasn't done, however. The man then pulled out 2 crooked horns and placed them on the coffee table next to the branch. To Harry's surprise, Mukisa reached into the moleskin pouch again and brought out a bag. When he opened the bag, it was revealed to be full of black and white feathers. Both of the crooked horns, as well as the feathers in the bag, all gave off a magic haze. Harry could easily see that the haze from the items all flowed towards Mukisa, a sure sign that he was the master of all 3 materials. "What have you brought me?" Harry asked as he looked more closely at the 3 items. "And the branch of an ancient baobab tree that was planted by my ancestors on the land that would become our families to this day. The horns of an abada, sometimes associated with the unicorn since their horns act as antidote to most poisons, and can also cure most diseases, both magical and not. Finally, these are the feathers of an impundulu that attacked the village my family lives in last year." Mukisa pointed to each material as he identified them for Harry. Yes, I can create an artifact with these materials." Harry nodded while examining one of the crooked horns. "So curing of poisons and disease, a magical branch, and feathers that seem to have an affinity towards electricity, or perhaps lightning?" "Yes, an impundulu is also known as a lightning bird. They are vampiric in their feeding and can be controlled through certain rituals by the traditional witchcraft of South African tribes like the Pondo, Asa, and Zulu. Why one came to attack our village is still unknown. As far as we're aware, we've done nothing to warrant such an attack." Mukisa told the story of the material and how he'd come to acquire it. Aini slayed the impundulu with a whip of fire, the bird's only known weakness. "It's a good thing you did." Harry looked at his soon-to-be animagus teacher. "Whether you knew it or not, you entered into a rite of conquest with the impundulu and the abada. So when you slayed them, their bodies were conquered by you. All of their magic remained within them, and now it can be crafted into an artifact. If you had just brought me the horns and feathers after collecting them or buying them, then I wouldn't have been able to do much more than perhaps make an enchanted item for you. About how long will it take to craft the artifact? Mukisa inquired of his newest student. In a bit over a week, maybe 2, Harry replied as he took one of the feathers in hand and looked at it more closely. Excellent. Mukisa chuckled at the timeline. And we should have no troubles getting you well on your way to being an animagi in that time. Really? Harry blinked in surprise at the speed that Mukisa was suggesting he could learn the animagus transformation. Of course, you didn't think you'd learn the whole process in a day or something, did you? Mukisa grinned, a small chortle escaping the tall man. I was expecting it to take longer, honestly. Harry shook his head. He was pleased that it wouldn't take up the whole summer at the very least. Not to worry, I've brought all the ingredients we need for you to brew the potion for yourself. I'll be instructing you on its creation and then helping you as much as possible with getting your animal self under control, Mukisa informed the teen. Can't wait. Harry chuckled, and Mukisa joined him along with Sirius. So it went that the very next morning Harry was in the kitchen learning to brew the Wagadu animagus potion. He made sure to listen closely while also writing down every ingredient, the amounts used, when to add them, the heat required, when to stir the potion, including the number of times and in which direction. Every step was meticulously transcribed so that Harry could share his new knowledge with his girlfriends later. Now, take note of the time, Harry. Mukisa motioned to the clock in the kitchen. And the last step is to let the potion simmer for 24 hours. If you take it off the heat before the 24 hours are up, then the potion will be ruined and you'll have to start again. Harry looked at the time, 26 minutes after 11 in the morning, and noted it down. Most brewers will leave the potion on the heat for an extra minute or two, just to be on the safe side. This is recommended as the extra minutes will not negatively affect the potion. And shall right. Harry nodded as he stepped back from the small cauldron and left it to simmer. I suppose it's time for me to start holding up my end of our deal. He motioned for Mukisa to follow him out to the smithy. Once the two were sat inside the workspace, Harry had Mukisa place the 3 materials down on the work table. Now, since the artifact's form isn't up to me, tell me what you want it to be. Ideally, I'd like a staff, one that can be used as an amplifying focus if possible. Mukisa laid out his desire for the artifact. So I see, that's not impossible, though with these materials it would only really amplify healing magics and lightning-based spells. I might be able to work in a tertiary ability based on the materials too, but I'm not 100% sure on that, so I won't make any promises. Harry informed his animagus teacher. So much amplification are you expecting? Mukisa questioned, curious as to how strong the artifact would make said spells. Based on the materials, I'd expect you to be able to heal most any sickness or poisoning. Also, injuries shouldn't be much of a problem as long as they're not mortal wounds. You might even be able to use a single spell on multiple people with this artifact as your focus. As for the amplification to lightning-based spells, those would be more directly proportional to how much innate mana the artifact holds. Since these materials were all conquered by you, I may be a bit limited as to how much of my magic I can impart to strengthen the artifact as I craft it. Harry informed the man honestly. Artificing for others would always hold a limit in creature craft, simply because the material's master wasn't the artificer. That's acceptable. Mukisa agreed, and the man's eyes had a bit of a far-off look. It seemed to Harry that he was already planning uses for the artifact once he had it. Do you want it bound to your bloodline? Harry asked the man pointedly. That was another layer of complexity, but one that Harry had experience with. You can do that? Mukisa looked surprised, and Harry simply nodded in response. Then yes. I'd like to keep this artifact within my family. Then at some point during the creation process I'll need your freely given blood. Harry saw Mukisa's shoulders stiffen at his words and knew it was a hardwired response for most magicals. Freely given blood was one of the most powerful mediums to use for all sorts of spells and rituals. It wasn't something you just handed to anyone, not even people you knew. It is the only way for me to bind the artifact to your bloodline. You are more than welcome to be there when I do so, and ensure all of the blood is used or destroyed to your own satisfaction. He tried to placate the tense wizard. Very well. Mukisa exhaled heavily. Son, I will do so. Thank you for your trust, Professor. Harry gave a small bow to the man. I'll begin drawing up the plans now if you'd like to relax inside. Mukisa gave a nod to his student and stood up from his seat. In just a few moments he left the smithy so that Harry could work in peace. The next morning, at 11:45, Harry portioned out 2 vials of the animagus potion and stoppered one of them. The other he looked at warily. It was thick, had a dark green color, and didn't smell good. Mukisa motioned for him to drink it, and Harry heard Sirius snicker in the background. With a grimace, Harry upended the vial and drank down the contents. It was bitter, tasted horrible, and Harry forced himself not to retch. With a deep exhale he set the empty vial aside. "And now we wait until nightfall before you drink the second one, Harry," Mukisa reminded the teen with a smile. Harry gave a half smile at best in return, prompting both Mukisa and Sirius to laugh. Harry returned to his work for the rest of the day, while Mukisa and Sirius went out together to see the sights for the African wizard. Harry had the plans for the staff drawn up and was ready to begin the creation process. The first thing he was going to do was make a solid bar of Sylvan. This would be the core for the staff, and what he'd transcribe the majority of the runes on to enable the staff to function as a focus. Once he formed the bar, then he'd proceed to shape it into a pole. From there the actual transcribing could begin. With his plan set, Harry fired up his forge and gathered some of the ingots of Sylvan he'd made. Honestly, he was starting to run out of space to store the amount of various ingots he'd already made. He stashed them away, saving them for future projects shortly after transmuting them. But it was better to have the materials than not, at least in Harry's opinion anyway. That night, Harry drank the second round of the Animagus potion. He, once again, forced himself not to retch and breathed heavily after drinking it. Mukisa told him that he would probably have a vivid dream about his animal self tonight, and to make sure he remembered as many details as possible. It would all help him on his path to becoming an animagi. Harry wondered how vivid the dream would be, and if he'd be able to remember it. He was usually 50-50 on remembering anything about his dreams. Dark, the smell of a forest, moving along, quick and sure. He was fleet of foot and following the trail his senses had picked up. Without warning he was in the middle of the dark forest. In front of him, hidden by the gloom, was a pair of bright eyes that seemed to glow. He couldn't make out much more though, the darkness too heavy and obscuring the rest of the creature's form. There was a strange noise and then a falling sensation. Huh? Harry startled awake and blinked at seeing the sun coming through the windows of his bedroom. Okay, so when Mukisa said vivid dream he meant vivid. What was that though? A forest, dark as if it was night, but I could navigate easily. What kind of animal was it though? Unable to piece together exactly what his form could be, Harry got out of bed and headed for breakfast. After breakfast Mukisa asked Harry about any dreams he may have had. After relaying what he remembered to his teacher, Harry waited for the man to think. Mukisa looked thoughtful, mulling over Harry's words and the description of his dream. He had experience with dozens and dozens of students becoming animagi, and was pulling from that experience to try and help Harry figure out his animal form. I'd say it is obvious that your form is a nocturnal forest-dwelling species. Mukisa spoke after a few minutes. I can't rule out your hypothesis of an eastern dragon of some kind, since I'm not entirely familiar with all of the species in that area of the world. I wouldn't get your hopes up though. There have been no documented cases of a magical creature animagus ever recorded. I know, but it would be cool to be the first. Harry grinned and both Sirius and Mukisa laughed at the teen. What? It would be, Harry declared, but that just made both men laugh harder. He rolled his eyes as he left to his smithy. He still had work to do for the artifact. Today was the day he etched the Sylvan pole with the runic array he'd come up with for it. The next day, after another night of vivid dreams involving forests and the dark of night, Harry met Weldon for another swordsmanship lesson. Both Mukisa and Sirius watched on as Harry was directed through the motions and instructed on his footwork. The spar, if you could call it that, at the end of practice was a quick showing of how much further Harry had to go. In 3 strikes the teen had been disarmed, and Weldon was telling him what he'd done wrong. Then Harry had to pick up his wooden sword again and start over. The afternoon was spent grinding down the Abada horns to make use of them in the next part of the staff's creation. Well, I think I can safely say my form isn't a dragon, Harry mentioned at breakfast with a small sigh. It would have been cool to be a dragon. Did you have a breakthrough with you dreams? Mukisa asked his student with a smile. I did, Harry nodded to his teacher. And I was able to make out a set of pointed ears, and what I think is a rather fluffy tail. Perhaps a fox, or maybe a wolf. Mukisa pondered on the pointed ears and fluffy tail that Harry had described. The majority of the day was split between Harry's projects and further processing the powdered Abada horns. Harry was going to mix them into molten ulm, and then use the resulting metal to strengthen and make permanent the runes he was etching into both the Sylvan pole and the, currently untouched, baobab branch. He just had to split the large branch down the middle and then carve the wood to hold the Sylvan pole. Carving the runic array inside and then filling all of the runes with the Olum and powdered Abada horn mixture would facilitate the connection and addition of the desired properties from the materials. Once that was done, he'd shave down the outside of the branch to a more manageable thickness, and then work in the impundulu feathers for the finishing touches. The next morning, Harry received a surprise visit from all three of his girlfriends. They got to meet Mukiza and hear about Harry's latest dream. It was Tonks's snickering that drew everyone's eyes to the metamorph. When she noticed that everyone was looking at her, Tonks brought her chuckles under control. "Something you want to share, Nim?" Harry asked his eldest girlfriend with a raised eyebrow. "Maybe," Tonks teased with a grin. Seeing the looks she was getting, the metamorph spoke her thoughts. "You're a raccoon, Harry." "What?" Harry blinked at the sudden blunt statement. "How do you figure?" Penny questioned her friend. "Toes share, Nim." Fleur tilted her head, a habit she had when she was curious about something. "I've seen a raccoon before," Tonks replied with a small smile. "They have them at the zoo my dad took me to as a kid. He was adamant that I know a bit about the Muggle world so that I could blend in better than the majority of witches and wizards." What Harry described from his dream is practically identical, not to mention it fits his personality pretty well. "How is my personality anything like a raccoon's?" Harry grumbled. But that only made Tonks snicker at him again. "Tell me, Harry, how many shiny metal things do you have hoarded away in your smithy?" Tonks asked in a faux innocent tone. "A good amount, but I need them for future projects," Harry admitted, suddenly not liking where this conversation was headed. "Raccoons are fairly intelligent like our Harry. They like shiny objects and hoard them like our Harry. They're inquisitive and curious, just like Harry. It seems like a perfect fit to me." Tonks giggled as Harry hung his head in defeat. "Therefore, Harry's a trash panda." "Untrash panda?" Sirius blinked at the unfamiliar term. "I heard it from a Yank that came to the ministry a few weeks back for a talk with old Barty Crouch, the head of international cooperation." Tonks shrugged even as Harry practically pouted next to her. "Apparently it's a slang term for raccoons over in the States." She chuckled while wrapping her arm around Harry's shoulders and pulling him into a hug. "So Harry thought he might be a dragon, but he was really a raccoon?" Sirius snorted while Harry was smothered by Tonks and Penny. Fleur held her hand over her mouth to stifle her own giggles. "It's not funny," Harry mumbled out from where he was trapped between Penny and Tonks. "It really is, Harry." Penny kissed his cheek with a smile. "And you can't get much different than a small mammal and a dragon." "Don't worry, Harry," Tonks cooed to her boyfriend. "Soon you master your animagus transformation, we'll all be happy to pet you as a raccoon. You'll be soft and fluffy then. You'll be very cute, Harry." Fleur smiled warmly at him. "Okay, maybe a small fluffy animal isn't the worst form to have," Harry mused internally as he settled into Tonks and Penny's embrace. "Well, if this realization has come to you now, the dream tonight will most likely reveal the true form if you've actually figured it out." Mukiza chuckled lightly. "I'm not familiar with raccoons myself, but I doubt it'll put up as much fight as a dragon would have. You might very well master your form within the next week or so. Tilver linings and all that." Harry shrugged, wrapping his arms around Penny and Tonks's waists and holding them close. Fleur gave a pleasant smile as she plopped herself in Harry's lap and leaned back into her boyfriend. "Hey now, get a room, you brats," Sirius laughed at the foursome. "Pensy, we have a guest, you know." "But maybe we will." Tonks maturely blew a raspberry at Sirius. In short order the four of them had left the room and headed upstairs. It was an afternoon well spent, in Harry's opinion. The dream that night did indeed confirm that Harry's form was a raccoon. The masked face, the small snout, the ringed tail and the gray fur were all easily recognizable after Harry had seen a picture of the animal. It wasn't overly helpful or powerful, but Harry didn't mind. He wanted to experiment and see if he could still use magic while transformed. He didn't need a wand after all, so what would be stopping him? With his form discovered, Mukiza moved on to helping Harry feel his animal form within, to start drawing on the animal and taking on its form. The raccoon was not exactly helpful with this, the animal's skittish and suspicious nature showing through in the magic that Harry was trying to perform. The progress would be slow and steady by Mukiza's judgment, but it would still be faster than most that had larger predatory animals as their form. A few days later, and Harry had Mukiza standing off to the side as he prepared to finish the man's staff in one long stretch of work. He had all of the materials prepared. Now he just needed Mukiza to add his freely given blood to the Ulna Nabata horn mixture. The tall man nodded to his student and proceeded to slice his palm over the vessel holding the mixture. Harry motioned for him to stop after a few moments, and Mukiza healed his palm with several waves of his opposite hand. Only a red line remained after the professor was done healing himself. Harry mixed the blood into the Ulma Nabata horn compound, and when it was settled he began. The runic arrays on the Sylvan pole and the inside of the carved-out baobab branch were filled with the new compound. Once the rune work was done, Harry brought the two halves of the branch together again and sealed them with magic. Next came the most time-consuming part. The teen artificer began to shave down the thick branch into a proper staff. Mukisa watched on as the teen worked. It was an amazing sight to witness as Harry devoted all of himself and his focus to the act of creation. More and more of the wood was removed, the former branch now shaping into a smooth and refined form. Hours later, and Harry looked over his work. The staff was formed and straight, the body smooth and comfortable in hand. One end of the staff was larger and rounded, and Mukisa correctly assumed that it would be the head of the staff. Woo! Harry exhaled as he walked over to the work table that had the bag of impundulu feathers on it. Harry set the staff down and then proceeded to add small holes all over the rounded head of the staff, with a tool that looked like a small ice pick and a tiny hammer. When Harry seemed satisfied with the number, he took one of the black and white feathers and stuck the calamus of the feather into one of the many tiny holes. A whisper from the artificer and the feather became a part of the staff forevermore. Mukisa lost track of time as he watched Harry work. Feather after feather added to the head of the staff. It almost looked like a broom when Harry was halfway through the bag. When Harry ran out of the holes he'd made but still had some feathers left, he picked up the two small tools and made more holes. When the last feather was added, and Harry whispered again, the teen tapped the head of the staff with his right index finger. Then he tapped the staff along the length. When he got to the base of the staff and tapped it, Mukisa gasped. A force was in the air. It was familiar, he knew this feeling, and it was welcoming. Harry smiled at his work proudly and turned to the artifact's master. He chuckled lightly as he saw the entranced look on his animagus teacher's face. No doubt the man felt the exact moment his staff had been finished and solidified as a single object. Waving his hand to get Mukisa's attention, Harry held out the finished artifact to him. Mukisa walked forward and took the staff into his hands. A connection immediately formed, and a smile made its way onto his face reflexively. "What will you call it?" Harry questioned softly, as Mukisa ran his hands along the artifact gently. "Umvakeli Wempilo, the Life Protector." Mukisa smiled at the staff. The head covered in the black and white feathers made a sharp contrast to the brown of the wood. "A fine name," Harry agreed with a smile. "And I was also able to add the tertiary ability I mentioned." "You like flying? Senti can fly?" Mukisa blinked at Harry. The man seemed dumbfounded. "Yep," Harry chuckled as he stood up and stretched. Small pops were heard as he moved completely for the first time in hours. "As its master, it'll respond to you better than any broom could ever hope to. Its speed is only limited by how much mana you give it. Let me go get Sirius's broom and I'll join you for a flight." In short order, Mukisa, a grown man of 54 years of age, was whooping like a child as he flew through the air above Wood End Cottage. Even sitting sideways on the staff, he had no fear of falling as he zipped around and made sharp turns. The staff would not let its master fall from it. Harry followed along as best as Sirius's older broom could. There was a bright smile on his face at seeing Mukisa's joy. It was always nice to have your work so well received. Not to mention he now had 2 artifacts to have inspected by a panel of his peers. Wouldn't that be fun? He should get that scheduled with Sirius soon. But for now, he'd enjoy the freedom of flight. Current mana levels: Harry, 6,938 Tonks, 8,694 Penelope, 7,412 Fleur, 7,756. Chapter 33, 2 Artifacts. New item. Harry looked over Skylian Rhinathair, that was on a transfigured mannequin made from stone and attached to the ground. He was giving it a last cleaning before the panel of artificers arrived. Mukisa stood just a bit away while holding Umvakeli Wempilo in his right hand. The black and white feathers that adorned the head of the staff moving in the slight summer breeze. This was the first time that Harry would be presenting multiple artifacts at the same time, so the teen artificer wanted to make sure everything would go smoothly. Voices from the front of Wood End Cottage caught Harry and Mukisa's attention. It would seem that Sirius was back with the panel. His godfather had offered to meet the group in Diagon Alley and then portkey them to the cottage. Harry had most certainly appreciated Sirius's help with actually getting the other artificers to their home. Considering he'd only had his artifacts tested at Hogwarts so far, this was a big help. Around the side of the cottage, led by Sirius, were a group of 4 artificers. Harry didn't recognize any of them this time, however. "Very nice to meet you, Artificer Potter." The first new person spoke up. She was olive-skinned and spoke with an accent. Her hair was black and she had sharp hazel eyes. But my name is Rosa Moretti. I'm an artificer that works for the Italian Ministry of Magic. I've held the title of Artificer for 16 years and have 2 true artifacts to my name. Master Trevisan speaks highly of you. Good to meet you as well, Artificer Moretti. Harry returned the greeting with a smile. Please give Master Trevisan my regards the next time you see him. Good to meet you, Artificer Potter. The next artificer stepped forward to shake Harry's hand. He was fairly tall, with fair skin and light blonde hair. His blue eyes were alight with curiosity, glancing occasionally at both artifacts. I'm Mathis Clays from Belgium. I've held the title of Artificer for 28 years and have 3 true artifacts to my name. It's nice to meet you, Artificer Clays. Harry shook the man's hand firmly. Mathis definitely had the hands of a craftsman. The other witch stepped forward to greet Harry next. Pleased to be here and meeting the youngest artificer in history. The woman smiled with warm amber eyes. She was older, her brunette hair beginning to gray, but only a faint few wrinkles on her skin. I'm Gitte Madsen, an artificer from Denmark. I've held the title of Artificer for 40 years and have 3 true artifacts to my name. Renee Pleasure, Artificer, Madsen. Harry shook the woman's hand with a smile. Play good to meet you, Artificer Potter. The next artificer stepped forward to shake Harry's hand. He was average in height, with dark brown eyes and a full head of dark brown hair. My name is Simon Eder. I'm an artificer employed by the Austrian Ministry of Magic. I've held the title of Artificer for 33 years and have 4 true artifacts to my name. Glad to meet you, Artificer Eder. Harry shook his hand as well. With introductions finished, Harry motioned the panel towards Skylian Rye Nathair first. The basilisk scale mail was ready to be tested, and Harry wanted Mukisa to actually see the testing process before the panel tested Umvikeli Wempilo. The 4 artificers quickly surrounded the armor and started looking it over. Wands were drawn and the artificers began to poke and prod at the basilisk carbon steel. Harry stood next to Mukisa and watched on without worry. He heard the 4 talking amongst themselves, but couldn't fully make out what they were saying. Is it always like this? Mukisa questioned, and Harry nodded. Sirius stood on Harry's opposite side watching the panel work. He'd never seen Harry's artifacts tested before and was curious. Yep, they look the artifact over, then make inferences of their own from their experience. They'll compare what they see to what I claim it can do before they start the physical portion of the test, Harry explained, watching as Artificer Madsen tapped the back of the armor in various places with her wand. That includes throwing various types of spells at it, as well as hitting it with as much physical force as they can. Sometimes they'll set it on fire, submerge it in water, or attempt to freeze it too. It depends on the artifact and its intended purpose. Will Umvikeli Wempilo survive such tests? Mukisa looked worriedly at his staff. It'll be fine, I guarantee it. Harry smiled at his animagus teacher. An Artificer Potter, we're ready to begin the trials. Are you prepared? Artificer Eder asked from the distance. The panel had walked away from Skylian Rye Nathair. Do your worst, my basilisk scale mail won't falter. Harry nodded to the panel with complete confidence. I like that confidence. Artificer Moretti laughed brightly. She was the first to cast a spell at the armor. Harry wasn't quite sure which spell it was, as it splashed against Skylian Rye Nathair and did nothing. The orange sparks of the spell dispersing into the air after a moment. Something more esoteric, perhaps? Artificer Clays wondered before he made an intricate motion with his wand and lashed a bright yellow light from the tip. The whip-like spell also splashed against the basilisk scale mail without leaving a mark. How about moisture? Artificer Madsen mused as she conjured a sphere of water and submerged the armor in it. With 2 flicks of her wand, the water surrounding the armor froze solid. Freeze it, then smash it. Artificer Eder nodded at the idea, a sharp jab with his wand and the ice exploded like it had just been smashed by a large vehicle slamming into it. Still, Skylian Rye Nathair stayed on the now cracked stone mannequin without a single hint of damage. How is its heat resistance? Artificer Clays questioned, as he focused and a very familiar flame leapt from his wand. The fiend fire engulfed the basilisk scale mail and roared as it tried to burn it to nothing. The tongues of flame were contained by the artificer's focus as he held the spell for several moments. He snuffed the cursed fire out with some effort, and the artificers got close to inspect for damage. Aside from the stone mannequin now being partially melted, no damage had been done. Okay, so it's basically spell-proof, Artificer Moretti admitted. The youngest of the panel still had a smile on her face. Let's see how good it is against physical force. With a few waves and loops of her wand, a large section of the ground was dug up. The dirt was transfigured to stone in a shape reminiscent of a spearhead. With a final flick of her wand, she sent the stone spearhead rocketing towards the armor. A loud clang followed as the stone mannequin shattered under the force. The spearhead shattered, and Skyly and Rai Nathair went flying. The armor bounced along the ground twice before coming to a stop several meters from its original position. Harry, I'm going to ask you not to get hit with any large physical objects while you're wearing your armor. Sirius looked at his godson imploringly. I wasn't planning on it. Harry shook his head. Even though his armor was spellproof and physically resistant to damage, that didn't mean Harry's body would come out unscathed if he took a massive object head-on. Armor, even the magical kind, had its limits, and Harry wasn't about to sit still and hope a large object or a pinpoint spell wouldn't circumvent his artifact. Harry watched on as the 4 artificers looked over Skyly and Rai Nathair for any damage after the test. Hearing murmurs as they checked over each section for damage, he was still confident that his armor had made it through the test without harm. He was proven correct as the tests continued. More stone was transfigured and then piled on top of his armor. Each of the blocks of stone must have weighed 20 kilograms or perhaps a bit more, but even as more and more weight was added, the armor didn't compress or flatten. That was good to know. He wouldn't have to worry about his armor being crushed with him in it. The panel convened for a bit, talking in hushed whispers. After several minutes and what looked like a small argument, Artificer Eater stepped forward and pointed his wand at the basilisk scale mail again. The tip of the man's wand glowed an ominous green color, and Harry heard both Sirius and Mukisa gasp. Avada Kedavra. Eater cast the killing curse at Skyly and Rai Nathair. The green spell hit the armor with a sound similar to metal striking metal. The green light splashed against the armor and broke apart into sparks. The sparks disappeared near instantly and the basilisk scale mail laid on the ground with only a soot mark to show for damage. It didn't break. Artificer Madsen blinked, her hand rising to her mouth in shock. Even if physical objects can block the killing curse, they almost always explode when hit by it. Artificer Clay stared at the armor that was still undamaged. So we agree now? Artificer Moretti asked the other 3. It's definitely more than a minor grade, right? Yes, I'd say so. Artificer Eater nodded his agreement. Agreed. Artificer Madsen also agreed with the assessment. Without a doubt. Artificer Clays concurred with his colleagues. The 4 approached Harry as a group to give their verdict. After going over the armor's resilience and spell-proof nature, Harry was happy to hear the next words. It was always nice to not only have your work praised, but to know that your own judgment was getting better. Your armor is most definitely an artifact, Artificer Potter. We've concluded it to be of the median grade. While it's an exemplary piece of magical armor, it is only that as well. Just armor. Had it had some form of amplifying effect, or another ability worked into it, we'd have given it the greater grade. Artificer Madsen smiled at the teen as she explained their determination of grade. I was fairly sure it would be a median grade as well. Harry smiled back at the woman. I'm glad to see my own judgment is improving, at least when it comes to my own creations. We still have another artifact to test, correct? Artificer Clays questioned as he looked at Umvakeli Wempilo in Mukisa's hand. I must say, this is the first time I've been a part of a panel that was testing 2 artifacts at once. I'm afraid the staff is already bound to Professor Mukisa's bloodline, so he'll have to demonstrate its abilities for you, Harry informed the panel of artificers. That's perfectly fine, of course. Artificer Moretti shrugged her shoulders. We'll need to inspect it first, then see what it can do in its master's hands. After all that, then we'll move on to physical tests. Very well. Mukisa held the artifact staff out horizontally to the group. It was Artificer Eater who took hold of it. The professor watched the 4 closely as they went over the staff from end to end. Every feather was looked at individually, the wood was inspected, and Harry noticed that all 4 artificers had communed with the artifact to try and glean its interior properties. Excellent craftsmanship, Artificer Potter. Artificer Clays praised the teen after the inspection was finished. The finish of the staff is smooth and the feathers are all immaculately blended into the head. Thank you, Artificer Clays. Harry nodded to the man. Professor, if you could demonstrate the staff's abilities? Artificer Eater handed the staff back to Mukisa. Yes, of course, Mukisa acknowledged as he took Umvakeli Wempilo from the man and walked a good distance away. A single shake of the staff and then a point towards the sky sent a bolt of lightning into the air. Mukisa waved the staff through the air in front of him and 3 balls of electricity formed. With a jab of the staff, all 3 of the orbs flew forward at speed and struck the same spot on the ground dozens of meters away. With a swing of the staff in a complete circle, Mukisa made a ring of lightning and maintained it without visible strain. letting the ring fade after a few moments. Mukisa then held the staff horizontally, sat on it sideways, and flew back over to the panel, Harry and Sirius. The four artificers' eyes widened at the display of flight, having not expected that ability from the staff. You'll need something to heal to show that ability of the staff. Harry mused for a second before casting a cutting charm on his own arm. Blood flowed from the lengthy cut he now had on his left arm. Harry! Sirius cried out, his concern for his godson apparent. Why'd you do that? I'll be fine in a second, Sirius, Harry assured his godfather with a grin. Mukisa, if you would? He held out his sliced arm to his animagus teacher. You could have warned me you were going to do that, Harry. Mukisa shook his head. A muttered teenagers was heard from the professor before he held the staff over Harry's injury. The flowing blood running down Harry's arm stopped its course. The red liquid reversed its flow and re-entered the cut. A moment later and the skin clanny knitted itself back together without a mark being left behind. I knew it wouldn't be a problem. Harry gave the professor a smile. It heals even better than I thought. It was just a shallow injury, but it was gone in seconds and even cleaned and returned the blood that was still on my arm. Very interesting, Artificer Madsen commented on the amplified healing ability of the staff. Amplified power and control over lightning-based spells as well as amplifying healing magics? Those are two very different types of magic. Suppose all that's left are the physical tests then. Artificer Ader commented as he looked at the staff in Mukisa's hand. The professor handed the staff over and the four artificers walked away to begin. Mukisa still looked mildly worried, but Harry was completely calm. As Umvikeli Wempilo was created by his own hand, Harry was privy to its destruction method, the only way that the artifact could be destroyed. Using the symbolism of creature craft, both from the Abada horns and Mukisa's freely given blood, Harry had pulled off a special trick with his first commissioned artifact. He'd tied the staff's existence to its masters. So long as Mukisa drew breath, Umvikeli Wempilo could not be destroyed. This would remain true, so long as the staff had a master that had freely given their blood to it. As it was bound to Mukisa's bloodline, this was limited to his children and future descendants. In order to destroy the staff, you first had to kill its master. So long as the artifact was never misused and causing harm, Harry had no reason to share or apply this knowledge. Spell after spell was used against the staff as the test was carried out. Fire, explosions, cutting charms and severing curses. None of them so much as left more than a scratch on the staff or some soot. Even the feathers weren't really damaged by the spells. The physical attempts to break the staff failed too. Hitting it against the rocks they'd already transfigured didn't work. Trying to cut it with a saw and an axe didn't work either. Trying to smash it yielded no results, other than covering the staff in dust and dirt. After discussing the staff's abilities and testing its resilience, we can confirm it as an artifact. Artificer Clays informed Harry. Determining the artifact's grade was slightly more difficult. It does what it's meant to wonderfully, amplifying lightning-based spells and healing magics. Though through our inspection, we were able to get a rough estimate of the amount of amplification for spells not of those two types. With these factors in mind, we've determined the artifact to be of the minor grade. If it had more power, or a broader range of spell types that it could strengthen, then the artifact would have gained median grade without question. I thought as much. Harry accepted the decision easily. It was my first time creating an artifact for someone else, as well as combining rune-based artifice with creature craft artifice. Using materials that I wasn't the master of, limited my ability to infuse my mana and strengthen it. I am more than pleased with Umvikeli Wempilo, Harry. It is a masterwork in my eyes, Mukisa assured Harry with a bright smile. That is the last part of confirming the artifacts. We'll need a name for both of them. Artificer Moretti reminded, and Harry gave her the name of his armor. The basilisk scale mail armor is called Skylian Rai Nathair, Harry informed the second youngest artificer there. Don't worry, I'll write it down. He chuckled at seeing the woman's blank face. Tis I've named Umvikeli Wempilo, the life protector. Mukisa smiled at his staff. And I will also write it down for you. The professor laughed at seeing the same blank look on Artificer Moretti's face. If I might ask, Artificer Potter, Artificer Eder spoke up, his gaze locked on Harry. Pete, how is it that in 3 years of being an artificer you've managed to create 4 true artifacts? Such speed is unheard of. Not only that, you've made 2 minor grade, 1 median grade, and even a greater grade in that time. Your achievements are astounding. I'm afraid my creation process is a secret, Artificer Eder. Harry replied evenly to the older man. We each have our own secrets. My production and creation method is something I developed on my own with much trial and error. I'm sure you can understand my want to keep it to myself? Then fair enough, Artificer Potter. Eater nodded to the teen with a small grin. It was a short time later, after Harry and Makiza had provided Artificer Moretti with the proper spellings of the two artifacts' names, that the panel left. Moretti would be filing the appropriate paperwork with the British Ministry of Magic, and taking a copy for the Enchanters Guild, so they could add Umvakeli Wempilo and Skylian Ryan Thayer to the Book of True Artifacts. The next time it was reprinted, Harry felt good about this newest accomplishment as well. To have 4 true artifacts to his name in 3 years was record-breaking. He felt some pride in his ever-developing skills as an artificer. With these 2 projects now officially complete, Harry could finish up his last side project that he'd been working on in his spare time. This was the last step, aside from finishing the upgraded version of his flight item, and making proper articulated gauntlets, and then regalia would be complete. Well, no time like the present. Harry chuckled mentally as he made his way to his smithy to finish up the last of the work on the item in question. Voldemort's hideout Albania. Flint! Voldemort raised his voice, and Stephen Flint nearly tripped over himself as he entered the room as fast as he could. Yes, my lord? Stephen asked with his head bowed low. Prepare to leave this hovel. Voldemort instructed his lone servant. It is time we return to Britain, so that I may start reminding those who serve me of their oaths. The Dark Lord's eyes seemed to glow a brighter red. Oh my lord, are you sure you've recovered enough for that? Stephen questioned the homunculus-bodied wizard shakily. Crucio! Voldemort hissed out. Stephen screeched horrifically as every nerve in his body felt as if white-hot knives were digging into them. He was freed from his suffering a few moments later. The discarded member of the Flint house lay twitching and crying on the dirty floor of the small stone cottage. Never question me, Flint. Know your place and do as you're told. Yes, my lord. Stephen breathed out as he crawled his way to his feet and stumbled out of the room. He had things to gather to take with them. Fool thinks he can question me? Voldemort thought darkly, watching the pitiful wizard shakily staggering out of the room. He should know better. To be fair, though Voldemort himself would never think or admit it, the Dark Lord wasn't anywhere near what he'd been before Halloween night of '81. His homunculus body didn't look like a frail, decrepit old man's anymore. That wasn't saying much though. He was still very thin, his eyes sunken slightly, and though he hid it well, that single brief casting of Crucio had taken a substantial portion of his weakened magic. While he was recovering, it would still take time for him to return to any semblance of his former power. It could even be another 10 months or even a year in the absolute best-case scenario. No matter, I'm strong enough now. The weaker ones that have left me to cling to life will be the first to renew their loyalty. Voldemort planned his return to Britain with revenge and malice in mind. He'd bleed those fools' vaults dry to speed up his recovery and further empower himself if necessary. They were merely pawns and would act as such. Wood End Cottage, 3rd week of August. This is what you've been working on? Sirius raised his eyebrow at the mantle Harry had over his shoulders. I think it looks nice. Penny admired the cloth, mostly black with silver swirl-like designs throughout. It had a certain charm about it that she liked. Not many people wear a mantle every day though. Any particular reason you chose to knit one for yourself? Tonks appeared more confused about the choice rather than why Harry had made the item. Perhaps Harry is seeking to make his own fashion statement? Fleur lightly teased her boyfriend with a melodic giggle. That's not it. Harry deadpanned at his French girlfriend. This just made Fleur giggle further, of course. Pentis is a new item, and technically the final one to complete my regalia project. So, what does it do exactly? Sirius questioned his godson. Regalia, according to Harry, was supposed to be a combination of his creations meant to be used to keep him safe should anything crazy happen. Sirius heavily approved of anything that would keep Harry safe, of course, but didn't understand how the mantle was going to do that. Glad you asked, Sirius. Harry grinned brightly. If all of you would send a spell my way, I'd be happy to demonstrate. Are you sure? Tonks, Penny and Fleur all asked in unison. Sirius cracked up while Harry stopped just short of pouting. Yees, loves, go ahead, I'll be fine. Harry assured his girlfriends with a smile. 4 spells were launched at the teen artificers simultaneously. Harry fed mana into his mantle and the cloth seemingly came to life. One end shot forward and turned, leaving the cloth between the 4 spells and Harry. All 4 spells struck the mantle and seemingly disappeared. Sirius, Tonks, Fleur and Penny all blinked in shock when their spells vanished into thin air. Harry grinned at their shocked faces, while noting the 4 dots of color now seemingly floating within the mantle's multitude of silver swirls. These dots each retained the color of one of the spells that had been fired at him. With a thought and a motion of his mana into the mantle, the cloth whipped around and Tonks, Penny, Fleur, and Sirius found themselves on the receiving end of each other's spells. Whoa! Sirius toppled out of his chair to dodge the spell sent at him. Hey! Tonks, thanks to her training with Mad Eye, was able to conjure her wandless protego to block the 3 spells that had been redirected at the girls. What the heck, Harry? Merely a demonstration of my newest enchanted item, Tonks. Harry had a smug little smile on his face. And I call it the Sorcerer's Path. It can capture, hold and then launch any spell aimed at me, within reason of course. I think I get the naming scheme. Penny looked thoughtful as she ran her warm brown eyes over the mantle. Just like a sorcerer to decide what magic goes where. So it's the Sorcerer's Path that decides the direction of spells, right? PC, Penny gets my naming schemes. Harry beamed at the blonde. He received a wink in return from the former head girl. She tries too hard. Tonks shrugged and Harry, maturely, blew a raspberry at her. Ain't I like it? It has a certain style to its name. Fleur nodded approvingly at Harry. Do we each get one? Penny questioned with her best rendition of puppy dog eyes. She was quickly joined by Fleur. Sirius then tried to join in and ruined the whole image. Sirius, really? Harry stared at his godfather flatly. What? I want one too. Sirius grinned unrepentantly. I plan to make one for you all, don't worry about that. Harry waved off his jokester godfather. Once you get used to using it, it'll be a good line of defense in addition to your basilisk hide vests. You worry far too much, mon amour. Fleur gave him a beautiful smile at his thoughtfulness. Better safe than sorry, love. Harry returned with a warm, affectionate gaze to his 3 girlfriends. Hey now, before you try and turn the living room into some kind of debauchery, I have news too, Sirius teased, making some cheeks go pink. I've gotten tickets to the Quidditch World Cup, top box and everything. It is next week. We'll have a great time seeing the top 2 Quidditch teams in the league go head to head. Tonks was already bouncing in her seat while cheering, while Penny and Fleur both looked interested as well. Sirius, I'm not a Quidditch junkie like you? Harry shook his head at his godfather. But Harry, witches and wizards from all over the globe will be there. Don't you want to see what kinds of magic they might be doing? Sirius tempted his godson via his insatiable curiosity. From all over the world, you say? Harry had a wide smile on his face. Now that sounds interesting. Current mana levels. Harry, Tonks, Penelope, Fleur, Chapter, Quidditch World Cup and Portkeys. Suck. Harry breathed out as he picked himself up off the ground. Having a problem there, Harry? Tonks teased her boyfriend. The metamorph made sure to run her fingers over her ever-balanced talisman belt buckle. Ha ha ha, Nim, very funny. Harry waved his hand and the dirt left his clothes. He only got a pleasant smile from his girlfriend in return. Sorry about that, Harry, but all travel to the World Cup has to be done by Portkey. It gets very hard to keep this many wizards and witches hidden during a big event like the Quidditch World Cup. Sirius explained as their group of Tonks, Penny, Fleur, Harry, Remus and Marley made their way towards the tired-looking wizard stationed next to the Portkey arrival area. Name? The wizard asked the group. The man even sounded like he'd been run ragged. Black. Sirius informed the man as he took Marley's hand in his own. Right, let me see. There it is. Black, you're 700 meters that way. The wizard pointed down a long path. You'll need to speak to Nigel Wright. He's been put in charge of that area. Sent will do. Sirius nodded, and their group began walking down the path. The fog spell is interesting, Harry remarked as the group walked down the long path. The teen artificer was looking at what was almost a wall of fog that blocked the stadium in the distance from view. Ministry patented, Tonks chuckled at Harry's curiosity. And keeps large areas from being seen, so it's good for big events like this. This is a non-magical campground, isn't it? How are they hiding the wizards and witches that aren't so good at blending in? Penny asked, as she noticed a spell or two going off in the sea of tents. Many of said tents looked rather magical in nature themselves, and the higher-ups at the ministry argued about it for a while from what I hear. Tonks turned to face Penny, and they thought of just having the Obliviators running around and wiping memories anytime one of the Muggle workers saw magic. But it was pointed out that would mean paying the Obliviators a massive amount of overtime. Old Fudge wouldn't have that, the cheapskate, so it was eventually decided to take every Muggleborn at the ministry, and then make them a part of the staff. The Muggle workers have a single memory charm applied to them, instead of being obliviated a few dozen times a day. Obliviation on that level would addle their minds. Marley looked repulsed by the original plan to deal with the campground workers. I know most of the ministry doesn't seem to care much about Muggles, but that's just criminal. The healer was obviously incensed by the lack of care shown to the non-magical folk. Well, The Muggleborn get a bonus for doing this. The campground workers don't get their minds fried, and all monetary transactions are kept in pounds sterling, so no galleon sickles or knuts are seen by Muggles, or end up outside of magical circulation. Tonks exhaled, clearly trying to see the silver lining of the situation. It was better than focusing on how badly the event could have been bungled if it was fully left in the hands of purebloods that didn't know anything at all about the non-magical world. Greedy little monsters, Harry muttered under his breath about the galleons, sickles and knuts. He was almost certain that was another part of the treaty that gave the goblins control of wizarding money. How can I help you? A wizard, if the badge bearing the ministry insignia was any indication, asked them as they walked towards the stone cottage that housed the campground office. Mr. Wright? Sirius asked the younger man. That's me. Nigel gave the group a smile. Black, I booked about 6 days ago. Sirius informed the Muggleborn ministry worker. Black. There we are. Nigel nodded as he found the name. He held out his hand for the pound sterling. Sirius dug in his pocket for a moment before pulling out a pouch. Pulling a roll of pound notes from it, he handed the other man a couple large bills. Nigel quickly and efficiently made change and handed Sirius a campground map with their spot marked on it. Enjoy the match. The betting pools are really heating up if you want to get in on the action. Maybe. Sirius chortled as he waved back at the man. Such, let's be off, he proclaimed as their group marched into the sea of tents. With the map it wasn't hard to find their spot, and with only a few wand waves Remus and Sirius had the tents set up. Entering the large tent, Harry found it to resemble a comfortable house. It had 4 bedrooms and a full bathroom with a good-sized common area sitting room. I have got to start learning space-expanding charms. Harry grinned at the inside of the tent. Come, mon amour, let's pick out a bedroom. Fleur grinned at Harry as she pulled him towards the doors. Take the biggest one. Tonks joined in as she took Harry's other arm. We'll need the space, she teased as they opened the first door to look at the accommodations. Down you two. Penny rolled her eyes at her sisters and their antics. We aren't here for that and you know it. Says the girl that'll definitely be cuddling Harry tonight. Tonks stage whispered to Fleur. The French witch giggled and nodded at the metamorph's assessment. Penny's cheeks had a dusting of pink as she pushed all 3 of them into the bedroom. I'm perfectly okay with that. Harry chuckled as the bedroom door was closed. Oh, don't encourage them, but I will take you up on that, Harry. Penny smiled as she gave him a short kiss. Hey, no calling dibs, Tonks joked as she pulled Harry into her arms, purposefully shoving his head into her bust. Now. Fleur grinned at her sisters and her boyfriend. There will be time to decide sleeping arrangements later. We should get settled first and then we can go explore a bit. I'm sure Harry's curiosity is close to bursting by now. She's not wrong. Harry's muffled voice came from Tonks's chest. The next several minutes were spent getting settled into their room. It would be good to prepare for tomorrow, since they'd be leaving bright and early. Once everyone was settled and the group met up in the sitting area, Sirius and Marley were going to walk around and see what was for sale at the various stands that had been set up. Sirius promised to get a set of omnioculars for everyone while they were out. Harry, Fleur, Penny and Tonks were going to do much the same, while also letting Harry observe any magic he saw and found interesting. Remus was planning to watch the tent while everyone went out. That's kind of boring, Moony. Sirius quirked an eyebrow at his friend's choice. I plan to chat with our neighbor, Sirius. Remus waved off his friend's comment. He seems to be house-sitting as well. Well then, thank you for watching the tent, Moony. Sirius gave his fellow marauder a deep, exaggerated bow. Get out of here. Remus chuckled as he shook his head. Sirius and Marley headed out together, arm in arm first. The group of Harry, Tonks, Penny and Fleur left next as Remus sat up a chair just outside their tent. The werewolf professor started up a conversation with the man doing the same at the tent next to theirs. In no time at all their tent was lost in the sea of other tents, and Harry was trying to take in all of the sights and magic he could. It was fascinating for the teen artificer to see so many different wizards and witches from all over the world. Harry saw a tent with a spangled banner and the words, "The Salem Witches Institute." A few minutes into their walk, there were several wizards and witches cooking over campfires as well, including a trio of Egyptian wizards, if the Egyptian flag hanging on their tent was any indication, that were sitting around a purple campfire cooking what may have been a rabbit. Harry could admit to being curious about the purple fire especially. "This is amazing!" Harry grinned brightly at seeing so much magic and so many different people. "This is one of the largest gatherings of wizards and witches in the magical world, Harry. Enjoy it while we're here since it doesn't happen often," Tonks chuckled as they walked around. "Ah, I know that name." Fleur's bright tone got the group's attention. The villa was pointing to a stall with a small line in front of it. The smell of various foods was filling the air as the foursome walked into what had become a miniature restaurant stall market. The stall Fleur was now animatedly pulling the other three towards was selling crepes, and I've never had a crepe before, Harry admitted as the four got in line. They're sweet and delicious, most certainly the ones from Café du Sucre. I didn't know they'd have a stall at the World Cup. Fleur was practically bouncing in excitement. As they moved forward in line, Harry watched the three patissiers make the crepes with magic. Ingredients were levitated, sauces were made, all with skill as treat after treat was made and sold. Looking over the menu, Harry figured a strawberry crepe couldn't be too bad. When they got to the front, all four orders were given to Fleur so that she could order from the witch behind the counter that seemed to recognize her. In quick French, Fleur ordered a strawberry crepe for Harry, a chocolate one for Penny, blueberry and chocolate for Tonks, and strawberry cheesecake for herself. Sweet, but not too sweet, I like it. Harry nodded as he finished his first bite. You can't go wrong with chocolate. Penny smiled as she happily ate her sweet crepe. Well, we should fill up before the match in the evening. Tonks smiled at the others, a small bit of chocolate on the corner of her lip. Nim, you've got a little. Harry tapped the side of his own lips. Tonks grinned. Harry saw the gleam form in her eyes as she licked the chocolate off the corner of her lips as sultrily as she could. Thank you, Harry. Tonks purred at him. Ta-huh. Harry deadpanned and Tonks pouted playfully. From there the group continued their exploration. They tried food from various stalls crossing multiple regions and countries. Harry enjoyed a kebab of lamb meat with veggies from one stall especially. He was fairly certain the stall used sea salt instead of table salt, and it was great. After stuffing themselves with various foods, the foursome went on to the vendor stalls and looked at the many things for sale. When Harry bought a pair of omnioculars from one vendor, Penny spoke up. Didn't Sirius say he was going to buy everyone omnioculars before we left the tent? Penny questioned as Harry was putting away his purchase. The one I get from Sirius is for keeping. Harry smiled at Penny with a look in his eyes that she was very familiar with. This one is for taking apart and studying. Yep, she was right. Harry was in his how does it work and can I replicate it but better mode. The poor omnioculars wouldn't make it a single day once Harry got back to Wood End Cottage. All in all, it was a fun day of seeing all the different people and the magics they brought to the Quidditch World Cup. When night fell, they returned to their tent and had dinner with everyone. Sirius passed out the omnioculars he'd bought for them, and the group made their way towards the stadium in the distance. Harry was slightly annoyed they had to walk up a large set of stairs to get all the way to the top box. They had magic. Elevators would be beyond simple for witches and wizards. Seeing the Malfoys in the top box next to Minister Fudge had also been annoying. Lucius, how've you been? Sirius had a grin on his face as he addressed the senior Malfoy. Tissa, nice to see you again. He greeted his cousin with formality afforded to a relation, though there was no warmth in his voice. Black, Lucius replied with a small nod. Sirius. Narcissa Malfoy gave her cousin an equally cold greeting. That's not polite, Malfoy, you forgot the title again. Sirius was enjoying this. Getting to use formality to prank the former Death Eater was just too good. Lord Black. Lucius nodded stiffly to Sirius. Harry thought it was amusing how red Draco's face was turning from this, honestly. The teen still thought so very highly of himself and his family. Harry had no idea why though. Neither Draco nor the Malfoy family had done anything of real note in magical Britain in decades. The only accomplishments they seemed to have to their name had been some suspicious business acquisitions, and a few motions they supported being passed in the Wizengamot. Marley gently nudging Sirius got the Marauder to drop the prank as their group moved to their seats in the top box. Harry thought he saw Fudge attempt to get his attention. A look from Sirius in the man's direction had that stopping immediately. It was nice to have such a caring godfather like Sirius. Getting settled into their seats, Harry had Fleur on his left and Tonks on his right. Penny sat next to Tonks, with Remus taking the last seat in their row. Before the match began, both teams' mascots took to the field for a show to get the fans fired up. Bulgaria's mascots were a group of beautiful villa that began to dance and quickly whipped the men of the crowd into frenzy. Fleur sighed at the actions, even as some of the men in the top box forced themselves to remain still. I bet those women are well paid. Harry took Fleur's hand in his. No amount of allure could get past his occlumency after all. Undoubtedly. Fleur gave a chuckle as she squeezed his hand in return. Villa that perform like this are highly sought after. They may have had to sign over a percentage of the Bulgarian team's yearly income to retain them. But it does perpetuate some of the less flattering stereotypes about our people. When people will think what they want, it's best just to ignore the idiots. Tonks gave Fleur a commiserating smile. Her metamorph ability was the wet dream of a lot of men. She'd had to hear plenty of lines almost as soon as puberty kicked in for her age group. But we can always burn anyone that wants to mouth off. Penny smiled at Fleur, and both young women giggled. Harry and Tonks gave each other a look. Pyromancers was communicated through their shared gaze. Harry did find it amusing that during the Vila's show, Lucius's hand hadn't left Draco's shoulder. The blonde teen seemed to be enthralled by the Vila and their dance. Leprechauns! Tonks cheered as the Irish team's mascots started flying in formations around the stadium while dropping their fake gold on everyone. The rainbow trail following the small Fey folk as they flew around was a nice touch in Harry's opinion. Shortly afterwards the match started and everyone in the stadium was amazed at the skill and speed displayed by the Irish and Bulgarian teams. Even Harry, who wasn't much of a Quidditch fan, could admit that the skill on display was incredible. Needless to say, the rest of the match was just as amazing, and when Victor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker, caught the snitch, it was to a raucous cheer and applause from the crowd. It was with great cheer that the Irish team supporters left the stadium, though the Bulgarian team supporters were still in high spirits too. Already, late-night parties were breaking out, and badly sung renditions of both teams' official cheers were being sung, horribly off-key, by the witches and wizards that were already tipsy from drinking during the match. Thankfully, the group made it back to their tent before things got too raucous. Tonks was already laughing about the Aurors probably having to be called in to keep the celebrations from getting carried away. After a quick round of showers for everyone, it was time to call it a night, or very early morning. Harry couldn't wipe the grin off his face at seeing his three lovely girlfriends ready for bed. Tonks wearing a baggy t-shirt and some cotton short shorts, Penny wearing a flowing nightgown that stopped above her knees, Fleur in a lacy nightgown of her own, hers shorter than Penny's, stopping at mid-thigh. Bedtime. Tonks yawned and the foursome quickly settled themselves in for the night. Harry ended up lying on his back, Tonks on his right side, Penny on his left, and Fleur lying atop him with a grin. His Vila girlfriend felt like she weighed next to nothing, and Harry realized she must have cast a spell to keep them both comfortable for the night. Harry wasn't going to complain. He was a teenage man with three beautiful girlfriends sleeping in the same bed as him. He was going to enjoy a night full of cuddling and restful sleep, so he thought at least. Campgrounds just after 2 in the morning. What was that? Harry questioned dazedly as he woke up after hearing a loud blast. What? Penny mumbled sleepily as she was jostled awake by the noise. It's too early, Tonks grumbled as she snuggled further into Harry. C'est le matin? Fleur questioned as she opened her eyes, her sleepiness causing her to speak her native language. Harry, Tonks, Penny, Fleur, wake up, there's trouble, we need to get out of here, Sirius called out while banging on the door to the foursome's tent room. What's going on? Harry demanded as he and the girls started getting out of bed. A series of explosions and screams were heard and the four of them were quickly awake. Harry summoned his clothes and started to dress quickly. And a group of wizards are attacking the campground from what I've heard. They're heading our way, so we're getting out of here, Sirius called through the door. Harry forced his feet into his trainers, and with a thought and a spark of mana, they were both perfectly tied. Vests. Harry summoned his mokeskin pouch and reached in, pulling out a basilisk hide vest for each of them. Tonks, Penny, and Fleur were quick to put the protective vests on over their hastily thrown-on clothes. The foursome quickly left the bedroom and met up with Sirius, Marley, and Remus in the sitting room. Harry was pleased to see that all three of them had a basilisk hide vest on. Sirius and Remus led the group out of the tent, wands drawn and on alert. Tonks followed them with Marley behind her. Penny, Harry, and Fleur emerged last. It seemed they hadn't left quickly enough though. The group causing all of the panic and destruction was already in sight. The masked wizards continued to set tents ablaze with spells, and they seemed to quickly take notice of the group. Death Eaters? Sirius looked confused, but he and any witch or wizard that was alive in the 70s would know those masks and robes anywhere. The Death Eaters were quick to turn their wands on the group. Sirius, Remus, and Tonks went into action immediately. Sirius and Remus both made the same jab and then a twisting motion with their wands. The ground warped as it rose into 2 solid slabs of granite under their transfiguration. Tonks added her own protego behind the granite wall, just as the multitude of spells slammed into the stone barrier. That barrier won't last under that many spells, Harry deduced as the wall began to shake as spell after spell hit it. With a thought, a Lumos charm appeared in Harry's hand. The small ball of dim light was sent up and over their barrier. The spells from the Death Eaters stopped for a moment. They were probably confused about the light, but Harry didn't care. With a flex of his mana, the dim light suddenly became brighter than the sun. The entire campground around their tent was suddenly lit up as if it were noon, and the Death Eaters' screams of pain from their retina being overloaded was all that could be heard. "Well done, Harry," Sirius praised as he and Remus peeked out from behind the granite wall. With a nod from Remus, he, Sirius and Tonks moved past the barrier. "Cube," Tonks cast her unique spell. The Auror had just locked 5 of the flailing Death Eaters inside the prison. "Expelliarmus Maxima," Remus cast, and a wave of magic passed through the Death Eaters. The modified spell wrenched wands from hands so hard that some of the Death Eaters were knocked to the ground. "Stupefy Maxima," Sirius followed up a half-second behind Remus. The wave of red light struck all of the still-standing Death Eaters. The ones that had been struck collapsed to the ground like puppets without strings. It appeared that their show of fighting back had reminded the witches and wizards that were previously in a panic about their own wands. The remaining Death Eaters were forced to portkey away, as a barrage of spells came flying at them from between the tents. Faced with so much opposition, the Death Eaters had no choice but to run. Unfortunately, the 5 Tonks had caught disappeared into the swirl of portkeys as well. "So right, shite, my spell is inverted shields, it can't block portkeys," Tonks grumbled as she dispelled the cube. "Let the Auror on the scene tie up the remaining Death Eaters," Remus proposed, looking at Tonks. She was, technically, the only one with authority among their group. "Bloody hell, this is going to ruin my day," Tonks huffed as she marched over to the downed Death Eaters and tied them up with Incarcerus. Out of what had appeared to be roughly 15 Death Eaters, only 6 had been captured. "We should do what we can to help," Harry spoke up, getting looks from Penny, Fleur, and Marley. "Put out fires and help anyone that's injured." To exemplify his point, Harry held out his hand towards some burning tents and clenched his hand into a fist. The flames were snuffed out as if someone had blown out a candle. "Right, I am a healer, I'll do what I can." Marley shook herself and adopted a professional demeanor. She went over to Sirius and spoke with her lover. In the next moment, bright lights leapt from Sirius's wand. The lights quickly became writing in the air that spelled out, "Aurors needed, hostiles captured. Healer on site for injuries." Penny, Fleur, and Harry stayed together as they started snuffing out flames with their wandless magic. People began to show up, most only startled, but a few injured were being helped towards Marley. The panic and rushing of the masses had done more harm than the Death Eaters had caused directly. The Aurors took their time. Penny noted as a squad of Aurors, along with a stern-looking man and a woman with a monocle, came charging over to Sirius's area. Just as the group got to Sirius, Remus, and Marley's location, there was a bright green light that shot into the sky. The spell exploded and formed a dark green cloud in the shape of a skull with a snake coming out of its mouth. This was followed by a chorus of shrieks and screams. Harry heard the term Dark Mark almost a dozen times in less than 10 seconds. Flint Manor, Sue failed, Voldemort roared at the Death Eaters that had made it back. They were all clutching their right forearms and screaming as he exerted his control over them through his mark. By willingly taking his mark, they had practically enslaved themselves to him. Now that he was recovered enough to use the mark to control and punish his pawns, he would soon have his Death Eaters back under his heel. My lord, Pupple, please, we were outnumbered." The low-born fought back. One of the masked Death Eaters tried to plead. He only screamed louder as Voldemort sent pain through his mark. "So did not ask for your excuses, wretch." Voldemort's red eyes were practically glowing. This was supposed to be a night to announce that Lord Voldemort's power was undying, to strike fear into the hearts of my enemies. Yet you failures couldn't even do that much. I send 15 of you to make a statement, a declaration of my power, and yet all I get back are 9 failures that ran from commoners. My lord, sir, please. Let us appease you." A different Death Eater spoke up, pleading for a stay of their master's rage. "Some wish to make up for your failures? Then bring me galleons, as many as possible. There are things that I must procure and funds are necessary. Surely you all can do this much without failing me." Yes, my lord." The shaking Death Eaters groveled on the floor of the manor. "Get out of my sight," Voldemort hissed in rage. The Death Eaters were quick to scramble away and head for Gringotts as soon as they stopped shaking from the pain that had been inflicted upon them. Worthless pawns, the lot of them. He needed his truly loyal followers back. The loyal Death Eaters, the ones that could follow orders and get things done. He needed his inner circle back. But he wasn't nearly strong enough to take on Azkaban yet. The Dementors would not bend to his will on platitudes and promises. They had to be forced to obey. A more powerful wand will be the first step, Voldemort thought to himself as he looked at the best match he'd found from the 7 wizards he'd had killed and cremated to make his homunculus body. The wand was nothing special, but it worked for him. Lord Voldemort deserved far better though, and with the money that his pawns would bring him, he'd get one. Current mana levels. Harry, Tonks, Penelope, Fleur, Chapter, Production, returning to Hogwarts and how goes the production? Drasserd? Harry asked the Dwarf King as they overlooked the large forges that the dwarves had made in the iron mine, once they'd removed all usable ores from the current layer. They were digging deeper and further now, and still extracting ore. The forges had been a natural next step to produce magical iron on site. Harry saw the skill of the dwarves once more as the burly bearded males worked the bellows and hammered hot metal. With the news of the mark being seen at the World Cup, we started focusing more of our smiths on arms, Drasserd replied as he watched over his people. Just like any Dark Lord, they see any non-human race as no more than animals. We'll be prepared though, just let him try and make a move against the Erdun dwarves and our sworn brother. The king nodded to Harry with a fierce look in his dark eyes. I appreciate it, Drasserd. Harry nodded to the Dwarf King. It was nice having a small army on one side when a Dark Lord had crawled his way back from death, or something close to it. The two watched as dwarven armor, shields, axes, hammers, swords and spears were forged by over half of the smiths in the work area. Your enemy is our enemy, Brother Potter. Drasserd spoke firmly. Sue and Lord Black have given us our pride and dignity back. Lord Black even let us name this mine ourselves in our native tongue. We can't ask for more than that. Narug Feneln is a good name. Harry chuckled with Drasserd as they continued to watch the smiths work. From what little of the dwarven language that Harry had picked up, the name translated into English as Black Mine. It had been named after Sirius's family since his godfather was the one that had bought the land for them. A short time later, after seeing a few of the finished weapons and armors, Harry left the Erdun dwarves to return to Woodend Cottage. He had his own work to do after all. Sirius, Tonks, Penny, Fleur and Remus had all been concerned when Harry had dived into work almost as soon as they'd returned to Woodend Cottage. The teen artificer wasn't to be deterred though. Harry had 2 projects now ongoing after completing the first version of his regalia. Those 2 projects were creating more Sorcerer's Path mantles for his loved ones, and starting on another set of Skylian Rye Nethair armor. He already had Tonks' measurements, and this set would be for her. During his downtime from his forging, tailoring and crafting, Harry delved into books about the last time Voldemort had risen up. Sirius and Remus were both available to ask questions and hear first-hand accounts too. What Harry was worried about was the fact that for a Dark Lord that despised non-purebloods, Voldemort sure made a great deal of use from the many dark creatures of the British Isles. Feral werewolves, dementors and trolls were just some of the creatures that had been in the Dark Lord's service back in the 70s. Harry was thankful to Remus for teaching him the Patronus charm last year. It was the only way to deal with Dementors directly. What had surprised Harry the most was the division in the Ministry over the Death Eaters that had appeared at the World Cup. The DMLE was prosecuting them to the fullest extent of the law. However, none of the 6 men could speak when certain questions were asked of them. A powerful curse was upon them all and seemed bound to their very beings. Even Veritaserum, the most powerful truth potion there was, couldn't circumvent whatever curse was upon the men. The division came in the fact that several of the higher-ups in the ministry wanted to sweep this under the rug, as if Death Eaters coming back after more than a decade was something trivial or misunderstood. There had even been a platitude-filled article from Minister Fudge in the Daily Prophet, assuring everyone that Death Eaters hadn't returned. The man was either lying to protect the Death Eaters that got away, or refusing to see reality. Harry wasn't sure which would yield worse results. Maybe it's time to delve further, Harry murmured quietly to himself as he looked at the opened tome at the edge of his work table. The page it was on showed the complex design of a very specific runic array. This array was so complex that it even had to be etched in a specific pattern onto the medium that you wish to impart its effects on. The teen artificer's eyes then glanced over at another book, this one much older and worn. But the pages it was open to displayed a complex transmutation circle, far more complex than the one to make Zeklatite. It would be a large step, and failure was almost guaranteed for both avenues. But if Voldemort was back, if he had regained enough of his power to practically announce his return, then Harry was going to be ready. Harry, you need to rest. Tonks had sat her boyfriend down and was giving him no other choice but to listen to her. You've been working too hard and too much. The metamorph had a point. Harry was clearly tired, bags beginning to form under the teen's eyes, a slouched posture. And he was almost constantly yawning or shaking himself awake. I can't just rest on my laurels with Voldemort back, Tonks. Harry sighed as he rubbed his temples. The green-eyed young man was fighting off a headache forming at the moment. Harry, you've already made Sorcerer's Path mantles for all of us and showed us how to use them. You just finished another set of Basilisk Scale mail armor for me, and while I'm truly grateful, you've run yourself ragged." Tonks laid out just how busy Harry had been in the last several days. "Come here." She patted the spot next to her on the couch in Wood End Cottage's living room. Harry got up from the nearby chair and sat next to her. The metamorph pulled him into her side and wrapped her arm around his shoulders. "Now rest. Everything will be okay. Sleep is important for working." Harry made a non-committal noise as he laid his head on her shoulder. It had just become infinitely harder to fight his eyelids. "Did you like the armor?" "It's amazing, Harry, thank you." Tonks smiled brightly, even though Harry couldn't see it. The metamorph moved and lay back on the couch lengthwise, pulling Harry down on top of her. The teen rested his head on her bosom, which she'd made larger and soft for him to use as a pillow. "Now sleep, mister. And could still work." Harry mumbled around a yawn. "Unless you can make my armor a bit more colorful, then you're staying right here," Tonks lightly teased as she ran her fingers through his hair. "Sorry, the armor doesn't take spell effects at all." Harry shook his head, inadvertently nuzzling his face into her large breasts. "It's black with a hint of green, just like the scales it's made from." "And it is fine, Harry," Tonks whispered, as she felt his breathing even out as the Artificer nodded off. "You silly nerd," she fondly mumbled as she kissed the top of his head. Harry hadn't been the only one working hard ever since the World Cup. Tonks and Moody had torn up the training room to an even greater degree, and more often ever since that night. Moody had postponed his retirement in the wake of the event. Tonks was hard at work making a more powerful version of her cube spell as well. She was going to make a version that could prevent the use of apparition and portkeys for those inside of it. Penny had been entrenching herself in books, and working out a new spell of her own too. No one was sure exactly what the blonde was going for, but she assured them it would be useful for dealing with even large amounts of enemies. Fleur, now in her final year at Beaux Batons, was also working with her wandless magic to master her current arsenal and create new spells with her greater control over her mana. The Vila was not one to let her loved ones worry or be harmed if she could do anything about it. Sirius and Remus had both been contacted by Dumbledore after the World Cup. Whatever they talked about was kept secret, but Sirius did tell the foursome that Dumbledore was getting the old group together. The four of them assumed this old group was made up of people that had resisted and fought against Voldemort the last time he was in power. Harry thought it was good to gather people that weren't happy to go along with the minister's fantasy of everything being fine. A prepared group was much better than people that were happier to stick their heads in the sand and pretend that nothing was wrong after all. Tonks held Harry for the rest of the day on the couch. They skipped dinner, but even Taylor hadn't said anything about it as Harry continued to sleep. A little magic and Harry had been washed and changed into his pajamas. Tonks had laid him in his bed and then showered herself before slipping into pajamas and crawling into Harry's bed that night. She pulled him close, gently kissed his forehead, and then held him close as she drifted off. The morning of September 1st dawned with a well-rested Harry Potter waking up in his girlfriend's arms. He'd kissed Tonks awake in thanks, and the two had smiled lovingly at each other. The makeout session that started afterwards wasn't planned, but neither of them was complaining. Sirius laughing his head off as he beat on the bedroom door while telling Harry that they were going to be late if he didn't hurry up, had really spoiled the mood though. So it was that Harry, Sirius, and Tonks made it to platform 9 3/4 with only half an hour before departure. Harry had enjoyed Taylor's breakfast, and the house elf had been adamant he not leave without eating. She was truly mothering like that. Harry spent most of the hours-long ride to Hogwarts working on his own original spell. Putting it together slowly but surely, the Artificer was making steady progress. Once it was complete, Harry was sure it would be one of the greatest spells created in the last century. With the amount of notes, arithmancy calculations, and various charms he was trying to derive the proper effects from, it was no wonder that his original spell now took up 64 pages of the notebook that was specifically for spellcraft. That wasn't to say he was alone in his compartment. No, Luna had opted to sit with him during the ride. The spacey third year happily read her Quibbler magazine upside down, while Harry jotted down notes or wrote out arithmancy calculations. Occasionally they chatted when Harry took a break to rest his mind. While artifice was something he could claim to be a prodigy in, spellcraft was not. Even he needed to rest his brain from the intricate details and calculations of the spell creation process from time to time. When the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station, it was to a veritable downpour. The sky was thick with black clouds and Harry didn't fancy getting soaked. He held Luna back for a bit as the students began to disembark from the train. Once the bulk of the other students were gone, Harry led Luna off the train and, just before stepping out into the rain, he cast a wandless Protego charm over his head. The magical shield could block both spells and physical objects, but was better at blocking magic. Rain wasn't strong enough to break Harry's Protego, and he easily expanded it to cover a large area overhead. "Thank you, Harry." Luna beamed at him as she stepped off the train and under the safety of Harry's spell. "Don't mention it, Luna." Harry chuckled as the duo walked towards the carriages. "Room for a few more?" Hermione called out from the train as she, Padma, and Meghan stood just inside the train to avoid getting soaked. "I've got plenty." Harry smiled at his study buddies. The 3 fourth-year girls quickly dashed under the safety of the Protego charm, and Harry walked them all to one of the carriages. The 5 of them rode up to the school while dry and comfortable. As they entered the castle, once again under Harry's wandless Protego as a magical umbrella, the 5 students noticed the absolutely soaked state of the entrance hall. Harry was amused to see that several more students, including upper years, had seen what he was doing, and had cast their own Protego spells to act as umbrellas. About half the students were soaked from having run through the downpour, while the other half was slightly wet from huddling under a Protego, or completely dry from having copied what Harry was doing before they left their carriages. "That doesn't seem safe." Harry mentioned of the soaking stone floor of the entrance hall. With a wandless and overpowered drought charm, the water quickly evaporated, leaving the stone floor dry and safe to walk on. "Harry!" Luna called out, and Harry stopped a red balloon, filled with what he hoped was water, from hitting him by grabbing it with levitation. "Aw, why'd you warn him, Loony Lovegood?" Peeves the poltergeist cackled as he held more red water balloons. "I was about to soak Harry Potty and Peeves." Harry vanished the water balloon under the effects of his wandless levitation. "You've got until the count of 3 to leave. 1, 2, ain't or what?" Peeves simpered at the 4th year. "Is Potty going to be mad at old Peeves?" "Since in 3. Harry finished, and with a sharp crack a bolt of lightning left Harry's fingertips and struck the poltergeist. "Eeeeow!" Peeves cried out as his form became totally incorporeal, and the water balloons dropped to the floor, bursting away from the students. The poltergeist's faded form rocketed up the main staircase, and disappeared onto the 2nd floor. "Bloody pest." Harry groused at the annoying poltergeist. "Harry, language please." Hermione, ever a stickler for the rules, gave him a look. "Excellent work, Mr. Potter, take 15 points. Professor McGonagall called out as she made herself known. The deputy headmistress was standing in the doorway to the Great Hall and motioning the students forward. "Now, come along, all of you inside. The first years will be here soon, and we need you all seated." "1 second, Professor, if you don't mind." Harry spoke up, seeing half the students from the carriages still soaked from the rain. Harry raised both of his hands, palms facing towards the wet students, before casting the overpowered drought charm again. Many students yelped as the weight of their clothes changed suddenly. This was followed by almost all of them sighing in relief at being dry again. Harry didn't discriminate anyone. Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and his fellow Ravenclaws. All of them had their clothes dried with his spell. Several calls of thanks came from the gathered students, and McGonagall smiled at Harry. "Take another 15 points, Mr. Potter, for your kindness towards your peers." McGonagall rewarded Harry twice before the welcoming feast had even started. Harry wondered if 30 points before the feast was a record for earning points. The group of dry students quickly marched into the Great Hall and headed for their house tables. When the students were seated, chatter naturally began. Harry talked with Luna, Padma, and Meghan for a bit while they all waited for the first years. Harry saw Remus, or Professor Lupin as he'd have to call him while at school, chatting with Hagrid at the staff table. Harry thought it was great that Remus had stayed on as the defense against the dark arts professor. He'd most certainly been far better than both Quirrell and Lockhart. Maybe now the students could have steady instruction in the core course. When the first years had entered the Great Hall, led by McGonagall, the Transfiguration professor gave him a slight nod. Harry noticed that all of the first years were dry, despite having crossed the lake in the heavy rain. He guessed that McGonagall had given him the nod for reminding her to dry the students off before they got to the Great Hall. At the very least, the first years would be a lot more comfortable now than if they'd been forced to stand in the Great Hall soaking wet while waiting to be sorted. Harry listened to the Sorting Hat's song and applauded politely like most of the Great Hall. The sorting moved along as it always did. Some students were sorted near instantly, while others took a few moments. All in all, the sorting only took about 10 minutes this year. Once the hat and stool had been taken away by McGonagall, the feast started as it always did, with food appearing on every serving platter on every table. Harry helped himself to some steak, potatoes, and greens first, with a nice bit of gravy for the potatoes. Once dessert came around, Harry had a bit of treacle tart, and once finished waited for the plates to become spotless again. When the last of the food disappeared, Dumbledore stood up. The chatter filling the great hall died down quickly, leaving only the howling wind and pounding rain of the storm outside to be heard. "So," Dumbledore smiled at all of the students of Hogwarts, "now that we are all fed and watered, I must once more ask for your attention, while I give out a few notices." Harry listened, sort of, as Dumbledore went over what new items Filch had banned this year. Then the headmaster gave the standard announcements that the forest was forbidden, and that Hogsmeade was only for 3rd years and up. It was only after these, standard, start-of-the-year announcements, that Harry realized Dumbledore had more to say. "It is also my painful duty to inform you that the Interhouse Quidditch Cup will not take place this year." Harry heard a lot of muttering and whispering at that announcement. Dumbledore continued on before the mutters could grow too loud. "This is due to an event that will be starting in October, and continuing throughout the school year, taking up much of the professor's time and energy. But I am certain that you will all enjoy it immensely. I have great pleasure in announcing that this year at Hogwarts, we are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event which has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year." "You're joking!" the Weasley twins exclaimed loudly. Both looked like they were a hair's breadth from leaping to their feet in excitement. That might explain why dress robes were on the items list this year. Harry had been curious about the inclusion of the formal wear since he'd gotten his school list. "And I assure you that I'm not." Dumbledore chuckled at the loud exclamations. Yes, the Triwizard Tournament. Well, some of you will not know what this tournament involves, so I hope those who do know will forgive me for giving a short explanation, and allow their attention to wander freely. Dumbledore chuckled even though McGonagall looked distinctly unamused by the headmaster giving the students permission to daydream. The Triwizard Tournament was first established around 700 years ago, as a friendly competition between the 3 largest European schools of magic, those 3 being Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. A champion was selected to represent each school, and the 3 champions competed in 3 magical tasks. The schools took it in turns to host the tournament once every 5 years, and it was generally agreed to be a most excellent way of establishing ties between young witches and wizards of different nationalities. Well, until that is, the death toll mounted so high that the tournament was discontinued. The headmaster looked a trite sheepish at that admission. "Death toll?" Harry mumbled as he cocked an eyebrow that a school event had led to deaths. "There have been several attempts over the centuries to reinstate the tournament," Dumbledore continued with his explanation, "none of which have been very successful. However, our own departments of international magical cooperation and magical games and sports have decided the time is ripe for another attempt. We have worked hard over the summer to ensure that, this time, no champion will find himself or herself in mortal danger." "Why don't I believe that?" Harry snarked to himself while the rest of the students listened on. The magical world did have a bit of a track record for not learning from their mistakes. The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving with their short list of contenders in October, and the selection of the 3 champions will take place on Halloween. An impartial judge will decide which 3 students are the most worthy to compete for the Triwizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleons of prize money. "Not interested." Harry sighed quietly. Voldemort was apparently out there, active again. He didn't have time to be playing around with this tournament. Looking down the Ravenclaw table, Harry saw a great many of his housemates chatting excitedly. It wasn't just the Ravenclaws though. At every house table, Harry could see people either focusing intently on Dumbledore and what the headmaster was saying, or else they were whispering fervently to their neighbors. Dumbledore raised his hands for attention before he spoke again, and the hall quietened once more. "Eager though I know all of you will be to bring the Triwizard Cup to Hogwarts," the headmaster began, "and the heads of the participating schools, along with the Ministry of Magic, have all agreed to impose an age restriction on contenders this year. Only students who are of age, which means 17 years or older, will be allowed to put forward their names for consideration. This," Dumbledore had to raise his voice slightly, as several people had made noises of outrage at the restriction already, "is a measure we feel is necessary, given that the tournament tasks will still be difficult and dangerous, whatever precautions we take. And it is highly unlikely that students below 6th and 7th year will be able to cope with the trials. I will personally be ensuring that no underage student hoodwinks our impartial judge into making them Hogwarts champion." His light blue eyes twinkled as he glanced over at the Weasley twins. I therefore beg you not to waste your time submitting yourself if you are under 17. So he admits that the tasks will still be dangerous? Harry ran over the headmaster's words in his head. What about earlier when he said that the champions wouldn't find themselves in mortal danger? When delegations from Bogsbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving in October and remaining with us for the greater part of this year, I know that you will all extend every courtesy to our foreign guests while they are with us, and will give your wholehearted support to the Hogwarts champion when he or she is selected. And now, it is late, and I know how important it is to you all to be alert and rested as you enter your lessons tomorrow morning. So now I bid you all a good night. Dumbledore sat down again and turned to talk to Remus. There was a lot of scraping and banging as all the students got to their feet. The 4 houses all headed towards the double doors and into the entrance hall. As Harry headed up the stairs to Ravenclaw Tower, he pondered on the announcement of the Triwizard Tournament. It would be interesting to see what the other 2 premier magical schools in Europe taught their students. Durmstrang was a complete mystery to him, but Fleur had told him a good amount about Bogsbatons. Wait a minute. Harry perked up as he made the connection. Fleur is in her last year at Bogsbatons, and one of their top students. I bet she'll be coming to try and become champion. A bright smile formed on Harry's face at the thought of having a school year with Fleur. He'd be busy working throughout the year, but having Fleur here would ensure he didn't go overboard as he had in the last part of August. His lovely silvery blonde girlfriend could be rather forceful when she wanted to be after all. This also gave him the chance to show her his hidden workshop. He was sure she'd love a place where they could go to be alone. He certainly would. Spending time with Fleur was enjoyable both intellectually and physically. The beautiful teen loved to learn, but also liked to indulge in their relationship. Harry was sure they could make time for both whenever they snuck away to his workshop. Current mana levels: Harry, Tonks, Penelope, Fleur. Chapter 36. Delving Deeper. What the hell is a Triskaidekacon? Harry blinked at the unfamiliar word as he looked over the incredibly complex alchemy book that had the transmutation circle he needed in it. The old tome's pages were still in good shape, thankfully, but the front and back covers were both so worn that the title on the front could barely be read. Harry had no idea who the author of the book was, but cross-checking everything in the old tome with newer alchemy books checked out. Whoever wrote this had more than likely informed the alchemic arts, and the alchemists that came after them, on a good majority of this branch of magic. Looking over the transmutation circle in the book, all the intricate lines, the symbols, the shapes, it was impressive to say the least. This was the level that Harry needed to get to if he wanted to be ready for whatever Voldemort had planned. He knew he was likely to fail multiple times, but if he could make this work, then the sky was the limit. This was some of the highest level alchemy that existed for what he needed to produce. The only problem was actually drawing the circle correctly. It was not only intricate but large too, easily 3 meters in diameter when it was finished. It would take a long time to draw the circle even once. Once he managed to draw the transmutation circle properly and transmute the material he wanted from it, that was still only the first step. The material he wanted was one of the few that could handle the runic array he wanted to apply to it. But those 2 wouldn't be enough for Harry's plans. There were precious few materials in the world that were naturally magical in nature, at least when it came to materials useful to artifice. What Harry wanted was a selection of these rare materials to impart their natural magic into his creation. If his plan worked out, not only would this project be powerful, it could very well acquire more abilities once he'd forged it. But what to choose first? Harry wondered aloud as he picked up a different book and opened it to a bookmarked page. He needed something that would hopefully make Voldemort a non-issue permanently. However, none of these magical stones or gems seemed to have such a power. They all had their own uses to be sure, but Harry wanted something that could put a Dark Lord down for good. Azurite might work, or maybe Frost Azurite. But Frost Azurite is really expensive, the teen artificer mused as he looked over the magical gems and stones. There were a good number of them, each with their own inherent magical power, but the supply was always going to be limited. Harry quietly mused for some time on what exactly he'd spend his galleons on when it came to naturally occurring magical gems and stones. It was going to cost a small fortune to get any decent amount, but with them his artifice could advance further, along with his runecraft and alchemy. For now, it might be best to work on what he could already do while practicing alchemy and drawing the transmutation circle that he'd need. He doubted that he'd perform a successful transmutation of this level for months, but he wouldn't improve if he didn't practice. Trial and error was well known to Harry after years of magical study. Well, no time like the present. Harry clapped as he picked up the alchemy book, then he picked up his chalk, his meter stick and a protractor. Alchemy was a finicky branch of magic, and if this level of transmutation circle was even slightly off, he could kiss a successful transmutation goodbye. Triangle, heptagon, and then triskaidekagon, and that's before the symbols. With a sigh, Harry sat on the floor and got to work. September was spent in much the same way for Harry. He was almost constantly running off to his hidden workshop to forge or practice. Luna sometimes sat or did her homework in the hidden workshop to keep Harry company and remind him to go to meals. When asked why, the spacey blonde had smiled at him and told him that Penny had asked her to. Harry made sure to write to his girlfriend about that in the letters they frequently exchanged. Near the end of September, Harry received a rather odd letter from Penny. His spellcrafting scholar of a girlfriend wanted his experience with runecraft to look over a rather odd sequence that Penny had created. The teen artificer had no problem doing it for his love, of course, but going through the runic sequences and then putting them all together made even Harry blink at what was being attempted. He told Penny as much in the letter he'd sent back to her, along with the corrections and suggestions he had for her array. If she could make this work, Penny may very well solve the majority of their potentially upcoming problems by her own creation. Her intelligence is so attractive, Harry thought to himself as he watched Hedwig fly off with his revisions to Penny's prototype array. There was just something about intelligent women, that were a few years older than he was, that really got Harry smiling and a bit hot under the collar. Looking over his shoulder, Harry smiled at the nearly complete artifact he was currently working on. He was starting to get good at this one now on his third time. One more set of basilisk scale mail would soon be done. Then he'd start on the fourth. All of his loves would have a set as soon as possible. He would leave nothing to chance. The month of October passed without Harry deviating too much from his September schedule. He and Penny continued to pass her rune work back and forth through Hedwig. With each revision, the overall effect that Penny was going for became clearer. Harry was still impressed with Penny and her ingenuity. It was a rather unorthodox undertaking, and flew in the face of the standard school of thought. But his girlfriend wasn't one to let such things hold her back. Fleur had been rather silent, though even when she did reply she was vague and teasing. Harry was certain she was coming to Hogwarts for the tournament. October the night. Harry exhaled as he flew over the Forbidden Forest with his Windwalker flight item. The light of the waning moon gave just enough illumination to see, if only barely, and the artificer was eager to acquire some useful materials. He'd been putting out feelers for magical stones and gems and getting quotes and prices from reputable dealers since September. One had mentioned that a certain stone could be found in highly magical areas in Scotland. Hogwarts, Hogsmeade, and the Forbidden Forest were the most magical locations in Scotland. So Harry was certain if he could find an area that witches and wizards hadn't settled, that he'd find the stone in question. Sage quartz was, much like any naturally occurring magical gem or stone, rather hard to come by in any decent amount. It only formed in areas of high magic concentration that were both rich in granite and plant life. According to his book, it looked like milky quartz but with deep green lines, almost like roots, crisscrossing through the stone. As he flew over the forest, he was looking for any clearings that had exposed rock. In Scotland, there would be a good chance said rock was granite. After flying far enough that he could just barely see Hogwarts anymore, Harry spotted a decent-sized clearing that had exposed rock on the surface. He slowed himself until he was hovering over the clearing before descending. When his feet touched the ground, he quickly made his way over to the rock. A quick cast of Protego Totalum ensured the area would be protected from both physical and magical intrusion for an extended time. He wasn't leaving his safety to chance. Moss-covered, that's supposed to be a good sign, Harry whispered, as he placed his hand on the large exposed stone. Channeling his mana into the stone, he felt for any trace of magic within. Not feeling any magic, the artificer moved over to another rock. Again and again, Harry poked around the exposed stones. He felt through each one of them for the telltale feeling of magic. It was nearly 2 hours later before Harry felt magic from one of the stones. Of course it'd have to be half buried under the other rocks. Harry gave a mental huff as he pulled his hand back from the small alcove made by larger, moss-covered rocks. With levitation, Harry moved the large stones aside and set them down away from the stone he'd felt the magic from. After moving 6 of the large stones aside, Harry finally uncovered the stone he wanted. Placing his hand on the rock again, Harry pulsed his mana into it and felt a magic within. He wasn't sure exactly what was inside. Though he was hopeful for sage quartz, he also didn't know how much would be within the large stone. Placing both hands on the large stone, Harry worked a spell as he began to glide his hands over the moss-covered rock. The moss was stripped away by the first pass of his hand. The next pass shaved away the surface of the rock. Over and over Harry passed his hands across the rock. Bit by bit the large stone shrank as Harry continued to shave it down. When only the core of the stone was left, Harry had easily been processing for the better part of an hour. Moment of truth. Harry smiled at the remainder of the rock. He tapped the last layer of stone with the tip of his right index finger. The granite cracked like the shell of an egg and fell to pieces around what Harry had felt with his mana. Brilliant, he beamed as he kneeled down and picked up the fairly large piece of sage quartz. It looked very similar to the picture in his book. White quartz with dark green root-like lines crisscrossing through the stone. It probably weighed about 6 kilograms or so. Not a lot, but he hadn't been expecting to find much to begin with. Something slamming into his protototalum had Harry's head snapping over to the source so quickly his neck popped. There, standing just outside of his spell's area of effect, was a forest troll. With greenish skin and hair that could almost be mistaken for thick grass. The beast was far different from the mountain troll that he'd faced in first year. It had a muscular body, except for a rather pronounced gut. Strong arms with large hands, thick legs like tree trunks, and was barely covered by some scraps of animal fur around its immense girth. What had hit Harry's shield was the massive club in the troll's hand. It looked like the large creature had broken a tree in half, and simply picked up whatever portion was club-shaped enough for its needs. "Oi!" Harry shouted to get the troll's attention focused. "So I'm not here to cause trouble. I've got what I want, so I'm leaving, alright? Entragra!" The troll roared in response, slamming its large club against the shield again. Trolls weren't the most intelligent of species out there. Their magically resistant skin, more like hide really, made them hard to deal with for most witches and wizards. Aside from that, their immense strength made them dangerous as well as their mostly carnivorous diet. Harry grimaced at the forest troll as it continued to bang on the protototalum. With a glance down at his waist, where Ethereum was hanging on his hip, Harry looked back at the raging troll. It would be Harry's first time using his artifact sword against a living target. Voldemort did make use of trolls in the 70s as well. He might need to do this in the future in a much direr situation. With a deep breath, Harry unsheathed Ethereum and held it at the ready. Nothing that could start a fire but something strong enough to get through its hide. Harry murmured to himself as the forest troll continued to rage against the magical shield. Directing his mana into Ethereum, Harry gave it only a single intention, to sever. The forest troll stumbled as the protototalum disappeared as it tried to bash its club against it again. The little prey stood with a shiny stick in its hands. The troll straightened itself, and took a step towards its soon-to-be meal, with its club raised high. One good hit should kill the prey and then the troll could eat. The little prey raised its shiny stick over its head with both hands. The troll took another step forward. The prey brought the shiny stick down, and almost hit the ground with it. The forest troll felt something touch its face, chest and stomach. Then its vision went dark. Harry watched as the near-invisible line of his spell, amplified by Ethereum's innate magic, passed through the forest troll and then kept going. The spell was quickly lost in the darkness of the forest. The troll stilled, not taking a third step towards him. Then the large green creature split down the middle. Then the very air snapped and the ground split. A violent gale tore through the dark forest, just as a large trench formed through the rock and dirt of the ground. Harry's eyes widened as everything in the path of his spell split in two with great force. The line of destruction continued deeper into the forest, and Harry heard the snaps of tree limbs, and perhaps even trees themselves, falling to the ground. The trench that was cleaved into the ground had smooth edges, a testament to both the simplicity of his spell and its power. Seeing the gore that was the vertically bisected forest troll, the teen artificer averted his gaze and took deep steadying breaths for a few moments. Once he was sure his dinner wouldn't be revisiting him, Harry sheathed Ethereum. Without a word he picked up the sage quartz, and activated his Windwalker. The teen flew high into the air, getting an idea of just how far his spell had reached by the line of destruction through the deep forest. It had to have been close to 100 meters in length. With another sigh, Harry pulled out his invisibility cloak and put it on. Pulling up the hood and becoming completely invisible, he flew back towards the distant point of light that was Hogwarts. He'd figure out what he'd do with the sage quartz tomorrow. Right now he just wanted to sleep off what he'd seen. Octoberth welcoming feast? Did they forget what warming charms are or something? Harry shook his head as he saw a large number of students shaking in the cold night air. The entire faculty and student body of Hogwarts were waiting to welcome the delegates from Bogsbatons and Durmstrang. Harry had simply cast a warming charm on himself a few minutes into the wait. Luna, who stood nearby, copied him. He noticed a few others that had done the same amongst the crowd. Hermione, Meghan, Padma, and a few other Ravenclaws weren't shivering in the cold. A good number of the upper years from the other 3 houses had done the same. "Say hey look!" someone from Gryffindor shouted with their hand pointed towards the sky. Everyone's attention focused on a small dot in the waning light as it grew bigger. Closer and closer the object got until everyone could see it was a massively large carriage being pulled by equally large winged horses. The carriage got closer and began to descend. Harry was pretty sure he heard Hagrid call the large horses beautiful. They looked to be Abraxans, which meant that no normal man would be able to guide them. The large magical horses could easily drag a dozen or more full-grown men around without trouble. The carriage landed with the thundering of the Abraxans' hooves and the sharp thud of the carriage's wheels hitting the ground. When the carriage came to a stop, the door opened and a teen boy dressed in the blue uniform of Beauxbatons tapped his wand on the doorframe. A set of metal steps unfolded from beneath the carriage, and the young man stepped down them before standing off to the side. The next person to appear from the carriage was a massive woman, easily as tall as Hagrid, maybe taller, and with a statuesque build that made her look imposing. She walked down the steps and took a few steps forward before the next students emerged in 2 lines. One line was entirely girls, while the other line was all boys. Harry noted that the girls' line was a bit longer than the boys' line. "Madame Maxime, lovely to see you again." Dumbledore smiled brightly as he greeted the large woman. "Welcome to Hogwarts." "Sin has been a long time, Dumbledore," Maxime replied back with her own smile down to the old man. Her French accent was noticeable, but it was clear she spoke English well enough to not mispronounce words or names. "It is chillier than I remember. Might my students head inside to keep warm?" "Of course, please make yourselves at home while we await Durmstrang's arrival," Dumbledore offered genially. "Mr. Filch will lead you to the Great Hall. The Ravenclaw table will welcome your students with open arms." "Thank you, Dumbledore." Maxime nodded as she led her students up the stairs following after Mr. Filch. Harry looked over the students and caught Fleur's eyes. The two smiled at each other warmly and Fleur even winked at him. Harry grinned and shook his head as he heard the boys around him start acting up from even the passive allure that Fleur naturally exuded. Apparently the greater control of her magic let her rein in her allure even more than before. The flip side being that her magic was now more in tune with her body, and that made her allure more potent. Shortly after the Beauxbatons students had entered the castle, someone else called out, "What's that?" A younger student questioned as the Black Lake began to churn and throw up waves. Everyone watched as the water roiled before beginning to swirl around into a massive whirlpool. From the whirlpool, a large sailing ship began to emerge. The bow and figurehead rose over the edge of the whirlpool. Then the main body of the ship breached the water, and the whole vessel tilted forward and landed on the lake. The ship bobbed violently for a few moments before it sailed right up to the edge of the lake, and then dropped anchor. The gangplank was lowered and a man in a large fur coat began walking down the ramp. He was followed by students all wearing the same red uniform. Each of the young men had a fur-lined cloak over their shoulders and a staff in their hands. "Albus, it has been too long." The obvious head of Durmstrang greeted Dumbledore with a smile. "Igor, good to see you again." Dumbledore returned the warm greeting, and the two men gave each other a brief hug with a strong pat on the back. "The Beauxbatons students are already inside. We can join them and get the welcoming feast started. They came to Scotland in the autumn in those thin uniforms, didn't they?" Igor gave a rough laugh as he motioned his students to follow him. Harry noticed that there were only male students. Once the Durmstrang students were inside, the Hogwarts students were led back into the Great Hall by their heads of house. "Mr. Potter, a quick word if I may." Dumbledore got Harry's attention as they were headed back into the castle. "Yes, Headmaster?" Harry asked as they walked side by side. "It's a bit of tradition that when wizards and witches meet and exchange hospitality that a show of magic is performed," Dumbledore explained as they approached the Great Hall. "I, Master Karkaroff, Headmistress Maxime and myself, have decided to let a student of our choosing from our respective schools perform this tradition. I get the feeling you want me to be the student for Hogwarts." Harry looked the old man in the eye. "Wouldn't a 7th year be better for this?" Perhaps, but perhaps not." Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling, and Harry knew the headmaster's mind was made up. "Couldn't give me more warning at least?" Harry shook his head with a small grin. "So I believe the best thing for this tradition is improvisation, rather than a rigid routine." Dumbledore chuckled and Harry shrugged. Fine. When do we start?" Harry asked as he noticed Fleur at one end of the professor's table and Victor Krum of all people at the opposite end. "As soon as I sit down." Dumbledore smiled at the teen and moved quickly, for a man his age, to take his seat. "That old man," Harry grumbled in his mind. He didn't have much time to think about it though, as Victor twirled his staff a few seconds after Dumbledore was seated. Victor conjured up sparkling diamonds of ice and sent them levitating through the hall with a wave of his staff. The diamonds refracted the candle light and made rainbows dance across the great hall. The light show went on for a moment before Victor slammed the end of his staff on the stone floor. The diamonds burst into snow that gently fluttered down onto everyone in the great hall. Fleur quickly took up the performance as she wandlessly conjured birds of flame that flew around the hall. The birds exploded like fireworks, and from the explosion, petals of fragrant flowers fell. The petals disappeared as they touched the students, tables, or the floor, and Fleur finished her performance with a clap of her hands that sent a wave of magic through the hall. Everyone that the spell touched suddenly had a smile on his or her face, and Harry realized what his girlfriend had done. A cheering charm, a nice finish. Harry admitted to himself with a grin. I guess it's my turn. Harry snapped his fingers on both hands and a large Lumos charm appeared over each hand. Another double snap and 2 more large Lumos charms sprang into existence. With a thought and the proper application of his mana, each of the charms turned a different color. There was now a blue light, a yellow light, a green light, and a red light. Shaping his spell, the balls of colorful light took the form of one of the 4 house animals. A red lion strutted through the air just above the Gryffindor table. A yellow badger scampered along the length of the Hufflepuff table. A green snake slithered through the air just above the Slytherin table. The Ravenclaw table was flown over by a large blue eagle. Many students, both foreign and Hogwarts, tried to touch the colorful animals only for their hands to pass through them. They were only light, so it felt like nothing, but it seemed to be a fun experience for the students. When the 4 animals cleared the table, they vanished in a flash. To end his own performance, Harry focused on a happy memory, and a smile crossed his face. With a large push of his mana, a bright silvery mist formed and then seemed to solidify. The construct twisted and twirled through the air before fully forming. A cheer rose up in the great hall as Harry's Patronus fully formed. The massive Eastern dragon twisted through the air, glowing brightly. It flew through the great hall, and the sheer positivity of the Guardian brought smiles, cheers, and laughter to the students and even some of the professors. Harry guided his Patronus back towards the professor's table, and had it fly around Victor with its long serpentine body. The rather surly-looking young man actually cracked a smile. Fleur was next, and she beamed at him while running her hand through the silvery mists of pure positivity. To finish up, Harry directed his Patronus to twist and twine itself behind him, and look out over the entire great hall. With a clap of his hands, the enormous Guardian burst into a wave of the silvery mist, and raced through the hall. This got more cheers and laughter from the students. The entire hall burst into applause for the show of magic, and Harry felt like the tradition was complete now. The 3 students bowed to the students, then turned and bowed to the professors. They quickly retreated to their assigned tables afterwards. Fleur easily caught Harry's hand, and the 2 sat beside each other at the Ravenclaw table next to the Beauxbatons students. With a marvelous show of magic from our students, I declare the welcoming feast open. Dumbledore was all bright smiles, as food appeared on all the serving platters instantly. Harry quickly noted several dishes he'd never seen before, and correctly guessed them to be from the various countries that Beauxbatons and Durmstrang took their students from normally. That was wonderful, mon amour. Fleur beamed at him before leaning in to catch his lips. Harry returned the gentle kiss, and they broke apart with smiles. You were amazing too. Harry leaned in and kissed her cheek. Thank you. Fleur grinned at him as they began to fill their plates. Fleur was naturally attempting to get Harry to try some new French cuisine. After the desserts disappeared some time later, the welcoming feast began to die down. It was as the last of the students turned their attention to the professor's table that Dumbledore stood up again. Harry and Fleur both listened as Dumbledore had Mr. Filch bring in a case and open it. The headmaster withdrew a wooden goblet from within and placed it on a pedestal so that all could see it. Harry's eyes quickly took in the simple-looking object before coming to a conclusion. That's an artifact. Harry would guarantee it. Dumbledore went on to explain that the Goblet of Fire would be the impartial judge that would pick the 3 champions that would compete in the Triwizard Tournament. Harry and Fleur's hands found each other's under the table and entwined their fingers as they listened. Harry really wanted to look over the goblet in greater detail, but knew he probably wouldn't be getting that chance. What's an age line? Is it like a ward? Harry whispered to Fleur after Dumbledore told the students in the hall how the goblet would be protected against underage students. Oui, a basic one, but one that is impossible to fool. Fleur whispered back with a nod. It only lasts about 24 hours unless recast, so it's actually a good choice for this situation. After the explanation on how the eligible students would submit their names to the Goblet of Fire, the students were ushered off to bed. Harry and Fleur walked slowly together. The couple was happy to spend time together again after 2 months apart. Harry walked her all the way back to the Boxbaton's carriage, hand in hand. When they stood in front of the door to the carriage, they both leaned forward and pressed their lips together. This kiss started out soft, but became more heated as it went on. The separation had fanned the flames of their desire for each other. The teens were full-on French kissing before they were interrupted as the carriage door rattled and they broke apart. "Miss Delacour, please come inside and prepare for bed," Madame Maxime requested as her eyes took in the two students. "Classes start at their regular time in the morning. I'm sure you and your paramour can find time after classes to spend together. I'll see you tomorrow, Harry." Fleur kissed his cheek with a smile. "On good night, Fleur." Harry returned her smile as Fleur entered the carriage and the door was closed behind her by Maxime. "Won't she be surprised when she sees the gift I have for her tomorrow?" Harry chuckled to himself as he walked back towards the castle. He'd get to show her his hidden workshop, and give her the gift. Maybe she'd want to thank him right then and there? He grinned at the thought as he made it into the castle. Current mana levels: Harry, Tonks, Penelope, Fleur, Chapter, Champion Selection. "Where are you taking me, Harry?" Fleur questioned with a melodious giggle. "You'll see," Harry replied with a grin as he led her down a seemingly random empty corridor. "Are you looking for a place to be alone with me, mon amour?" Fleur teased her love and Harry only nodded to her teasing. "Perhaps." Harry chuckled as he stood in front of the protected door to his hidden workshop. "We're here." "Here?" Fleur looked at the end of the corridor, just blank walls on all sides. "Where is here?" They're right here, of course." Harry smirked at his silvery blonde girlfriend. He took hold of the door handle and opened it. "Magnifique!" Fleur praised with a beautiful smile as the door came into her focus and she could see inside. "More of your work, I take it?" "Some of the simpler stuff, yes," Harry confirmed as he led her inside and shut the door behind her. "Well, now that we're alone and hidden from everyone, whatever could your plans be with me?" Fleur purred teasingly as she ran her left hand over her curves. "I was thinking I'd show you the gift I made for you." Harry rebuffed her teasing with his experience. He knew her games. Not to say he wasn't very tempted, though. "A gift?" Fleur cocked her head to the side, her silvery locks swaying from the motion. "It's in the smithy." Harry gestured for her to follow him, and he opened the door to the smithy for her. Fleur gave him a smile as she stepped into the room, only to stop dead just like Penny had done the first time. "Harry," Fleur breathed, as her blue eyes locked onto the armor that was resting on a mannequin in the smithy. The Vila teen could swear she'd heard a hiss in her mind the instant she'd stepped into the room. There was a sense of being watched and a slight pressure on her senses. She took a second step when she felt Harry's hand on her back. "So made another basilisk scale mail?" she asked as she snapped out of it and the feelings faded away. "3 more now, actually." Harry smiled at her as they walked over to the artifact armor. "This one is yours." "Mine?" Fleur's head snapped around so quickly her hair twirled through the air from the motion. Her beautiful eyes searched his for only a moment before they confirmed the truth in them. "Harry, thank you, I love it." She graced him with her gorgeous, heartwarming smile as she pulled him into a hug. "I'm glad." Harry returned the hug as his arms wrapped around her waist. "And I want to keep you 3 safe. I need to." He pulled her closer as he tightened his hold on her. "We will be safe, Harry, thanks to you," Fleur assured him as she pulled back just enough to look into his eyes. Without another word she pressed her lips to his and the two quickly got lost in their kiss. When they pulled away to catch their breath, both were hazy-eyed. "Fleur." Harry didn't need to say anything else as his hands descended from her waist to her hips and then to her bottom. "Harry," Fleur breathed hotly as she wrapped her arms around his neck and hopped up to wrap her legs around his waist. Harry quickly supported her weight with his hold on her ass. Lips met again as Harry carried her out of the smithy and towards his work desk. Sitting Fleur on the desk without breaking contact from her lips, Harry moved his hands to gently cup her face. The Vila teen hummed in approval before her hands began to tug at his robes. With a heavy breath the two separated and started removing robes, shirts, and Fleur happily removed her bra to expose her large breasts to her love. Harry wasted no time to lavish her tits with his full attention. Fleur moaned pleasurably at the warmth of Harry's touch as she held him close to her breasts. She kept her legs wrapped around his waist to both encourage their closeness, as well as prevent either of them from removing anything below the waist. They were teens and indulging as teens did, but that didn't mean they would be irresponsible. the couple wasn't seen by anyone until dinner that night. Great Hall after dinner. It was time for the Goblet of Fire to choose the 3 champions for the tournament. Fleur had put her name in first thing this morning, and Harry was certain that she'd be chosen for Bogsbottens. He hoped Hogwarts got a good champion too. At the very least, he hoped it was someone that wouldn't embarrass themselves and the whole of Hogwarts by extension. He was also fairly certain that Victor Krum would be chosen for Durmstrang. According to his scouter, the teen had a mana reading just over. He was by far the strongest of his peers from the northern school. The goblet's shimmering blue flame spiked and Dumbledore waved his wand to lower the lights in the Great Hall. Only the flickering candles inside the floating jack-o'-lanterns remained to give illumination alongside the blue flames of the goblet. Dumbledore stood next to the goblet as the blue flames swirled about. When the flames turned red, a spark leapt from the fire and a singed piece of parchment floated through the air. Dumbledore plucked the falling parchment from the air and opened it. The champion for the Durmstrang Institute is Victor Krum, Dumbledore announced, and the hall erupted into cheers. The large teen was congratulated by his peers, and Karkaroff was applauding more than most of the students. Victor made his way up to Dumbledore, and was motioned towards the antechamber behind the professor's table. The red flames flared high again, as Victor headed into the antechamber. With another blast of sparks, a new piece of lightly singed parchment floated downwards. When it was in reach, Dumbledore caught it and proceeded to open it. After a second to read, the headmaster looked up and spoke. "The champion for Bogsbottens Academy of Magic is Fleur Delacour," Dumbledore declared, and the hall, most especially the male students, broke into raucous cheers. Fleur playfully rolled her eyes as she stole a kiss from Harry and stood up. She walked up to Dumbledore and exchanged a few short words. Fleur also headed for the antechamber just as the goblet's red flames flared up. With an impressively high burst of flames, the last parchment that held the Hogwarts champion's name began to flutter towards the ground, amid a shower of sparks. Harry noted that the magical flames turned back to blue and died down. When Dumbledore caught the parchment, the blue flames were snuffed out as if someone had blown out a candle. All that was left was the wooden artifact, sitting on its pedestal. "The champion for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is..." Dumbledore stopped as he read the name on the parchment. A perplexed look of confusion filled the old man's face, as he looked to be staring at the name on the lightly charred parchment. The headmaster looked up and his eyes landed on Harry. The two literally locked eyes, and Harry felt his stomach drop. No. Harry had a very unpleasant realization as their gazes held each other. When he saw Dumbledore's eyes show a mix of confusion and a hint of suspicion, Harry nearly swore aloud. Fuck. He could still swear internally though. Harry Potter. Dumbledore wasn't loud, his voice much more subdued than when he announced the previous 2 champions. Most eyes in the hall quickly turned to the 4th year in shock. Harry stood slowly and with great reluctance he started walking. His emotions must have shown on his face as several students flinched back as he walked past them. He was angry, why wouldn't he be? Somehow, someway he'd been entered into the Triwizard Tournament. What the hell was going on and who did he have to viciously beat to death with his blacksmithing hammer for getting him mixed up in this? As he made it up to Dumbledore, he started to hear the buzzing in the Great Hall. Whispers and murmuring were slowly starting to build as the other students questioned what was going on. "Harry, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore corrected himself. "Since I trust you didn't do this?" "When of course not, Headmaster," Harry nearly hissed in response. "I have a revived, potentially undead Dark Lord coming after me. I have no time to waste on this tournament." "I figured as much." Dumbledore gave him a nod as they continued to talk in hushed tones. "We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise you. I will be examining the Goblet of Fire, Headmaster." Harry made it clear with both his tone and his posture that he wouldn't be taking no for an answer. "You can expect to be talking to Sirius shortly as well." With that, Harry nearly, just short of really, stormed off to the antechamber and roughly closed the large door behind him. "Harry?" Fleur's confusion could be heard as he walked into the chamber. "Something wrong?" Victor questioned with his usual semi-surly look on his face. The older teen had clearly not expected to see a 4th year in the antechamber for the champions of the tournament. "1 second, please." Harry begged off as he reached into his robes and pulled out the communication mirror from his pocket. "Sirius Black," he whispered to the hand mirror. With a slight vibration, Harry felt the moment the connection was made. "Harry? I didn't expect a call this early." Sirius's expression was perplexed. "Isn't the Halloween feast still going on?" "There's been a complication, Sirius." Harry spoke to his godfather, and the man picked up on Harry's anger, confusion, and trepidation. "What happened? Do I need to come to Hogwarts?" Sirius was clearly moving as the image of his face in the mirror became tilted as his hand moved. I was somehow entered into the Triwizard Tournament against my will, Harry informed him, and the image of his godfather stopped moving as Sirius stopped cold. Oh, like hell you're participating in that bloody tournament! Sirius roared through the mirror, and even Harry flinched back at the explosive outburst. Mr. Potter, what have you got there? Was that Lord Black? McGonagall spoke up from behind Harry. Harry turned to find that Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, Maxime, Karkaroff, Ludo Bagman, and Bartemius Crouch were all standing behind him. Harry was confused as to why Snape was there. The man wasn't his head of house like Flitwick. He wasn't headmaster or deputy headmaster, that was Dumbledore and McGonagall. He wasn't the head of Durmstrang or Beauxbatons, nor was he the head of Magical Games and Sports or International Magical Cooperation. He really had no reason to be here. It's a communication mirror, Professor, Harry explained as he showed the group the hand mirror with Sirius's enraged face looking at them all. I called my godfather, my legal guardian, about what has happened tonight. On Dumbledore. We're having words now, Sirius barked out at the old man at the front of the group. I'll flew to Hogwarts if I have to, so help me. Harry is not participating in the damned Triwizard Tournament. So Lord Black, I assure you we're going to get to the bottom of this. Dumbledore accepted the mirror from Harry. That should be obvious. Sirius was spitting mad and not afraid to show it. Lord Black, I'm afraid things aren't so simple. Crouch tried to placate the Lord of House Black. And a goblet of fire constitutes a binding magical contract. How the hell can my godson be bound to a magical contract he didn't submit himself to? You think you can hide behind some flimsy excuse like that? Crouch? Sirius turned his ire on the head of International Magical Cooperation. Speaking of, Harry thought, as he noticed the tournament organizers all focusing on the lambasting Sirius was dishing out through the communication mirror. Let's examine this artifact. A wandless summoning charm, and Harry felt his mana connect to his target. With a mental pull, the wooden goblet came hurtling into the antechamber, over the heads of the organizers unnoticed, and into Harry's hands. Now, how do you work? Harry wondered, as he let his mana flow into the artifact to try and commune with it. There was some rather rough runecraft that made up the Goblet of Fire. It was a very old artifact though, so maybe at the time this had been top-tier work? Regardless, Harry delved deeper to try and determine how the artifact had gotten his name or even chosen him. The wooden goblet only had two functions, contract and designation. The ability to hold the Triwizard Tournament's rules as a magical contract, and the ability to choose those that were bound to said contract. Honestly, it would be a median-grade artifact for its two functions alone, at least in Harry's opinion. The teen artificer noted that there were little to no actual fail-safe measures to prevent someone from submitting another person's name though. Shoddy foresight. Harry criticized internally as he searched for the last bits of information that he could glean from the artifact. Is that it? This thing can collect the magic of anyone that violates its contract? No wonder someone could just toss my name into it. This piece of junk has no protections woven into it. Any student from Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, or Durmstrang could be bound to this thing. Whoever put my name in could have tossed in anyone's name. They could have tossed in a first year's name and the goblet might have chosen them. The artificer raged internally at the shoddy work and lack of care that had been put into the Goblet of Fire's overall creation. The only determination for choice is, wait, really, that's all? He wanted to find out the goblet's destruction method so badly right now. The only choice the goblet made with its designation function was based entirely on how strong the wizard or witch in question was. How tacky was that? Did skill mean nothing to the artificer that made this? But how does it measure strength? Harry murmured aloud as he came out of his communing with the Goblet of Fire. Is it some arbitrary method that can be picked up from the signer's writing, perhaps? But that would be so easy to fool. Just pouring your mana into the quill and ink as you wrote would trick such a simple measurement. Church, Harry? Are you all right? Fleur whispered to him, and Harry blinked as he just now noticed Fleur standing next to him. Sorry, Fleur, I was trying to understand this shoddy artifact. Harry held up the wooden goblet. I'll be all right, but I don't think this thing's contract can be broken. Whoever made it was simplistic as hell. Only going through the tournament removes the contract. What idiot made this back in the day, I don't know. But I'd really like to bludgeon him or her to death with their own shitty work. Mr. Potter? Why do you have the Goblet of Fire? Crouch questioned the teen. Apparently Sirius had needed to stop his tirade against the tournament organizers to breathe. I'm an artificer in case you've forgotten, Mr. Crouch, Harry reminded the older man. Sa was studying this embarrassing piece of work to try and determine how I was entered into the tournament. With its simplistic rulings and total lack of any preventative safety measures, I'm now wondering how many previous competitors were forced into this tournament in the past. It's obvious you put your own name into the goblet, Potter. Snape sneered at the teen. Shut your mouth, Snivellus, Sirius barked at the dour potions professor. Snape bristled at the childhood insult, and only a look from Dumbledore made the pale man hold his tongue. As it stands, only completing this tournament will remove the contract of the goblet. Harry let out an annoyed sigh. So it looks like I'll be competing as the Hogwarts champion. Just brilliant. I'm still heading for Hogwarts, Harry. Sirius spoke up and drew all attention back to the communication mirror. Please do, Sirius. Harry had a sardonic little smile on his face. I'm sure the organizers will be interested to hear what legal ramifications you have in store for them in person. He took some vengeful joy at the slight flinches of both Bagman and Crouch. Dumbledore, I'd like to flew to your office to discuss this incident further, Sirius requested, though the man's tone made it clear that this was anything but a request. Will you open your flu? Yes, of course, I'll need some time to get to my office to do so. Dumbledore nodded to the mirror in his hand. Excellent. Please hand the mirror back to Harry. Sirius instructed the old man. Once the mirror was back in Harry's hands, Sirius spoke again. I'll be there shortly, Harry. We'll talk about this before I leave. Thanks, Sirius. Harry smiled at his godfather. See you soon, Harry. Sirius grinned at his godson. With that, the mirror went back to normal and Harry saw only his reflection. I believe you still need to inform us of the tournament in some way? Victor spoke up from his place near Karkaroff. Harry stowed the communication mirror back into his inner robe pocket before entwining his fingers with Fleur's. Yes, the first task will be held on November the 24th. Ludo Bagman spoke up with a smile. What will this task entail exactly? Fleur questioned, and almost rolled her eyes when the portly man's gaze became unfocused as he looked at her. It is a test of daring. You three will go into it blind with only your wands to aid you, Crouch informed the three of them with a serious look on his face. Well, that's unhelpful, Harry remarked, and Fleur squeezed his hand even as a small giggle escaped her lips. Now that you've been informed of the date of the first task, you may retire to your quarters. Dumbledore told the three champions with his grandfatherly aura, as Harry jokingly referred to it, in full effect. Walk me to the carriage? Fleur batted her eyelashes at her boyfriend. Of course, my lady. Harry gave her a gentlemanly bow as they both snickered. The couple walked out of the antechamber hand in hand and smiling softly. When the couple walked through the great hall, it was empty, the students having been ushered into their dormitories for the night. They took a leisurely stroll down the castle steps and across the grass towards the Box-Baton's carriage. When they were standing in front of the carriage, they gave each other a kiss goodnight. They probably would have gone further, but they could see Madame Maxime heading their way already. Good night, Harry. Fleur gently pressed her forehead against his. Good night, Fleur. Harry returned as they looked into each other's eyes. As Fleur entered the carriage, Harry turned and started heading back to the castle. He gave a short bow to Maxime as they passed each other. He needed a copy of the rules of the Triwizard Tournament. The champions might be afforded some measure of leeway or perhaps outright exemptions for certain things. Any extra time he could get to work on his artifice and delve deeper into alchemy would be welcome. It was going to be a ridiculously busy year if he had to do all of his classes on top of preparing for the tournament. It's looking more and more like this should be my final year at Hogwarts, Harry thought to himself as he headed for the headmaster's office. Knowing Sirius, he'd want to see him as soon as possible. Headmaster's office? Harry! Sirius beamed at his godson fondly. Sirius! Harry smiled back as he accepted the hug from his godfather. I was just about to inform these two of what you being forced into the Triwizard is going to cost them. Sirius shot a glare at both Ludo Bagman and Bartemius Crouch. Bagman flinched while Crouch merely kept a controlled, neutral expression. I figured. Harry couldn't stop the small, vindictive smirk from forming on his face as he was sat in a cushy chair next to his godfather. Firstly, your departments are both going to be sued for endangering my godson with your ill-conceived restarting of this tournament. Sirius had a stony glare for both men, and you can expect the formal and legal notifications to be sent by the Black family's attorney in a few days. Secondly, you're both going to face charges of endangerment, personally. This tournament was ended because of the ever-increasing death toll, and now my godson's life is endangered because of you two. The minister had to sign off on this as well, so he'll also be getting a notification from my attorney at the same time. Bagman seemed to be having trouble forming words at the mere thought of being brought up on legal charges. Sirius, I understand your displeasure, but Dumbledore was cut off before he could try to play mediator. Don't think you're off the hook, Headmaster. Sirius turned his gaze on Dumbledore. Your age-line protection around the goblet didn't prevent this from happening, and you had no other safety measures. I'll be demanding recompense from either Hogwarts or yourself personally for your lack of care in this matter. The Triwizard was supposed to be made exclusive for of-age witches and wizards only. It is dangerous despite what precautions you've claimed to have made this time around. That is a reasonable request, Sirius. Dumbledore nodded to the Lord Black. Harry got the distinct feeling that the old man wasn't happy, but wanted this to be resolved quickly regardless. I'll await the legal correspondence and hope to have this matter settled shortly. Harry, is there anything you need or want now that you've been forced to participate? Sirius turned to look at his godson. I'd like a rulebook so that I know everything about this contract. If certain privileges are afforded to the 3 champions, I'd also like to know about them as well. Harry laid out his current wants in regards to his unintended placement into the tournament. I do have a copy of the rulebook on my person. Crouch spoke up as he reached into a large pocket and removed an even larger book. It wasn't overly thick, but it was probably sitting at more than 150 pages by Harry's estimation. He accepted the book from Crouch and held it in his lap for now. The rest of the meeting didn't last very long. Harry listened attentively though, so as to not miss out on any details that might be important later. When all was said and done, Bagman practically dragged himself into the flue. The retired beater looked utterly drained by the meeting. Crouch gave a firm nod to everyone in the room before leaving in a flash of the green flames. Sirius reminded Harry that he could always contact him if anything else happened, and saw Harry out of the headmaster's office. The way Sirius looked tells me he and Dumbledore are still going to be having words. I wonder what they're talking about, Harry mused as he headed for Ravenclaw Tower. He had a book to read through, or at least partially read through, before bed tonight. Headmaster's office? And give it to me straight, Dumbledore. Sirius gave the old man a hard look. What are the odds this was done by Voldemort in some way? Normally I would say next to none. But with the bold actions at the World Cup, I can't rule it out, Dumbledore admitted with a contrite look on his wrinkled face. Oh, that's what I figured, Sirius grumbled as his fists clenched. You know you have 2 former Death Eaters in the school right now, right? Both of them also had access to the Goblet of Fire, and wouldn't be stopped by an age line. A certain greasy dungeon bat even has access to Harry's written name from assignments. Sirius, need I remind you that Severus has my complete trust? Dumbledore sighed at having to have this conversation again. That's just it, Albus. Sirius changed to using the man's first name. He has your trust. Not mine, not anyone else's, just yours. I'll never trust him when he willingly joined up with that madman back in the day. We trusted Peter and look where that got us. Just because you speak in Snivellus' defense does not wipe away what he did of his own volition. I hope you remember that in the coming conflict. We can't expect to be saved by James and Lily again. I am aware, Sirius. Dumbledore let out a heavy sigh and his advanced age became far more apparent. I hope so, Albus. Not just for our sakes, but for Harry's too. He's already lost too much to that monster, and I won't let him lose more if I can help it. Sirius stood from his chair and made his way over to the flue. Make the hard decisions, Albus. Do what is right for those who deserve it. Redemption is for those that actually seek it, not the ones that never saw their actions as wrong in the first place. Yes. Albus exhaled, and his shoulders sagged further. He'd thought with Voldemort dealt with and his most fanatical supporters locked away that magical Britain would recover stronger than ever after the night of Halloween in 81. How wrong he'd been. The corruption, bigotry, and beliefs of those that aligned themselves with the dark had only retreated temporarily. The roots of such thoughts ran deep in their country, and Albus had been too optimistic back in the early 80s. Now they were right back where they started. Worse even, considering they'd lost many a good witch and wizard in the last war. Have a good evening, Headmaster. Sirius nodded as he stepped into the fireplace and vanished in swirling green flames. That was in poor taste. Albus hummed morosely after the departure. How could he possibly have a good evening after this debacle? Fawkes trilled softly from his perch to try and uplift his old friend's mood, even if just a bit. Current mana levels: Harry, 8,862 Tonks, 9,836, Penelope, 8,314 Fleur, 8,790 Chapter 38. Preparation for the first task. Penelope, it's annoying. Harry grumbled as he and Fleur were having breakfast at the Ravenclaw table the morning after the champion selection. Pay them no mind, mon amour. Fleur gave him a warm smile that always brightened his day. The entire student body of Hogwarts was abuzz with talks of how Harry had become Hogwarts champion. There were already so many rumors and theories of how it had happened that Harry couldn't keep track of them all. Some of the rumors were outright malicious, claiming that Harry had bribed his way into the tournament or blackmailed the organizers. Apparently his rage at being forced into the tournament didn't factor into the rumors being spread about him. I stayed up late last night reading the tournament rulebook and looking into the champion's responsibilities and privileges, Harry informed Fleur with a small grin. Turns out we can skip classes, so long as we're using the time to prepare for the tournament. I'm sure we could both find time to prepare together. Fleur giggled softly with a warm light in her blue eyes. Definitely, Harry chuckled as he went back to his breakfast. I'm using the privilege to skip potions for the entire year at minimum. I might also skip herbology, astronomy, and transfiguration. At that point you'll be skipping most of your classes entirely. Fleur mused before taking another bite of her own breakfast. I might put aside everything except defense against the dark arts, to be honest. Harry hummed thoughtfully. At least Remus will teach me useful things that might help with the tournament. Don't burn yourself out, Harry. Fleur gave him a concerned look as she set her silverware down. And I will step in if you start trying to overwork yourself. I know you will, love. Harry smiled at Fleur, a smile that showed the depths of his affection and love for her in his deep green eyes. As long as we're clear, mon amour. Fleur felt her cheeks warm at his look. After classes for the day, which Harry did indeed skip potions, he found himself suddenly surrounded by his study buddies. Luna only gave him a gentle smile as she sat down next to him like normal. Hermione, Meghan, and Padma looked as if they were barely holding back their curiosity. Harry sighed and playfully rolled his eyes. Ask, I can see that you want to. Harry gave all three of the still standing girls a knowing look. Did you get past the age line? Hermione blurted out her first question. Did you enter yourself? Padma's question came only a split second after Hermione's. How did you become champion? Meghan was just honestly curious. In order, Harry chuckled with a grin. I didn't, and thank you, Meghan, for not believing that I would enter myself into the tournament. The best guess I have is that since the goblet had no actual fail-safe measures or protections, someone wanted me in this dangerous tournament for a reason. Who did it? Why they want me in the tournament, and everything else is still a mystery though. Sorry, Harry. Hermione looked sheepish at her question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insinuate anything, Harry. Padma apologized. You're welcome, Harry. Meghan chuckled. So someone else tossed your name into the goblet? That seems to be the case so far. Harry nodded to the brunette girl. Will you help me with my homework, Harry? Luna asked as if Harry wasn't involved in the tournament at all, and this was just a regular study session of theirs. Of course, Luna. Harry smiled at the small blonde. What do you have today? In transfiguration. Luna opened her book and got out her parchment and quill. Material composition and its effects on transfiguration. Harry looked at the page of Luna's book. McGonagall gave us that assignment last year too. The rest of the study session went by fairly normally after that. Harry was more than happy to have the bit of normalcy. It had only been a day, and already he was annoyed by the near-constant whispers of the other students. Saturday, November Are you ready, Harry? Fleur questioned her boyfriend as she finished stretching a bit. They were out on the expansive Hogwarts grounds to get in some spell practice together. I'm as ready as I can be, Harry confirmed as he rolled his shoulders a bit to loosen them up. In the 5 days that had passed since the champion selection, Harry had more than enough of his peers in the castle. The whispering that would either stop dead when he entered a room, or that started up when he entered a room, both had gotten on his last nerve. The only bright point was the mirror call he'd gotten from Tonks and Penny. The two witches had found out about his placement in the Triwizard Tournament, and had apparently apparated to Wood End Cottage to borrow. Force Sirius to let them use the communication mirror. Tonks and Penny had both been angry on his behalf for the situation. They'd both fretted over him as well, showing their concern for him through the mirror. Harry had assured them that he would think of his safety over the tournament without question. Still, I hope Tonks doesn't go through with her threat. Harry chortled, as he remembered Tonks muttering about Bagman and Crouch having accidents while at the Ministry one day. I am ready whenever you are, Harry. Fleur gave him a challenging look from across their chosen practice area. Not many people were out on the grounds, considering the chill of the Scottish November was setting in nowadays. They had plenty of space and only a very small audience. We'll see, won't we? Harry chuckled as he seemed to split into multiple copies. One Harry went to the left, while another went to the right. Then another Harry would appear over to the left at the same time a fourth Harry appeared to head to the right again. Harry had learned to cast Similitudo on the mirror images that the charm produced a while back. Using it on the first copy made it produce its own mirror image. Then using it on the image's copy caused it to produce another mirror image of itself. He was rather proud to have figured this out after enough practice. "You think you can confuse me?" Fleur raised one of her delicate silver eyebrows. With a simple wave of her hand, blades of frosted grass levitated into the air, and then straightened out. A mere push with her mana and the frozen grass shot out in a wave. "Ow!" One Harry cried out in faux pain. "Missed me!" A different Harry jeered. "Hey!" The third Harry acted offended at being hit with grass. "Confused yet?" Another Harry asked Fleur cheekily. "The copies all spoke." Fleur would admit to being mildly impressed by Harry's forethought to cast a simple vocalizing charm on his illusory copies. Unless she actively dispelled them, they'd keep trying to confuse her to the real Harry's placement. Clever, mon amour, but not clever enough. Fleur was moving now and conjuring small fireballs at the same time. Since Harry and his copies never stayed in one place, it would be foolish for her to stand still. Catch! The small fireballs, none bigger than a baseball, began to rocket from Fleur's hands and burst into small explosions whenever they hit something. The copies were rapidly decreasing in number as her spell disrupted the Similitudo charm. Harry's response was to conjure ropes and send them at Fleur's moving form. Strong constructs flew through the air towards the villa while several writhing ropes slithered their way across the ground towards her. Pincer tactics would force Fleur to split her focus. To further split her focus on him and his conjurations, Harry stomped his foot on the ground, sending a spell into the partially frozen dirt. "Vraiment maintenant." "Really now?" Fleur huffed as two large bears were transfigured from the ground. The great beasts charged her with realistic roars, and she couldn't find much fault with Harry's inanimate to animate transfiguration. Stealing a page from Harry's book, Fleur cast a wide area immobilis charm to freeze the ropes and the bears in place. A powerful finite vanished the conjured ropes easily. As she was already moving, Fleur directly touched the two transfigured beasts. The bears returned to dirt, only to then fall under Fleur's control as she transfigured them herself. "Crap!" Harry, still on the move himself, lamented as he watched Fleur undo his transfiguration and then split the dirt into balls. The dirt balls were quickly transfigured into metal spikes that were launched at Harry en masse. An overpowered Protogo saw the spikes bending and deforming as they bounced off. "Let's see how she handles this." He shifted his feet, feeding his mana into the earth around him as he did so. With a strong step forward, he cast his spell through the dirt as a medium. "Quoi dans le monde?" What in the world? Fleur blinked as the ground shook and 4 walls of hardened earth erupted upwards. The 4 walls fit together perfectly, trapping the teen in a box of transfigured earth. Only the top was still open to the sky. "Good night!" Harry's called out as he formed a large stunning spell directly above the hole in the top of his earthen box. He dropped the large red orb of the Stupefy into the box to end their practice. He didn't expect his spell to suddenly stop. He really didn't expect it to start rising back upwards against his will. Fleur had one hand above her head with a bright Protogo holding back the stupidly large stunner. The Velatine was floating in the air. No wait, she had transfigured a section of the ground under her into stone and cast a levitation charm on it. Harry watched his overpowered Stupefy shrink, and then flicker out entirely as its power faded away. "A good attempt, Harry." Fleur grinned at him as she dispelled her Protogo. "Try this." A single bright spark of magic, yellow in color, appeared just in front of Fleur's outstretched right hand. The spark then became 2 equally sized sparks, then 4, then 8. It continued to double as Fleur only smiled at her boyfriend. The absolute storm of sparks was launched forward, and Harry raised his hand, forming a gun with his index finger extended as the wave came at him. He was consumed by the sparks, lost in their bright glow. Fleur felt something hit her back before her vision went dark. Bang! Harry smiled as he used levitation to catch Fleur's unconscious form. He'd basically just shot her in the back with a Stupefy after all. Using Similitudo was getting easier, and he was finding new ways to make use of the spell as he continued to experiment with it. With her vision blocked by his transfigured earth walls, Harry had been able to cast the spell again. His copy had moved in the opposite direction as him, mirroring his movements. That left Harry standing behind Fleur, facing her back, while his copy stood in front of her, facing her directly. Good thing I had a backup plan. I figured she might block it, but I sure didn't expect her to catch it like that. What? Fleur blinked her grogginess away as she awoke. A simple enervate was all that she needed. Seeing Harry holding her, she gave him a half smile. I guess you win that round, Harry." She had such a faux pout that Harry couldn't help but crack up a bit. Yes, I did." Harry nodded sagely. Fleur gently swatted his arm with an eye roll. "So I believe that entitles me to a reward." "But what reward?" Fleur tilted her head only for Harry to claim her lips in a kiss. "That one." Harry chuckled and Fleur grinned at him. "I'll allow it," Fleur allowed with a smug little smile on her lips. "Let's get inside out of the cold. We can have hot chocolate. And I'll play my wooden flute for you," Harry offered as the couple stood up from the ground. "Oh my, a warm drink on a cold day and being serenaded by my love, you'll spoil me," Fleur teased as they walked towards the castle hand in hand. "I live to do so," Harry retorted playfully as he snapped his fingers, using his unoccupied left hand, and his earthen box trap sank back into the ground as he reversed the transfiguration. Neither of them paid any mind to the stunned looks of their small audience as they walked back inside. The couple also took no real notice of the fact that there was a larger crowd watching than when they'd started either. They simply made their way up the castle steps and into the castle proper. They'd get their hot chocolate and retreat to the hidden workshop to spend the rest of Saturday together. Wednesday, November "You're skipping class again, Harry," Fleur noted as she closed the door to the hidden workshop behind her. "Yep," Harry replied, gracing her with a smile before returning to his work. "You are too, if you didn't notice." "I'm doing it to find you and prepare for the tournament," Fleur replied with a light chuckle. "Oh, you're doing it because you know your potions professor hates the fact that you can skip his class." No, that's just a bonus," Harry chuckled as he continued his sewing. "And I am actually preparing for the tournament right now." "And how is sewing preparing you for the tournament?" Fleur questioned her boyfriend as she transfigured an old-school chair into a soft, plush, high-back chair with a strong point from her right index finger. Truly, her control and power with magic had never been as great as when Harry had shown her how to harness wandless magic. She'd treasure this gift forever. "And creating enchanted objects for use in the tournament is considered preparing. I checked the rulebook." Harry faked a know-it-all tone rather well. "But they said we would only be permitted our wands in the first task," Fleur reminded him as she transfigured an ottoman for her feet to rest on from the only other extra chair in the room. She pulled it towards her desired location with a well-controlled summoning charm, and then plopped her feet atop it. "Yes, but the second task and third task will be different." Harry shrugged as he shot her a wink. He pulled the needle back to tighten his previous stitch. "But you read up on the tournament's history too," Fleur gave a relaxed sigh as she enjoyed her transfigurations. "I'm sure it didn't take you long to notice the pattern. On test of daring first, usually against some kind of dangerous magical beast," Harry acknowledged as he pushed the needle through the cloth again. "Then a test of ingenuity, which is to figure out the second task and prepare for it ahead of time. The third task is the only one that actually deviates and is usually decided upon by the organizers of each individual tournament." "Bon." Fleur gave him a loving smile. His intelligence was one of the biggest attractions she had to him. "So you're making something new for the other two tasks?" "Oh, indeed." Harry nodded as he continued to sew. "I got my order in the other day, so I figured I should get started." "Shet, what are you sewing with, by the way?" Fleur questioned as she looked at the black threads Harry was working with. "Shadow moth silk." Harry didn't even look up as he answered her question. Shadow moth? Fleur was no magizoologist, she'd never heard of the creature. "A magical species of moth from Asia," Harry informed as he continued to sew. "They have a rather unique ability when they're adults. I'm using their silk because it holds that type of magic very well and makes it easier to impart the effect I want the item to have." "What effect might that be, mon amour?" Fleur giggled at how absorbed Harry could get when he was sewing. "Something I've wanted to learn since the World Cup," Harry teased, knowing that Fleur's inquisitive mind wouldn't let this go until she knew. "And?" Fleur had an unamused look on her face at Harry's teasing. "Space expansion charms." Harry looked her directly in the eye with a devious grin. "But you know me." Very much so." Fleur sighed with a shake of her head. "What kind of obscure way are you going to make use of space expansion charms?" "But has to do with the shadow moth's unique ability." Harry chuckled as he pulled another stitch tight. "They can flit from one shadowy place to another, sort of like apparition but with a much shorter range. They do this by manipulating space for a brief instant, much like apparition does. Just imagine what a material that has intrinsic space manipulating properties could do when you apply space expansion charms to it as well. Why, I could carry almost anything without any extra weight beyond the item itself. And I'm not sure I like that manic cackle I know you're suppressing." Fleur sighed at her boyfriend with her cheek being supported by her palm. Tonight don't manic cackle. Harry grinned innocently at Fleur. Of course you don't. Fleur gave him such a disbelieving look that Harry could have sworn he physically felt it. Okay, so maybe I do when I'm hamming it up sometimes, Harry admitted with a chuckle. So you are a very large ham sometimes indeed. Fleur giggled at him. As long as you three still love me, that's all that matters. Harry shrugged and Fleur smiled at him warmly. You don't have to worry about that, Harry. Fleur leaned over to kiss his cheek softly. Not now, not ever. Monday, November 5th. Do you like it? I like it. Harry grinned as he showed off his completed enchanted item to Fleur in the hidden workshop. It's a lovely cloak, Harry, Fleur assured him with a grin, though a little plain. What is with magicals and wanting everything to scream I'm magical? Look at me, Harry huffed at Fleur, who burst into melodious laughter at his pout. Effect is much more important than looks, and in looks have an effect all their own, mon amour. Fleur grinned seductively at him, cocking her hip and emphasizing her curves. Point. Harry agreed with a nod as his eyes roved up and down her figure. So did it work? How much can you stash in this cloak of yours? Fleur questioned as she looked at the black fabric that hid all of Harry's body except for his head. He didn't have the hood up at the moment. Plenty. Harry chuckled as he moved his left arm and the cloak flapped upwards a bit. Something prevented the cloak from returning to its previous position, and only when Harry gave a pull on the cloak did Fleur see what it was. Did you steal a desk? Fleur blinked at the wooden desk that Harry had just casually dropped from within his cloak. No one was using it, Harry replied with a straight face. Uh-huh. Fleur gave him a teasing look. I thought it could be useful to have a desk on hand to work at. Harry explained his choice of item. You were showing off how large of an object you can carry. Fleur instantly knew Harry was fibbing and called him out playfully. Perhaps, Harry replied flatly. How did you get the desk into the cloak's storage though? Fleur asked curiously as she looked the cloak and the desk over. Like this. Harry tossed the black cloak over the desk, making Fleur's eyes widen slightly as the cloak clearly expanded to cover the object entirely. In an instant, the covered desk seemingly disappeared as the cloak fell back around Harry at its normal length. Neat, huh? Eins, I think I know what I want for Christmas. Fleur smiled brightly and Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the sparkles in her beautiful blue eyes. Maybe if you're good, Santa will bring you one, Harry responded sagely, and Fleur couldn't stop the snort that escaped her. Oh? Fleur walked up to Harry with a noticeable sway in her hips. I'm sure I could be naughty enough to get one too. She pressed herself against him with a seductive grin on her full lips. Don't you think so, Harry? Fleur purred into her boyfriend's ear. She grinned victoriously as she felt him straighten up and his hands took hold of her waist. Probably, Harry admitted immediately as they found each other's lips and kissed. Neither of them was seen until dinner that night. Thursday, November 17th. Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, what is it you want to show me? Harry whispered to the gamekeeper. Hagrid was oddly dressed up, as much as the large man could be given his sheer size. He even looked like he'd tried to comb his thick, shaggy hair and beard. Shh, Harry, just stay under your cloak and follow me, Hagrid instructed the teen. Don't make a sound, all right? All right. Harry agreed even as he pulled the hood of his invisibility cloak back over his head and disappeared completely. Ah, Olymp, over here, Hagrid called out just a few minutes later. Mr. Hagrid, you said you had something important to show me this evening? Madame Maxime appeared from the gloom of the night. The large woman was clearly curious about whatever Hagrid had told her. Aye, Hagrid nodded to the woman, and if Harry wasn't mistaken, the large man was actually blushing. I thought we could take a little stroll to get to what I'd like to show you tonight, Hagrid offered with his best smile. I promise you won't be disappointed. Very well then. Madame Maxime took Hagrid's arm when he offered it to her. Lead the way. Harry followed at a slight distance behind the two of them as they made their way through the forbidden forest. As they got deeper into the dark woods, Harry began to hear strange sounds. It almost sounded like muffled roaring. He followed along until a bright light lit up the forest. The artificer stopped dead as he beheld what he was sure Hagrid was trying to show him. Dragons. Harry mumbled quietly, his eyes wide at seeing the three massive beasts. There were three fully grown, enormous, vicious-looking dragons rearing on their hind legs inside three separate enclosures that were fenced with thick planks of wood. The great beasts were roaring and snorting, shooting torrents of fire into the dark sky from their open fanged mouths. The flames were blasting out, 15 meters above the ground on the dragons' outstretched necks. Harry had studied up on dragons a bit, and easily recognized the three that had been chosen for the Triwizard Tournament. The dragon with the scarlet smooth scales and a fringe of golden spikes around its snub-snouted face with extremely protuberant eyes was a Chinese fireball, sometimes called a lion dragon due to the spikes around its neck. The scales of the second dragon were silvery blue, and the powerful flame it was shooting into the air was also a brilliant blue color. From the spikes on its head and the rather short muzzle it had, Harry was easily able to identify this one as well, a Swedish short snout. They were rumored to have the hottest fire among all dragon species. It was the final dragon that took the cake in Harry's opinion though. It was massive, with black scales and a lizard-like appearance. Its baleful yellow eyes, bronze horns and similarly colored spikes that protruded from its long tail were all the indicators that Harry needed. The tournament organizers had brought a fucking Hungarian horntail to the tournament. Safer than previous years, my arse? They're going to kill someone in the first task. Harry cursed internally as he quickly headed away from the clearing. He'd be damned if he went into this unprepared. It was time to learn how to deal with dragons. Little Hangleton abandoned Riddle Manor? Is the boy in the tournament? Voldemort questioned the wizard before him. His red eyes were practically boring into the man's head with their fierce, expectant gaze. Yes, my lord, as you commanded, the wizard informed the recovering Dark Lord. Excellent, it is good to have a competent follower back at my side. Voldemort offered some praise to the bowed man. Was your words honor me, my lord? The wizard remained bowed. Rise, Barty, there is still much to be done. Voldemort gave off a dark, hissing chuckle. Dens you command, my lord, Barty replied as she stood up. The man looked like a younger Bartimius Crouch, his dark brown hair not yet flecked with gray. The ruckus at the World Cup had let him escape over a decade of imperious control by his father. Bartimius Barty Crouch Jr. had finally returned to his lord's side. All the while, no one in the abandoned manor mentioned the distinct lack of one Stephen Flint. Current mana levels Harry, Tonks, Penelope, Fleur. 046 Chapter 39. The first task. The bright sparks of magical discharge lit up the hidden workshop as Harry tried his hand, yet again, at the advanced alchemy he was still attempting to get right. His materials fused together into a solid mass before his eyes. He felt a slight pushback from the transmutation circle and adjusted his mana flow until the pushback disappeared. The electric-like magical discharge decreased and focused more on his materials. The ingot in the center of the circle became more uniform in shape under the refined control. When Harry felt stronger kickback from the circle and the sparks of magical discharge started leaping from the drawn lines on the floor, he slowly pulled his mana back from the circle. As the light died down, Harry removed his hands from where they'd been touching the very edge of the 3-meter transmutation circle. Let's hope this one worked. Harry sighed as he wiped sweat from his brow with a hand towel that was off to his side. He carefully stepped into the circle, making sure not to mess up any of the lines or symbols. When he reached the center, he picked up his transmuted ingot. Bloody hell! Harry cursed as a quick glance over the material showed it was a failure. It was a solid mass, but each individual material that made it up was striated cleanly throughout. It was layers of his base materials stacked on top of each other, nothing even close to a proper transmutation into the material he wanted. With a sigh, Harry walked out of the circle, uncaring about the lines and symbols he was messing up now. It was obvious this circle wasn't properly made either. He'd have to draw a new one and try to get it right this time. That was another thing he'd be working on over the many days of classes that he was skipping with his champion privileges. Every line he made was done with a straight edge, every angle measured with a protractor, every circle made with a taut string to ensure uniformity, each symbol meticulously copied from the pages of the book. Yet there was obviously still something wrong if he couldn't get a proper transmutation with the circle. He placed the striated ingot into a chest with other failed, striated ingots just like it. Harry was amassing quite the collection of them nowadays. Ever since he'd seen the 3 dragons, he'd taken to splitting his time between looking into weaknesses of the great beasts, attempting alchemy, and practicing with Fleur. He'd told her first thing in the morning the night after he'd learned about them, only to find that she'd been heavily suggested by Madame Maxime to research dragons as part of her studies. It didn't take more than a second for the intelligent young woman to put 2 and 2 together. Fleur had suggested not meeting force with force and coming at the dragons from a different angle. This path had led the couple down the rabbit hole that was song magic. Harry would instantly admit that Fleur had a beautiful singing voice, so this approach may very well work for her. Dragon scales might be almost spell-proof, but their auditory receptors were not. Harry, as he well knew, couldn't carry a tune in a bucket if he tried to sing. Not to mention, he'd very much like to get his hands on the mountain of materials that a dragon represented to an artificer. Hey, if the tournament organizers were going to throw a dragon at him, he was going to take advantage. November stent weighing of the wands, I'm here. Harry sighed as he walked into the room designated for the weighing of the wands ceremony. He was technically over 20 minutes late, but he was busy in his hidden workshop at the time. Fleur had been the one to come get him, and she entered the room behind him with an amused smile on her lips. We were starting to wonder, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore smiled genially at the teen artificer. No one could find you until Miss Delacour offered to collect you. I get caught up in my work sometimes, Headmaster, my apologies. Harry gave a short bow, barely bending his waist. Sometimes? Fleur had a grin as she ribbed him playfully. Sometimes, Harry replied with a nod. They were all in a fairly small classroom with most of the desks pushed to the back so as to leave a large space in the middle of the room. 3 of the desks, however, had been placed end to end in front of the blackboard and covered with a long velvet cloth. 5 chairs were set behind the velvet-covered desks, and Ludo Bagman was sitting in one of them, talking to a witch wearing magenta robes that Harry had never met before, but he knew whom she was. Victor Krum was standing in a corner with Karkaroff, and neither of them was talking to anybody. There was a paunchy man holding a large black camera that was smoking slightly. He was clearly watching Fleur out of the corner of his eye now that she had returned to the room. Fleur was ignoring the man entirely, well versed in doing so thanks to the countless males that got caught up in even the tiniest amount of her natural allure. Bagman suddenly spotted Harry. The slightly portly man got up quickly and nearly bounded forward to speak with him. Ah, here he is. Champion number 3. In you come, Harry, in you come. Nothing to worry about, it's just the wand weighing ceremony. The rest of the judges will be here in a moment. Ludo informed Harry of what he already knew. Honestly, the former professional beater was a bit much with how strongly he came on. And I am aware, Mr. Bagman, thank you. Harry replied as politely as he could. He'd much rather be back in his workshop right now, even more so if he could convince Fleur to come with him. After the ceremony there's going to be a little photo shoot. This is Rita Skeeter, Bagman added, gesturing toward the witch in magenta robes that was walking up to the 3 of them. She's doing a small piece on the tournament for the Daily Prophet. And maybe not that small, Ludo. Rita Skeeter cut him off with a smile, her eyes on Harry. Her hair was set in elaborate and curiously rigid curls that contrasted oddly with her heavy-jawed face. She wore jeweled spectacles. The thick fingers clutching her crocodile skin handbag ended in 2-inch nails, painted crimson. I'm very aware of who she is, Harry responded as he gave Rita a flat look. He'd rejected every request for an interview that had been sent his way over the last couple of years. That didn't stop Rita Skeeter from sending more though. The vile reporter, though calling her that seemed like an insult to genuine journalists, wasn't one to give up on getting her scoop and then twisting it into a story of half-truths and speculations that painted the subject in a negative light. I wonder if I could have a little word with Harry before we start, Rita asked of Bagman, her gaze still fixed on Harry. The youngest champion, you know, to add a bit of color? Certainly, Bagman agreed with a quick nod before blinking. That is, if Harry has no objection? No, Harry replied instantly, his tone both flat and final. He noticed Fleur giving the older woman an unimpressed look out of the corner of his eye. If everyone could take their seats, we can begin the weighing of the wands. Mr. Crouch spoke up strongly, though the man appeared tired. Harry noted the slight bags under the man's eyes. Maybe he wasn't sleeping well with the tournament and the legal action that Sirius was taking against him. Harry couldn't find it in him to be overly concerned for the man. Very glad to get away from Rita Skeeter, Harry and Fleur went to sit next to Victor as the champions faced the organizers. The other champion was already sitting in his own chair along the opposite wall from the velvet-covered desks. Harry sat next to Victor, looking over at the organizers. Professor Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Mr. Crouch, and Ludo Bagman were already sitting down. Rita Skeeter had settled herself down in a corner. Harry saw her slip a parchment out of her ugly crocodile skin handbag, spread it on her knee, suck the end of an acid green quill, and place it on the parchment. The magical writing instrument stood upright by itself, poised and ready to write down everything that Rita wanted it to. May I introduce Mr. Garrick Ollivander? Dumbledore introduced the wand maker while taking his place at the organizer's table. He will be checking your wands to ensure that they are in good condition before the tournament. Harry gave Ollivander a smile and a nod as the old wizard with large pale eyes entered the room. It had been quite a while since the two had last met. The old wizard still gave off that odd feeling of mystery that Harry remembered from his first visit to Diagon Alley over 3 years ago. Ollivander returned the smile before coming to a stop in the middle of the room. Mademoiselle Delacour, could we have you first, please? Ollivander requested with a polite smile. Fleur stood up after giving Harry's hand a gentle squeeze. She walked over to Ollivander and handed him her wand gently. Harry saw the instant the wandmaker's eyes lit up with interest and curiosity. Maybe it was an artisan thing? Ollivander hummed as he looked the wand over. He twirled the wand between his long fingers like a baton, and it emitted a number of pink and gold sparks. Then he held it up to his eyes and examined the focus more closely. Yes, he murmured quietly. Say 9.5 inches, inflexible, rosewood. And containing, dear me, a hair from the head of Avila. Fleur nodded to the old wizard with a smile. One of my grandmother's. Yes. Ollivander nodded in understanding. Yes, I've never successfully used Vila hair myself, unfortunately. I find they make for rather temperamental wands on the few occasions I've tried. However, this suits you remarkably well, Miss Delacour. It's an excellent match. He ran his fingers along the length of the wand, checking for any small scratches or bumps, and then he held it properly. Orchideous. The old wizard cast and a bunch of flowers burst from the wand tip. Excellent, it's in fine working order. Ollivander nodded as he scooped up the small bouquet and handed it to Fleur along with her wand. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Fleur gave him a smile and nod as she returned to her seat next to Harry. Mr. Crumb, if you please. Ollivander nodded to the professional Quidditch player. Victor got up and half-slouched as he walked over to Ollivander. He held out his wand for Ollivander to take and stood with his hands in the pockets of his robes. The teen didn't seem at all perturbed by the inspection of his wand. Ollivander hummed as a small smile came to his face. Tis is a Gregorovitch creation, a fine wand maker, though the styling is never quite what I would do. He trailed off as he began to examine the wand. He lifted the wand and examined it minutely, turning it over and over before his eyes. Yes. Hornbeam and dragon heartstring? He looked at Crumb, who nodded in confirmation. And rather thicker than one usually sees, quite rigid, 10.25 inches. He does love to give his creations a bit of extra strength, but no one is here to hear about our little rivalry. Avis. The wand let off a blast like a gun, and a number of small twittering birds flew out of the end and through the open window into the sunlight. Harry watched them get a good distance away before they all poofed back into non-existence. The conjuration didn't have a very large range before it failed. Very good. Ollivander smiled as he returned Victor's wand. The teen nodded to the old wand maker before heading back to his seat. Which leaves, Artificer Potter. Harry gave Fleur's hand a gentle squeeze just as she had done before. He got to his feet and walked past Victor to get to Ollivander. He smiled at the old wizard before bringing out his wand and handing it to the man sideways, the tip not pointing in anyone's direction for safety. Ah yes, Ollivander nodded, his pale eyes lighting up as he held Harry's wand. Yes, how well I remember this one. The old wizard looked over his own creation with a careful eye. Sully and Phoenix Feather. 11 inches, nice and supple. He ran his fingers over the wand to check for any tiny chips, cracks or bumps that may have developed in the time Harry had possessed it. Well taken care of, as expected of an artificer and his tools. Of course. Harry nodded to the wand maker. He wasn't one to let his wand suffer from lack of care. It was the tool by which he first learned his new spells before mastering them wandlessly. Poculum. Ollivander cast with Harry's wand and a simple glass cup appeared in his free hand. Forsynt, rubrum. From the tip of Harry's wand a red liquid wine poured into the conjured glass. Ollivander cancelled the spell before taking a sip of the wine. It's in perfect working order. He handed Harry back his wand. Thank you, sir. Harry gave a nod to the wand maker as he holstered his wand and made to return to his seat next to Fleur. Thank you all for your time, Dumbledore spoke as he stood up at the organizer's table. So may go back to your lessons now, or perhaps it would be quicker just to go down to dinner as they are about to end. Being a bit hungry, Harry was more than fine with heading straight to dinner with Fleur. The couple stood up and prepared to leave. Unfortunately, someone had to ruin those plans. The cameraman standing next to Rita cleared his throat, none too quietly, and Bagman opened his mouth. Photos, Dumbledore, photos, Bagman called excitedly. All the organizers and champions, what do you think, Rita? Harry really wanted to hex Bagman for this. November 8th first task, you all right, Harry? Sirius questioned his godson as they sat in the antechamber just off the Great Hall. The families of the champions were allowed to attend every event of the Triwizard Tournament without restriction. Harry and Fleur were both sat next to each other and surrounded by their families. Sirius, Tonks, Penny, Marius, Apolline, Gabrielle, and Remus were gathered around the two champions. I'll be fine, Sirius. Harry reassured his godfather with a slight grin. He was slightly nervous. Who wouldn't be going up against a dragon all alone? Harry was determined not to worry anyone else though, and I swear I'm going to find a way to make Bagman and Crouch pay for this, Tonks muttered as she pulled Harry into her side. That's what the Black family lawyer is already doing. Sirius cracked a vindictive grin. Ludo is going to be lucky to keep anything and Crouch won't be much better off. Fudge is using his position as minister to stall out the legal proceedings against him, but we'll get him eventually. There are only so many laws he can protect himself from before we find a loophole. Said I just want Harry and Fleur to be safe, Penny mentioned as she hugged both of the champions. This led to her also hugging little Gabrielle who was sitting on Fleur's lap. The adorable girl didn't mind though as she hugged her big sister. You're sure you'll be okay, ma petite Fleur? Marius asked his daughter, slipping into their native French every now and then out of worry for his eldest child. Yes, papa, I have a plan that has proven very effective against dragons in the past. Fleur smiled at her father to ease his worry. Worry about yourself more than this tournament, Apolline reminded her daughter with a smile as she leaned forward to place a gentle kiss against her forehead. I will, maman. Fleur agreed instantly as she hugged Gabrielle gently. Remember that you don't have to defeat the dragon, Harry, Remus reminded his surrogate nephew. And just have to complete the task. Oh no, Remus, Harry nodded to the werewolf professor. But the materials make it very tempting. Remus sighed at Harry's desire to collect new materials. 30 minutes before the task, the champions had to head down to the arena that had been built for the tournament. They would be waiting in a special tent just for champions, and be given the last details just before the first task was underway. As Fleur and Harry waited, holding each other's hand, the three champions were intruded upon by none other than Rita Skeeter. Harry frowned at the annoying woman, dressed in green robes today, as she walked into the tent as if she belonged there. Following behind the woman was the same cameraman from the wand weighing that immediately zeroed in on Fleur. Champions! Rita's smile couldn't have been more sinister in Harry's eyes. The woman's look absolutely oozed smugness and a desire to cause trouble. And if I could have a moment of your time before the first task. You have no business here. Victor glared at the woman, his surly look compounded by his nerves. Harry knew he was already aware of the dragons. He'd seen the Durmstrang champion with multiple books on dragons over the last several days. Most likely he'd been encouraged by Karkaroff to look into them. I don't believe any of us has anything to say to you. Fleur shook her head, while giving the older woman a pointed look to leave. Get out, Harry stated plainly and clearly to the reporter. Now, I only want to ask a few questions. Rita smiled at the three of them. Miss Skeeter, might I inquire as to what you're doing in the champion's tent? Dumbledore's voice spoke up from behind Rita and her cameraman. The smile left Rita's face so quickly Harry would have missed it if he blinked. And was just leaving, Dumbledore. Rita gave him a fake smile as she and the cameraman left the tent in a hurry, passing by Bagman and Crouch on their way out. Well, now we're all here, it's time to fill you in, Bagman informed with a bright smile. When the audience has assembled, I'm going to be offering each of you this bag. He held up a small sack of purple silk and shook it slightly. From which you will each select a small model of the thing you are about to face. There are different, varieties, you see. And I have to tell you something else too. Ah yes, your task is to collect the golden egg. They want us to collect a golden egg from a dragon? So, that whole spiel about this tournament being safer than previous ones was a bloody lie, Harry snarked to himself. Truly, wizards and witches didn't know the difference between danger and entertainment. Mateys first. Bagman offered the purple silk bag to Fleur. She put her hand inside the bag and drew out a tiny perfect model of a dragon, the Swedish short snout. It had the number 2 around its neck. Mr. Crumb? Bagman held the bag out to Victor next. The teen reached in and seemed to grimace as he pulled out a red dragon that appeared to be trying to breathe fire on him. The Chinese fireball. It had the number 1 around its neck to match Fleur's model. Finally, Mr. Potter. Bagman even looked sympathetically toward the teen artificer. Knowing what was left in the bag, Harry put his hand into it and pulled out the model of the Hungarian horntail. The tiny model of the vicious dragon was trying to dig its minuscule fangs into Harry's thumb. The model had the number 3 around the neck. Well, there you are. Bagman nodded to the 3 champions. And you have each pulled out the dragon you will face, and the numbers refer to the order in which you are to take on the dragons, do you see? Now, I'm going to have to leave you in a moment because I'm commentating. Mr. Crumb, you're first, just go out into the enclosure when you hear the whistle, alright? Victor only gave him a short nod in response. To remember that the rules state you are only permitted your wands. Crouch spoke up as he turned his gaze onto the three champions. If you have anything else on you besides your robes, please remove it before you enter the enclosure, or you'll be breaking your contract with the goblet. Seeing that none of the teens were moving to take off any hidden items, Crouch gave them a nod. The three organizers left to head up to the judge's booth so that they could score the attempts. Victor headed over to the tunnel that led into the enclosure as the murmurs of the crowd began to grow louder as the time neared for the first task to begin. A series of shrieks let Fleur and Harry know when the Chinese fireball had been revealed to the crowd. Both took each other's hand for comfort, just as the whistle blew loudly, and the crowd roared as Victor entered the enclosure to face the dragon. In only a short time, about 10 minutes, the announcement of Victor's success was made, and Fleur exhaled to steady her nerves. Harry leaned over and pecked her cheek. She turned her warm gaze on him, and then their lips were meeting for a kiss. The two pushed their love into their lip lock for several long moments, until the exclamations of the crowd alerted them to the Swedish short snout being revealed. The two separated as Fleur stood up and made her way through the tunnel. Harry sat alone in the tent, worried for Fleur, and with a rising agitation knowing that he couldn't interfere without upsetting that shoddy piece of shit artifact that they were both bound to. Fleur waited for the whistle to sound before she stepped out into the enclosure. She instantly saw the silver and blue scales of the Swedish short snout as it crouched between her and a large pile of what looked to be gold and silver. On top of the pile was a large golden egg. It would seem that the tournament organizers were playing to the Western dragon's love of precious metals. She was essentially being tasked to steal from a dragon's hoard and live safe. My perfect ass, Fleur huffed as she looked at the snarling dragon. She stepped forward and simply blocked out Bagman's annoying commentary along with the crowd. The Swedish short snout exhaled a blast of its incredibly hot blue fire in her general direction as a warning. Fleur inhaled, then exhaled as she centered her mana and began to shape it into the spell she wanted. The dragon had no intention of leaving its spot between her and its small hoard. Its sharp reptilian eyes were locked onto the Vila witch. Feeling the spell take form, she directed her mana into her throat and vocal cords. With one last inhale, Fleur opened her mouth and began to sing a French lullaby that her mother had sung to her as a little girl. Her very voice carried her spell to the dragon and began its work on the great beast. "What in the world is Miss Delacour doing?" Bagman questioned, and the crowd fell into hushed whispers until they were quiet enough to actually hear Fleur's singing. Harry smiled as he heard the crowd quiet. The powerful magic that Fleur was weaving into her voice itself amplified her song and carried it far and wide without her having to strain herself at all. The Artificer chuckled as he felt the spell brush against his occlumency. He'd be getting rather drowsy if his mind wasn't naturally protected. On the third repeat of her lullaby, the Swedish short snout was lying on the ground. The dragon looked like it was barely keeping its eyes open as it exhaled a stream of white smoke from its mouth. Fleur restarted the lullaby for a fourth round to be absolutely sure the dragon was asleep. Had she not blocked out the crowd, she'd have heard the calls of many witches and wizards as they fell victim to her spell song. Many people in the crowd were already asleep, and Fleur watched as the dragon finally gave up its resistance as its eyes closed and its wings relaxed. The smoke stopped wafting out of the dragon's mouth and Fleur ended her song. With deft steps, Fleur moved in a wide arc around the dragon to collect the golden egg. Once she had it in her hand, she heard Bagman announce her completion of the task. She noted that a few dragon keepers were waving her over to them, and she jogged towards the group. Once she was out of the arena, the dragon keepers moved in to keep the Swedish short snout asleep so that they could transport it back to its travel cage. "That was very impressive, Miss Delacour." A red-headed man smiled at Fleur as he watched over the team dealing with the blue and silver scaled dragon in case anything went wrong. "Have you ever considered a career in dragon keeping? We could certainly use someone with your skills to keep them calm at the reserve." "No." Fleur shook her head. My interest lies in unraveling the secrets of magic." "And a scholar then? Well, good on you." The redhead chuckled as Fleur made her way over to the stands to see her score. Madame Maxime gave her a perfect 10 feet with a small flourish of her wand as Fleur expected. Dumbledore also gave her a perfect 10 feet from his wand. Karkaroff gave her and the petty man. Bagman gave her a brightly glowing from the tip of his wand. Finally, Mr. Crouch held his wand aloft and the number appeared above him as well. 48 out of 50 was nothing to scoff at. She was fairly certain she was in the lead right now. "Looks like it's my turn." Harry heard the announcement of Fleur's perfect takedown of her dragon. His shoulders lost most of their tension at that announcement. Now it was his time to face a dragon alone. When the crowd shrieked and several screams rang out, Harry steeled his nerves with a deep breath and a slow exhale. The Hungarian horntail was apparently on the field now. The whistle went off and Harry stepped out to face the dragon. There was the horntail, at the other end of the enclosure. Crouched low over its small hoard of silver and gold, its wings half furled, the baleful yellow eyes locked onto him. A monstrous, scaly black lizard. Thrashing its spiked tail, leaving meter-long gouge marks in the hard ground. The crowd was making a great deal of noise. But whether friendly or not, Harry didn't know or care as he'd already blocked them out. He was given no time to think about anything, as the horntail lunged forward a bit, and a blast of fire was launched at Harry. Up! Harry grabbed at the air with his hands and then threw his arms above his head. The rocky ground cracked and a rumble was felt throughout the stadium as the stone and dirt in front of Harry was upheaved into a massive wall of earth. The horntail's flames scorched across the earth, blackening it, but did nothing to Harry behind the large wall. Damn, it really is a vicious species, he muttered to himself before breathing out thick black smoke. The smoke formed 8 individual trails that billowed over and around the earthen wall. Harry only gave them enough mana to fly around and distract the dragon for a bit. He didn't have the mana to waste on spells that wouldn't help him deal with the dragon. Thankfully, his plan seemed to work. The dragon was blasting gouts of flame at the smoke trails as they flew in front of it in multiple directions to keep it occupied. Harry levitated a large chunk of dirt that had been kicked up by his first spell. He stood on the levitating earth and lifted himself to the top of the wall he'd formed. Seeing the horntail too preoccupied with incinerating his smoke trails, he took aim at the stationary dragon. Here we go, one shot each time. Harry focused, sharpening his concentration as he placed his hands on the earth wall he'd torn from the ground. He weaved his mana into the stone, clay, and dirt, then down through it. When he felt his mana in the right spot, he activated the transfiguration he'd constructed. The rocky ground under the horntail's front limbs suddenly warped as the ground became like mud. The horntail roared in confusion as it sank almost 2 meters instantly. The ground then re-solidified, locking the great beast into the ground. With a roar that made Harry cover his ears, the horntail started thrashing around. The stone that entrapped its front legs began to crack from the strength of the dragon. Harry used this time to begin weaving another spell. Focusing on the need he had, he exerted his mana, filling the space of the arena with his magic. He surrounded the thrashing horntail and then finalized his spell. Everyone in attendance stared in confusion as a dome formed over the still-trapped horntail. The dome was almost like a thin mist at first, but it continued to grow thicker and more opaque as the seconds ticked by. The horntail finally broke free of its stone entrapment just as the dome around it became truly hard to see through. Do it. Harry looked the confused dragon right in the eyes. The terrifying, baleful yellow reptilian eyes glared into Harry's green, "You're mine, body and magic upon your death." The horntail reared up, as if it understood Harry's quiet words. Harry felt the right take hold when the dragon locked eyes with him again. He felt the horntail's claim on his own flesh and magic as a bright orange light could be seen in the dragon's maw. A bright flash of orange fire burst to life as the horntail launched its flames towards where Harry stood atop his earth wall. Even through the almost fully opaque dome, the spectators could see the bright orange light. Only something happened a split second later. The flames were snuffed out near instantly, and the horntail was thrashing around as it fell to the rough ground. Harry continued to hold his spell even as sweat poured down his face and into his eyes. Rivulets dropped from his chin as he held the spell together. His mana was taking a massive nosedive just to maintain this spell. After several moments, there was no sound in the arena anymore. All of the audience was confused as to the sudden silence. Harry only gave off a small smirk as he felt the rite complete itself. He dropped the spell. The white opaque dome let off a loud bang and a strong breeze rushed through the stands, blowing off more than a few hats in the process. Harry sat on the earth wall and let the blast of air hit him and cool him off slightly. He needed to be much stronger before he ever attempted that large of a spell again. "Oh right, I still need to get the egg," Harry groaned as he used some of his low mana to make a simple transfiguration on the part of the wall he sat on. The area below Harry turned smooth and lost most of its friction. The teen slid down the impromptu slide until he reached the bottom. He walked over to the downed horntail without fear, even patting its snout as he passed it. He took the golden egg in hand and heard Bagman announce his completion of the task. As the dragon keepers moved in to check the horntail, Harry looked towards the judge's table for his score. He might as well see what they thought. Fleur deserved proper competition after all. He wasn't expecting the cry that rose up from behind him first. "It's dead," one of the dragon keepers cried out as they checked on the dragon. "And he killed it!" another keeper exclaimed in shock, staring at the teen that had somehow slayed a dragon single-handedly. It's mine, I have a right of conquest on the horntail. Harry spoke up to the dragon keeper that looked to be in charge, a somewhat tall redhead. Every part of it belongs to me now. But, you how? The redhead couldn't seem to get his words in order. Even dragons have to breathe. Harry shrugged at the redhead. It just took away the oxygen and prevented any other gases from entering a certain space. It's exhausting doing it on such a large scale though. Holy shit. The redhead blinked at the teen in a mixture of shock and respect. Harry's attention was refocused on the judges' table when he saw Madame Maxime raise her wand. A winding ribbon shaped itself into the number 9 feet. Karkaroff went next with a flaming appearing above his own wand. Dumbledore had a number appear in a blue light over his head. Harry was fairly certain the headmaster had docked points for taking the Horntail's life. Sirius and Remus both said the old wizard was very much against killing. Bagman had a bright green over his wand tip. Finally Mr. Crouch raised his wand a moment later and a large black number appeared over him. 45, good enough. Harry shrugged as he honestly didn't much care. He was tired, but an excitement was building up in him as he took in the massive dragon that he would soon have rendered down into parts. So much material to work with. "Now guys work at the Dragon Reserve, so you know how to render dragons for parts, right?" "Ankias." The redhead confirmed as the rest of the dragon keepers came to stand next to him. "How'd you like a job before you leave?" Harry asked with a tired smile. "They can work out payment as soon as my godfather gets down here." Alright then." The redhead looked to his colleagues who all seemed stunned. After a few moments though, they all nodded in agreement to the extra work. It would be some money to compensate for the loss of one of the 3 dragons. With the fireball and the short snout both already asleep and locked up for transport, they had the time. Brilliant. Harry smiled right before an airborne Tonks flying glomped him from behind. "Current mana levels Harry, Tonks, Penelope, Fleur, Chapter, the egg and materials can Harry." Fleur shook her head with a sigh. Her boyfriend was practically lost as he went through all of his new dragon materials. It was like watching a child in a candy store, if said child had been told they could have anything they wanted. The teen artificer was currently running his hands over a dragon claw that was almost a meter long. They were supposed to be going over the coded message that had been hidden within the egg. The code consisted of a set of runes and a written language that Fleur wasn't familiar with. "Yes?" Harry turned to face her with a beaming smile. "The egg?" Fleur reminded him as she held up her own egg. "Oh right, that thing." Harry grimaced at being pulled away from his material examination. "Yes, that thing that will tell us what the second task will be." Fleur playfully rolled her eyes at him. "I did almost forget something much more important though." Harry smiled warmly at Fleur. When the lovely blue eyes of his girlfriend looked at him questioningly, Harry bowed at the waist while holding out his right hand. "Fleur Delacour, would you give me the great honor of being my date to the upcoming Yule Ball?" "When of course, Monsieur Potter." Fleur placed her hand in his, as a loving smile formed on her face. It wasn't as if either of them was going to go with someone else anyway. Fleur wasn't looking forward to the hordes of guys that were probably going to ask her about the ball soon. She'd deal with it though, it wouldn't be the first time she'd been hounded about a school dance. "Thank you for the honor, my lady." Harry gently kissed the back of her hand even as Fleur giggled at his actions. This overly formal way of asking her to the Yule Ball was so out of character for Harry. "Now, about this egg, Mr. Artificer. You can figure out what these runes are and how they relate to the language, right?" Fleur refocused Harry's attention onto the egg again. "Yeah, probably." Harry shrugged as he picked up his own egg and opened it. Looking over the runes on all 4 sections, along with the unfamiliar script, he began to puzzle out what the egg was hiding. Going over the various runes, Harry began to get the gist of what they were implying, but whoever had written them had broken them up with how the egg was constructed. Fleur watched on, intrigued, as Harry closed 2 of the 4 sections of his egg while also conjuring a small Lumos charm. Her boyfriend looked so deep in thought as he studied the runes inside the egg. Harry opened one of the closed sections only to close the next one to continue looking them over. Watching him work always brought a sense of awe to Fleur. Harry was something else when he devoted his all to his work. A sense of magic surrounded him when he delved into runes. As Harry closed the next section and opened the previous to continue reading, more like deciphering, Fleur had the thought that her boyfriend was born to be an artificer. Harry looked thoughtful as he pulled a notebook to his hand with a summoning charm. A pen followed as he flipped it open and began writing. Fleur stayed silent, just watching Harry puzzle out the rune script, so that they could make progress on the information within the egg. Whoever did this was a bit rough in their understanding. "I still get what they're saying, but it could be better." He wrote for a bit longer before stopping. He glanced over what he'd written before nodding. Ants a rite of magic, some kind of age-old means by which to compare magic users against each other. Only figuring out the language will reveal the scope of what we're dealing with though, Harry informed Fleur, as he flipped his notebook around to show her his translation of the rune script. I see. Fleur looked at the notes that Harry had made, aside from his translation as well. What's this about at the end though? You have it translated as magic, woman, and insight in a row. Magic woman most likely refers to a witch. The insight, I can only assume, means some knowledge that we need to be able to translate the unknown script. Harry shrugged, as he glanced over the unknown language again. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. I'm a witch, but I don't know what this is at all. Fleur let out a bemused chuckle. Perhaps it's a specific witch? This thing is going to be annoying, isn't it? Harry huffed as he looked over to the crates filled with his new dragon materials. Focus, mon amour? Fleur giggled at Harry's clear desire to study and experiment with his new materials. But, I don't wanna. Harry grumbled, as he tore his gaze away from the crates, and looked back at their eggs. Your pouting is still rather adorable. Fleur's melodious laugh filled the hidden workshop. I am not. Harry denied flatly, even as he glared at the 2 golden eggs. The next morning, the Daily Prophet was becoming a point of contention with Harry nowadays. If it wasn't Skeeter, then it was someone else writing an article or piece about him and whatever he'd done recently. Honestly, who the hell read about every aspect of his life? It wasn't that interesting, was it? His annoyance was kindled this morning by the headline across the front page detailing the first task of the tournament. To be more specific, was the inordinate amount of space his section took up. In his opinion, with 3 champions, each of them should get 1/3 of the article. He had almost half to himself, even though Fleur scored the highest and Crumb was a Quidditch star. This is ridiculous, Harry huffed as he saw one of the biggest points in the article. And they act like it was easy and that I can do this whenever I please. His ire was focused on the pronouncement in the Prophet of him gaining the title Dragon Slayer for his killing of the Hungarian Horntail. Harry wasn't even aware that was a thing. Since when did such titles exist? Was this like the Grand Sorcerer title that Dumbledore had? The Prophet was extolling his masterful takedown, as if he hadn't expended the majority of his mana on the task. He wasn't planning on hunting down dragons anytime soon. Yet the whispers and murmurings of the entire student population, including Durmstrang and Bolgsbatons, seemed to suggest that the majority thought he would somehow make a career out of it or something. It is not every day that a wizard or witch takes down a dragon single-handedly, Harry. Fleur consoled him as she ignored the stares with practiced ease. When the wizard in question is still in school, it makes it even more impressive. You're probably the youngest to have ever accomplished the feat. She has a point, Harry. Padma spoke up from across the table. His study buddies were having breakfast with him and Fleur this morning, and Harry enjoyed the extra company. Luna was sitting beside him as she ate her artfully arranged breakfast. I don't know of any teenage witch or wizard that ever killed a dragon before. Megan shook her head at him. I can look it up, it shouldn't take too long, Hermione offered with a small smile. I honestly don't care. Harry turned her down. I didn't kill the dragon for honor or glory. I just wanted to complete a rite of conquest and use it for materials in my artifice. Remind me never to get in between you and the materials you have your eyes on then. Megan snickered and Harry maturely stuck his tongue out at her. Hidden workshop, kiss is amazing, Harry breathed out as he felt out the magic within all of the dragon parts. The basilisk had been ancient, but had also spent most of its long life in hibernation. Its magic hadn't grown nearly as much as it would have had it been constantly active throughout its long life. The Horntail was another matter entirely. This was a dragon that had lived for decades or perhaps a century, and had fought and survived against the various dragons that it shared space with at the reserve. Its magic was vast and powerful, and that translated over into its conquered materials. Young Master Harry, Taylor popped into the hidden workshop with a covered tray in her hands. Taylor be bringing you the roasted dragon meat you asked her to cook. The little house elf looked ever so pleased to be getting to feed Harry again. Thank you, Taylor. Set it on the desk, please. Harry motioned to the professor's desk he'd commandeered long ago. Taylor nodded and set the tray down before popping away to let Harry eat. Probably a good thing Fleur decided to go to the library to research that unknown script, Harry mused as he washed his hands in the smithy's bathroom, and then returned to the desk. He sat down and removed the cover over the food. On the plate was a mix of meat that had been sliced, seasoned, and cooked. It smelled good, though all of Taylor's cooking did so. That wasn't a surprise. The reason Harry surmised that it was better for Fleur not to be here was because of what part of the dragon this meal was made from. First time trying dragon heart. Harry chuckled to himself as he stabbed a piece with his fork and raised it to his lips. Down the hatch. He placed the meat into his mouth and chewed. It had a much different consistency and mouthfeel than anything he'd eaten before. He swallowed the bite, and only a second later felt the rush as the symbolic ritual of consuming the dragon he'd killed imparted some of its mana into him. That's way more noticeable than the basilisk, Harry thought to himself in shock at the rush he'd just experienced. He continued to eat the cooked dragon heart until his plate was clean. Each bite gave him a small rush, nothing compared to the first, but each one was noticeable. He drank the tea that Taylor had prepared before eating the veggies the house elf had made as a side dish. He'd give it a bit, maybe until tonight, before he'd check his mana level with the test frame. "Did young Master Harry enjoy his lunch?" Taylor asked as she popped in to take the dishware and tray away for him. "It was amazing as always, Taylor. Thank you for the meal." Harry praised the house elf and watched as she practically glowed with happiness at his words. She disappeared with another pop, and Harry stood up to continue his inspection of his new materials. The next item he was going to look at was one of the large horns from the horntail. It was too bad he didn't have enough space here to have all of his new materials. The majority of the processed horntail had ended up locked away in his smithy at Wood End Cottage. Running his hands over the large horn, Harry felt it out with his mana. In much the same way that he communed with artifacts, he could discern the nature and function of a material by doing this. Closing his eyes and delving into the innate magic that resided within the horn, Harry was filled with a sense of protection and piercing power. This horn had come from the back of the dragon's head, and was used almost exclusively to protect its neck from being bitten by another dragon. The sharpness was a deterrent to ward off such attacks as the horn could easily puncture the softer insides of a dragon's mouth. "So I should make you into something defensive, but with offensive capabilities as well?" Harry mused with his eyes still closed as he communed with his material. Perhaps a focus of some kind would work best for the horn? A staff or spear, some type of polearm maybe? There were many options possible for how Harry wanted to use this horn. Maybe he'd give making a simple focus a try. He did still have the sage quartz he'd collected. Setting it into an item made from dragonhorn or bone could make for a simple, if limited, focus. Claws and fangs were much more direct in their usability when it came to artifice. Form and function were intrinsically linked, and the only purpose of a dragon's claws and fangs was to attack. They were purely offensive tools in the dragon's natural arsenal. Scales and hide likewise were purely defensive and suited only for shields, armor, or garments meant to cover the body, like clothing. It was in the bones that multitudes of possibilities existed, as their purpose was structure and support. That function could be applied to as many forms as one could think of. Every creation required a stable foundation to be built upon after all. The dragon bones would be an immense boon to Harry's artifice and enchanting. So many possibilities. Harry smiled widely as he gazed at the crates in his hidden workshop. "Evening, Potter," Snape drawled with his eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the teen. "A word. And I was on my way to dinner, Professor." Harry looked back at the dour man flatly. He'd stayed in his workshop for longer than he intended and didn't want to be late for dinner. He'd promised Fleur that he'd meet her in the Great Hall. "And will not keep you long." Snape looked as if being polite was causing him pain. "I merely wish to inquire about purchasing something from you." "Purchasing something from me?" Harry's skepticism apparently showed on his face as Snape looked annoyed. "Yes, you've apparently claimed the whole of the Hungarian horntail for yourself," Snape mentioned, and Harry had a distinct idea as to what the potions master wanted. "I wish to inquire about purchasing some select ingredients from the beast." "I figured." Harry's face was stoic, a poker face if there ever was one. "What exactly are you wanting?" "A blood, some of the bile from the fire sack, powdered bone, and part of the liver." Snape laid out his desired ingredients. "What would you use these ingredients for exactly?" Harry questioned the man that had made no attempts to hide his disdain ever since Harry had first met him. "Potions, obviously," Snape drawled, and Harry had the urge to roll his eyes at the man. "What guarantee do I have that these potions won't be used against me in some way?" Harry held nothing back as he outright accused the professor of having it out for him. "You'd insinuate that I'd harm a student?" Snape's face drew into a rictus of cold anger. His glare at the teen showed the same animosity it always did. "You've never made the slightest attempt to hide your dislike of me, Professor," Harry reminded the man factually. "You'll excuse my suspicions of your intentions in light of that, I'd hope." "St. Potter," Snape held back a growl, if just barely. "If you want to do business, then I'll need to know what you plan to use the ingredients for, and I'll also need assurances that what you brew will not be used against me and mine." Harry stated his terms plainly. "That is none of your concern, Potter," Snape sneered before turning and walking away with his robes billowing. "Prick!" Harry scoffed at the retreating man's back. He quickly made his way down the corridor towards the Great Hall. Snape must have been waiting around for a while to catch him before dinner. He wasn't remorseful about making the dour man wait in the slightest. His desire for fire, sack, bile, and blood does bring up some interesting thoughts, though, Harry mused as he walked through the doors to the Great Hall and headed for Fleur's distinctive silvery blonde hair. The next morning, what's this? Harry cast a few wandless detection charms on the letter the barn owl was holding out to him. Getting no warnings of anything bad on the letter, Harry relieved the post owl of its parcel. The owl flew off and Fleur glanced at the plain-looking letter curiously. "It's a letter, Harry," Luna informed him with a smile. Harry cracked a smile at the simple statement. It was hard to tell when Luna was being serious, and that made it even easier for her to joke around. "Thank you, Luna." Harry gave her a polite smile. "Oh, you're welcome." Luna smiled back, her eyes alight with contentment. "It's from Flamel?" Harry blinked at seeing the name Nicholas Flamel on the envelope. Flamel? The alchemist? Fleur blinked at the information. Her curiosity had just reached new levels. "Let's see." Harry opened the letter and read the French with little difficulty. He'd had quite a bit of practice ever since getting to know Fleur as his pen pal. He's wondering if I'd be willing to sell him some fresh dragon blood for his alchemy. Apparently it loses potency even when preserved after some time has passed. He'd come pick it up in person so that he can inspect it too. "So would never tell you what to do with your materials, Harry," Fleur began, thought the tone in her voice took on a different lilt. "But if you could agree to this and let me meet Nicholas Flamel, I'd be very appreciative." She says this because he's considered the greatest alchemist in the world? Or because he's the greatest French alchemist in history? Harry cocked an eyebrow at his girlfriend with a teasing grin. "Yes." Fleur nodded with a slightly smug smile on her lips. "I suppose I could, since it's for you." Harry pretended to consider the option. He wouldn't mind asking Flamel for at least a hint as to what he was doing wrong with his advanced alchemy. Mon amour. Fleur had the cutest little pout on her face, and Harry couldn't stop the smile that formed. "All right, I'll write back and let him know I'm willing," Harry assured her with a chuckle. "Merci, Harry." Fleur kissed his cheek gently, and the two smiled warmly at each other. The cry of an owl interrupted them as a large great horned owl landed on the table in front of Harry. The bird cocked its head as it held out its leg to Harry. Both of them noted the mark on the small leather pouch attached to the owl's legs as belonging to the Ministry of Magic. "What does the Ministry want with me?" Harry questioned, and the owl let out a bark of impatience. "Hold on a minute." He looked pointedly at the owl and the bird went quiet. He wandlessly checked for as many things as he could. Potions, charms, curses, harmful substances. When they all came back clean, he finally plucked the letter from the pouch. The great horned owl flew off quickly, and was out of the great hall before Harry had finished reading whom the letter was from. From the minister's office. Fleur had only briefly glanced at the letter, and saw the seal on the upper left-hand corner of the envelope. Apparently, Harry sighed as he read over the rest of the envelope. "Office of the Minister of Magic. Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge. Who is that?" The teen Artificer had never met this person in his life. He opened the envelope and began to read. With each line he became more annoyed, and he even snorted near the end. "Well now, isn't she a pretentious one?" Harry scoffed at the letter. "Oh, that bad?" Fleur cocked an eyebrow at her boyfriend's response. "See for yourself." Harry handed her the letter. Fleur began to read. "She congratulates you on killing the Horntail. Asks you to work for the Ministry, make artifacts for Ministry use. You would do well to accept?" The letter wasn't even addressed to her, and yet Fleur was becoming angry at the blatant condescension in the words written on the parchment she held. Where does this woman get off making such thinly veiled demands of you? To one odds she's some blood purity supporting sycophant. Harry shook his head at the letter. "I'm sure the type of artifacts she'd like me to create would be used to promote her and her ilk's agenda by force if necessary. One would think that magical Britain would have learned from their mistakes after what happened in the 70s. Fleur grumbled under her breath. "Well, I only have one thing to say to this woman." Harry grinned as he took the letter back from Fleur. He held it up between his thumb and index finger for a second. In a flash, the parchment was consumed in flames and disappeared into smoke. "I do hope I was clear enough for her to understand. Since you give the bigots too much credit when it comes to intelligence, mon amour." Fleur chuckled as she leaned in to peck his lips. "Probably," Harry agreed before he returned her soft kiss, and the two continued with their breakfast. Hidden workshop. Harry was humming softly as he worked on his newest item. He'd taken one of the processed dragon bones and began to shave it down to shape it. It was strong, but it was still bone, and Harry didn't want to risk breaking it. This particular bone came from the horntail's back foot. It was one of the digits that made up the dragon's toes. It was one of the smaller bones that he could find that was still of a similar shape to what he was going for. Once he had it shaped as he desired, then he'd fit a chunk of the sage quartz into it. His plan was to make a simple, if limited focus that anyone could use. Foci that only performed a single spell would produce said spell to much greater effect than any other focus. Ones that were more versatile, but still locked to a single branch of magic, would express the wielder's intentions through powerful spells. Wands and other foci that could cast any branch of magic, while the most versatile, also didn't add much to the spell's cast. Unless of course they were made to do so, much like Ethereum was. Sage quartz was known to channel spells tied to the earth, that is to say soil, rocks and plants, much better than most any other material. Bone was a good conductor for magic, being a once living material. So with the sage quartz attuning the focus to earth-based magics, and the dragon bone providing a magical housing for the stone, it should make it not too dissimilar to a wand when it came to spells of that type. Harry may not know wand lore, but he understood the concept of foci quite well. Once I test it out and make sure it works, maybe they'll make good gifts? Harry could think of a few people he wouldn't mind giving such foci to. I wonder if the dwarves would like them. They're all about earth, stones and ores. The fact that to the untrained eye, a non-wand focus, especially in magical Britain, would be overlooked, and the witch or wizard in question would probably be assumed to be using wandless magic, was not lost on Harry. It could prove to be rather useful in the coming conflict he knew was brewing between Voldemort and himself. Taking a break from his work to relax his fingers a bit, Harry glanced at the drawer he kept his test frame in. He'd checked his mana level the night after he'd eaten his dragon heart lunch. The boost had been very surprising to say the least. There was a part of him that wanted to see those numbers again though. Those numbers were the physical proof of his increased magical strength after slaying the horntail. Ah hell, why not? Harry grinned to himself as he opened the drawer and pulled out the test frame. He held the talisman in both hands and passed his mana through it. There it is! Harry chuckled as he looked down at the number made up of glowing light. Current mana levels Harry, Tonks, Penelope, Fleur. That's it for this part. If you enjoyed the video please like and subscribe. The OE part a day will continue from Tuesday onwards.